Chapter 1901. Falling Sunday. The devastating fury of their clash made the world quake. Everything around them was enveloped by flowing darkness and suffocating smoke, the air suffused with sweltering heat. Neither Sunny nor Revel were armed, using nothing but their bodies to destroy each other. The rolling echoes of their crushing blows were like deafening thunderclaps, and both moved at a speed far greater than what a mundane human would have been able to perceive. The battle was fierce, fearsome, and chillingly ruthless. Its frenetic pace was daunting. Its violent brutality was appalling. Sunny was having a tough time. Devoid of the ability to call upon his aspect, he could only rely on his physical might and combat technique to fight Revel. The problem, however, was that her transcendent form was more than twice his height, with much longer arms and legs, which gave her a tremendous advantage in reach, and that was not even counting her one remaining wing. Sunnis' disadvantage was only confounded by the fact that he was witnessing the battle through Saint's eyes, not his own. He was more used to seeing himself from the third perspective than most people due to long years of perceiving the world through the shadows, but it was still a disorienting experience to fight while only relying on someone else's sight. Revel had figured out that he was somehow relying on Saint to guide him almost instantly and made several attempts to destroy the wounded shadow. Sunny managed to block her from reaching Saint, but she methodically attacked him from positions where his own body blocked the living statue's view. Worst of all, Lightslayer could still use her aspect freely, which she did with great foresight and skill. At any moment, the beautiful demon could turn into a torrent of flowing darkness to escape, advance, circle around Sunny, or simply bypass his attack. It was infuriating, reminding Sunny of the battle he had fought against Fiend in Falcon Scott. It felt as if he was fighting himself, which was not a pleasant feeling at all. Now that he was suffering at the hands of an enemy who possessed such an ability, he learned painfully well just how much of a cheat his shadow step was. He could not do anything against her aspect ability, but he could somewhat negate her advantage in size by manipulating his weight with the feather of truth. Sunny might have been smaller, but his mass was even greater than that of the towering Demonis. As a result, his blows were especially devastating, and it was harder for her to throw him off balance. His armor was shattered, and his body was hurting. And yet, so was hers. Sunny was holding his ground while surrounded by true darkness, trading blow for blow with its Saint. It was just that damned wing. As Sunny blocked Revel's clawed hand, the obsidian talon stung his side, where the surface of the onyx mantle was already cracked. Feeling a pulse of sharp pain, he hissed and tried to grab the retreating wing, only to be sent stumbling back by a devastating kick. A thin crack crossed the surface of his mask. Worse still, Revel was already turning into a torrent of darkness, rushing toward Saint. Damn it! Sunny ignored the pain and dashed forward to intercept her. But at that moment, he felt the entire citadel shudder, and a thunderous boom resounded from far above, followed by another a moment later, and then another, almost without pause. It was as if something was tearing through the ancient castle, traveling toward the ground at terrible speed. Then, the heat permeating the air seemed to grow 10 times more intense, and Sunny was confused for a moment. What is that? For a split second, he failed to recognize what was happening. Then, he realized that he was actually seeing something with his own eyes. Something was glowing in the darkness, high above him. The ceiling of the vast hall had long collapsed, and even higher still, several orange spots seemed to have revealed themselves on the ceiling of the higher floor of the ancient castle, expanding as they grew. Suddenly able to see again, Sunny froze for a short moment. In that short moment, the burning ceiling exploded with a deafening roar, and a blinding radiance blinded him all over again. It was as if the sun had risen in the middle of the citadel, or rather, fell down from the sky. Surrounded by a sea of flames, an incandescent being plummeted from the burning inferno above, crashing into the floor between Sunny and Revel and instantly setting it on fire. Covering his eyes, he staggered back. Revel's darkness was vanquished, and he could finally sense the shadows again. There was a white silhouette standing in the middle of the raging conflagration, so beautiful and pure that it seemed out of place in this dirty and imperfect world. Sunnis' lips twisted into a smile behind his cracked mask. Nephis! Nephis had arrived from whatever battle she had been fighting, practically bringing the entire citadel down with her. From the brief glimpse Sunny had got, it seemed as if every floor of the ancient castle above them was at least partially destroyed and set aflame. That certainly explained the smoke and the unbearable heat. The radiant spirit of light slowly looked around, taking in the sight of the devastated hall. The broken walls, the hideous wounds littering Saint's body, Sunnis' breached armor. Finally, her gaze settled on the blooded, but still breathtakingly beautiful figure of the creature of darkness staring at her with a grim expression. Revel looked at Nephis, and then smiled coldly. Her lips parted, and a single word escaped from her lips. Crap. Chapter 1902. Gruesome Affair. Nephis was looking at her, as well. Suddenly, a melodious voice resounded in the ruined hall, containing both the ferocity of the scorching surface of the sun and the tranquility of sunshine reflecting from clear water. You are the Light Slayer. Revel remained silent for a heartbeat. Her battered, bleeding body looked like a dirty mess in front of the pristine, radiant spirit of light. That's what they call me, yes. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in her usual even tone. I'm not impressed. Her tone might have been emotionless, but that only made the remark sound more derisive. It was as if she was saying, is that all? I am supposed to be slain by you? Hearing that, Revel smiled darkly. I'm sorry for the disappointment, Lady Nephis. With that, the ruined hall once again exploded with motion. The moment of peace was short-lived. The scorching flames fell upon the Princess of Song, as if possessing a life of their own. The radiant spirit seemed to turn into a streak of light, rushing at her with impossible speed. Sunny was not far behind, either, knowing that this was their best chance to kill Revel. Revel herself, meanwhile, took a step back and turned into a torrent of darkness. The darkness did not attack, however. It did not try to defend itself, either. Instead, it flowed down and seeped into the cracked floorboards, disappearing from view. The flames only licked the ancient wood, scorching it. Nephis' strike missed. Sunny emerged from the shadows a split second too late. Revel had fled. For a moment, he was face to face with Nephis, feeling her heat despite the incredible level of elemental resistance granted to him by the onyx mantle. He was silent for a moment. Are you okay? The spirit of light nodded, her graceful figure drowning in the blinding radiance. What about you? Sunny grinned behind the mask. I am alive, if that is what you mean. With that, there was no time for conversations anymore. Because they both knew what Revel's retreat meant, she had fled downward, in the direction where the rest of their comrades were most likely fighting for their lives. Go. Destroy the corpse of the Terror at all costs. Sunny threw a brief glance at Saint, commanding her to stay safe, and stepped through the shadows once more. A moment later, he emerged in the chaos of the vast hall where the Saints of the Sword Army had been ambushed by the daughters of Kisong. Just one look was enough to erase the smile from his face, replacing it with a somber expression. So many have died. The casualties suffered by the Sword Domain were appalling. He could only see 4 members of the conquest team still drawing breath: Roan, Heli, Jest, and the unfortunate Saint who had been wounded by Silent Stalker at the start of the fight. Riva Len was nowhere to be seen, and the rest of the Saints were now corpses, some of them damaged too terribly to be of use for the Raven Queen, some still moving. Silent Stalker was a bloody mess, barely clinging to life. Lonesome Howl and her one remaining reflection were engaged in a fierce brawl with Fiend, protecting her fragile human body from him. The corpse of the Great Terror, at least, seemed to have already been destroyed. Sunny did not know why Nephis had asked him to make getting rid of it a priority, but he was glad to know that the abominable creature did not pose any threat anymore. Revel had just coalesced from the flowing darkness, standing at the opposite end of the hall from him. She had dismissed her transcendent form and looked like a human once again, her pale face smeared with blood. Just as he caught sight of her, she shouted, "Back!" Immediately, the 2 great wolves leaped away. The reflection lingered for a moment before retreating to stall Fiend, while Lonesome Howl herself gently grabbed Silent Stalker in her teeth and dragged her toward Revel like a kitten. Sunny shaped a mass of wild shadows into an Odachi and prepared to defend the wounded Saints from the champions of song. Fiend! Come here! The infernal troll looked at the retreating wolves with regret, and then stepped through the shadows to stand by Sunnis' side. The 4 surviving saints were now behind them, looking relieved at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. They were in a sorry state. Even Sir Jest, who had escaped with relatively fewer wounds, was covered in blood. In fact, the only person in the vast hall whose armor wasn't covered in blood was Sunny himself. That was because it was rather hard to make him bleed. However, to those who did not know about that peculiar trait of his, it looked as if he had escaped the dreadful battle against Dark Dancer Revel entirely unscathed. His armor was breached and broken, though, making some of them question if there really was a human body underneath it. Sunny, meanwhile, was given pause by Sir Jest's transcendent form. Where had the amicable old man gone? Instead, a sinister abomination had taken his place, pure malice burning in its inhuman eyes. It had the body of a man and the legs of a goat, with 2 frightening horns growing from its disturbing, bestial head. The only word that could be used to describe it was demonic. Was he a satyr or a literal fiend from the depths of hell? Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Across from them were Revel, Lonesome Howl, Silent Stalker, the Reflection, and the remaining undead saints. The air seemed to crackle with tension, and none of the sides was in a hurry to make a move. It was then that a violent explosion shook the hall, and Nephis arrived from above in a rain of burning debris. At the same time, it felt as if Sunnis' vision was blurred for a moment. Suddenly, a delicate beauty with white hair and shimmering eyes, Moonveil, appeared near Revel, her face pale and smeared in blood. Accompanying her. He blinked. Accompanying the beautiful princess was a reflection of Nephis. The creature looked like her, and had the same presence as her, and yet, Sunny found the copy lacking. There was simply no way to mistake it for the real changing star, even if one was blind. The appearance of the reflection answered Sunnis' recent question, though, making him scowl behind the mask. No wonder. Now that he saw the copy of Nephis, he knew why she had told him to destroy the corpse of the Great Terror as fast as possible. Considering that the reflection was able to mirror her, it could not be a mere beast. Nephis had already reformed the soul core she had detonated to escape from the cursed tyrant, Condemnation, and was a transcendent titan once again. Therefore, the reflection had to be a titan as well. Either a transcendent one, or even supreme. Sunnis' eyes widened a little. That bastard. If the Great Terror remained whole, the damned creature might have been able to mirror it, instead. Then, they would have had to contend against that abomination in addition to the daughters of Kisong. Sadly, Sunny could only see the reflection of Nephis' mirrored soul cores, and with the mess of various potent auras clashing in the dark hall, he could not measure the power of the reflection accurately. It might have been hiding its power, as well. Can it really be supreme? What the hell could Mordred have done to nurture a supreme titan? How would he have even created one, considering that each reflection demanded a sacrifice of as many soul cores as a creature of its class was meant to possess? He had so many questions, and none of the possible answers promised anything good for the future. As Nephis softly landed on the ground, an eerie silence settled in the darkness of the devastated hall. A moment later, however, the darkness was chased away by soft light. The wounds on the bodies of Roan, Heli, and the saint slumped on Heli's back shone with white radiance and began to heal with startling speed. Almost at the same time, the reflection of Nephis laid its hands on Revel and Silent Stalker, healing them in turn. Great! Sunny sighed. It was an incredible boon to have a healer on one side. However, if the enemy had access to a healer as well, an already terrible battle could become a truly gruesome affair. That was precisely what seemed to be happening right now. Chapter 1903. Wide Sleeves. The Saints of the Sword Army had almost recovered from their wounds, all except Sir Jest, curiously enough. Sunny couldn't help but notice that Nephis was able to heal the rest from a distance, but that did not include the old man. On the other side, Revel and Silent Stalker were also close to being healed. At the same time, something that Sunny had assumed was a severely damaged statue of a fearsome gargoyle moved, revealing itself to be a living creature. The Saint of Sorrow. Even though they were enemies in this battle, Sunny was a little glad that Tamer's father had survived. For now, at least. Even though those who had been wounded most severely were now saved from the clutches of death by pure white flames, both sides were still in a sorry state. Most of them were exhausted, mentally shaken, and wary. More importantly, almost every participant of the battle had expended great amounts of essence in the furious fight. Funnily enough, Sunny was an exception, since he had been prevented from calling upon his aspect in the clash against Revel. In addition to that, he barely used any memories; those put a strain on one's essence, as well, especially with soul arsenals as powerful as those saints usually possessed. The more powerful a memory was, the more essence its enchantments consumed. Unlike the rest of the fighters, Sunny was fresh and could go on fighting with the same level of intensity for a long while. Nephis seemed flush with essence, as well. He did not know what she had faced prior to descending from above in a storm of flames, but it did not seem like she had used her aspect extensively. Apart from that, she was a transcendent titan. Her pool of essence was 7 times more voluminous than that of other saints, to begin with. Her lineage enhanced it even further. So, both of the most powerful champions on the side of the sword domain were in a good shape, which could not be said about the daughters of Kisong. Honestly, things weren't looking good for them. They had started the battle in a supremely advantageous position. Not only had they had the element of surprise on their side, immediately eliminating several opponents, but they had also been able to isolate and suppress the leaders of the conquest force. Now, however, these advantages were gone. Worse than that, several of Mordred's reflections had already been destroyed. The corpse of the Great Terror was also gone, and it would not be easy to counter Sunnis powers next to Nephis. Revel's own power was being suppressed now. We should be able to decimate them. Unless Lightslayer had more trump cards hidden up her sleeve, he did not see a way for her to salvage the situation. Judging by her somber expression, Revel had come to the same conclusion. She looked up at the burning ceiling of the vast hall and the vertical inferno left by Neph's descent from the upper floors of the Garden Temple. Then, Revel lowered her gaze and looked directly at Nephis. "Have you not come to conquer this citadel for the King of Swords, Changing Star?" Nephis lingered with the answer for a few moments. "So I have." Lightslayer smiled coldly. "Quite an interesting strategy, to unleash your flames in the heart of a wooden citadel. If I did not know better, I would have assumed that your aim is to destroy it instead." Sunny had to admit that there was some truth to her words. Smoke was already drifting into the vast hall from above, and the fire was spreading. The ancient castle had already sustained heavy damage from the furious forces unleashed by the clash of so many saints. In fact, it was a miracle that it was still standing. Sunny remembered the first transcendent battle he had witnessed. Back then, just 2 saints, Tiris and Cormac, had destroyed an entire island in their clash. The people who had left behind this beautiful stronghold were truly remarkable builders, it seemed. Nephis considered Revel's words for a moment or two. Then, her radiance dimmed, and she dismissed her transformation, turning back into a human. Miraculously, this time, her armor had survived. However, Sunny gritted his teeth when he saw it. There were no wounds on the body, but her blackened armor was terribly shredded, pierced in at least a dozen places, and on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks. She had suffered greatly in the battle against Moonveil, it seemed. His eyes flashed with murderous cold behind the cracked mask. "I'll kill them slowly." Whatever fatigue Sunny had felt disappeared, replaced by deadly intent. Standing beside him, Nephis stared at Revel impassively. "If it means denying the citadel to the Song domain, I just might go ahead and destroy it." "Why not?" A corner of her mouth curled upward slightly, and she added evenly, "Of course, I'll make sure to destroy you first." Revel's expression turned grim. She hesitated for a few moments, then uttered through gritted teeth, "You can try. You might even live long enough to enjoy the outcome. But what about your companions? Will they survive?" Sunny frowned, not sure why she was saying these things. Was Revel, perhaps, trying to negotiate a peaceful resolution instead of continuing the bloody battle? If so, she was extremely naive. There was no way that Nephis would surrender her claim on this citadel. She would indeed rather burn it to the ground, if that was the only choice. Which it wasn't, since the remains of the conquest force were poised to achieve victory. But Revel was definitely not naive, so she's buying time. Sunny cursed mentally and prepared to lunge forward. But it was already late. By that time, Moonveil had already finished whatever it was she had been secretly doing. She raised her hands and brought them together, forming a triangle with her thumbs and index fingers. A split second later, a drop of vibrant crimson blood suddenly materialized in the middle of the triangle. And Sunny's senses screamed at him that he was in dire danger. As it turned out, Revel did, in fact, have another trump card up her sleeve. Chapter 1904. Queen's Blood. However, Sunny still managed to recognize the drop of dark blood, and guess what it represented. He had seen something similar once, a long time ago. Back then, he and a group of survivors of the Battle of the Black Skull had been desperately trying to escape from the Skinwalker, lost in the white dunes of the Nightmare Desert. Sadly, the vessels of the Great Abomination still managed to catch up with them. Some of the survivors chose to split up, but most stayed together. It was then that Morgan summoned a swarm of flying swords. Now, Sunny knew that those were swords forged by her father. Seishan, meanwhile, had summoned a drop of blood almost identical to the one hovering in the air between Moonveil's fingers right now. Sunny had been running for his life, so he did not see what the eerie drop of blood actually accomplished. He just remembered a strange feeling of awe, and that the entire world was momentarily painted in shades of red when its vast and terrifying power was unleashed. He could make a conjecture, though. Considering that Anvil had bestowed the swords, conduits of his power, to Morgan before sending her to Antarctica, wasn't it reasonable to assume that Kisong had bestowed something to her daughter, as well? If so, then the drop of blood was a vessel of a sovereign's power. Which did not mean anything good for Sunny, Nephis, and the rest of the Saints of the Sword Domain. Damn it! It was already too late by the time Sunny realized that Revel was scheming something. The crimson drop swirled in the air, and then exploded into a tidal wave of red light. Sunny stumbled back, momentarily dazed by a crushing force of tyrannical presence. It was as if a cold, penetrating gaze of someone's vast and unfathomably powerful conscience brushed past him, making his very soul shiver in fear. The flood of crimson light rushed at them like a raging wave of blood, submerging the world in a red radiance. He tried to raise a wall of shadows in its path, but the ethereal light simply passed through it. A moment later, the wall crumbled, the shadows forming it destroyed. Nepha's figure ignited with a blinding radiance of her own. Her pure light seemed to hold the blood tide back for a few moments, but was then overpowered and painted red. Sunny steeled himself, knowing that he would have to withstand the power of a sovereign a heartbeat later. Just before the wave of ethereal blood reached them, though, a ghostly visage of interlocking shields shimmered in the air around the remnants of the conquest force, enveloping them like a dome. The flood of crimson light collided with it and parted, flowing past them on both sides. Looking back, Sunny saw the sorry figure of Saint Rivalen of Aegis Rose slumping against the wall near the gates of the citadel. The insufferable fool is alive, after all. He allowed himself to feel relieved for a short moment, then turned his attention back to the dire situation. From what Sunny could remember, the power Seishan had unleashed in the Nightmare Desert receded after a few moments. But then again, she had been a mere master back then. Perhaps a saint would be able to channel the power of a supreme better. He took a step closer to Nephis and commanded Fiend to move forward, shielding the group from the rush of red light. Sadly, Sunny was right. A few moments passed, and then a few more. The bloody radiance drowning the world did not dim. The force field created by Rivalen, however, seemed to be weakening. The ghostly shields had become invisible after manifesting for a second, but Sunny could practically hear them bending under the pressure, ready to succumb to it. The shield wall protecting them from the power of Kisong was slowly becoming covered by a net of cracks. Or maybe it was rusting, slowly dissolving into red dust. At best, I can escape by using Shadow Step. He could take Nephis with him. Maybe Roan as well, but Sunny had never carried several transcendent beings with him through the shadows. He wasn't sure that he would be able to save the rest. Meaning that he would have to leave at least some of the Saints of the Sword Army behind. Who would he abandon? Jest? Rivalen? Heli? Luckily, in the end, he did not have to make that choice. Eventually, after a dozen seconds or so, the red radiance enveloping the world finally dimmed. It dissipated slowly, and then disappeared altogether. The vast hall was plunged into dim darkness once again, illuminated by the orange glow of the burning ceiling and the light of several luminous memories. Sunny's eyes widened. The hall was empty. As Rivergate slumped on the floor and the other saints drew hoarse breaths, he looked around and then extended his shadow sense outward. He did not sense anything. Revel and her sisters were gone. So were the Saint of Sorrow and the Reflections. Even the transcendent corpses reanimated by the authority of Queen Song were nowhere to be seen. They have fled. The battle was over, ending just as unexpectedly as it had started. Sunny let out a sigh. He did not even know what kind of a sigh it was. Was it a sigh of relief or a sigh of disappointment? In any case, now that the battle was finished, they had to deal with its consequences before thinking about anything else. They're gone. Nephis did not respond immediately, looking up at the sea of flames raging above them. Her expression was somber. Sunny lingered for a moment. Can you put the fires out? She shook her head slowly. Perhaps. But the citadel is already damaged too severely, it's on the verge of breaking apart. By the time I suppress all the flames, it would have collapsed already. Sir Jest assumed his human form, thankfully, wiped the blood off his face, and said in a wry tone. Suffering a fire in the middle of a lake, inside a dried-up bone. How ironic. He looked around, as if searching for something, then asked. So, what do we do, my lady? Nephis walked over to where Rivergate was laying on the floor and kneeled beside him, placing her hands on his blooded body. It doesn't matter if the citadel collapses. We just need to preserve the gateway. As long as the gateway survives, the stronghold can be rebuilt around it. That was true. Of course, it depended entirely on how the spell had fashioned this particular gateway. There were some that existed in and of itself, like the altar of the Sanctuary of Noctis. However, there were also some that drew power from the structure around them, like the gateway in the Crimson Spire. They had no choice but to try, though. Otherwise, the entire expedition would be a complete failure. Grimacing as a soft white radiance enveloped her hands, Nephis looked at Sunny and said, "We must locate the gateway first." He nodded, and then stepped into the shadows to go find it. In truth, Sunny did not care that much about Anvil claiming another citadel in Godgrave. Now that the battle was over, his mind was preoccupied by other issues. Namely, all the revelations he had achieved while fighting Lightslayer, and all the boons he had received. Chapter 1905. Pyrrhic Victory. So, those levels were only situated below the ground level when the lake was full. Most of the time, they would actually be above the water, and so, there was another grand entrance situated lower than the vast hall where the ambush had taken place. Sunny found the gateway beneath a crystal dome situated not far from that entrance. He remained still for a few moments, bewildered by what he saw and felt there. There was a small grove growing behind the transparent walls of the dome. The walls were enveloped by scarlet vines from outside, however, there were perfectly normal plants growing inside. Emerald grass, ancient oaks, soft moss, and beautiful flowers blooming on the meadow hidden at the heart of the grove, where a small pond of pristine water stood still in the tranquil darkness. These were the first plants that had not been twisted by corruption that Sunny found in Godgrave, in all of Dream Realm, perhaps, apart from those brought here by the inhabitants of the waking world. More than that, he sensed something as he entered the crystal dome. A pure and unmistakable feeling of sacredness permeated the air here, as if the taint consuming the rest of this cursed region had never managed to find its way inside the crystal dome. The pond is the gateway. Sunny glanced at the calm water, realizing that he could not determine how deep it was. Then, he turned away with a shrug and stepped through the shadows back to where he had left Nephis and the other saints. Soon, all of them sought refuge in the grove. The citadel above them was burning and falling apart. Its walls were resilient enough to repel the incinerating flames summoned by Nephis, at least for a while. However, the castle had become overgrown by the scarlet infestation over the ages. The vines and trees piercing its structure were like kindling, helping the fire spread and destroy the ancient walls. It would reach these lower levels soon, as well. However, Nephis could protect at least one floor from being consumed by flames. The blooded saint sat silently on the grass, too tired and rattled to talk. Only Sir Jess seemed to be in a pleasant mood, but even he was keeping his mouth shut, concentrating on cleaning the cane he had picked up from the floor before leaving the ground level. One of them had to erase Revel's imprint on the citadel and replace it with their own. However, 6 of the 7 surviving saints already controlled a citadel of their own. Doing so would relinquish their authority over it. The person most suited for the job was the saint who had been wounded in the ambush, but he was currently unconscious. There were a few things they could do, but after discussing it shortly, the saints of the Sword Army had decided to simply wait for a while. Of course, Sunny could have taken the citadel too. After all, he had 7 incarnations and could play 7 tethers instead of 1, but that was not something he wanted the King of Swords to know. So, he just sat down and stared into the distance. There was a lot for him to think about. The battle, technically, they had won it. They had repelled the ambush and conquered the citadel, the gateway, at least, thus fulfilling the goal of the expedition force. Soon, the authority of the King of Swords would spread to central Godgrave, and his domain would stretch all the way from the clavicle plain to the breastbone reach. Even if Seishan and her 7th Legion managed to take the citadel in the west, the Song domain would still possess fewer citadels, control less territory, and be pressed to reach deeper into the hollows from their remote stronghold. The Sword Army had achieved a victory today. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Sunny sighed. Revel might have chosen to retreat, but that was in part due to the fact that withdrawing was still a good outcome for the forces of Song. Yes, they had lost the citadel, but in the process, their enemy had suffered a debilitating loss, as well. 7 saints of the Sword domain were dead. Silent Stalker had reaped more lives than anyone else, killing 3 transcendent champions of the Sword Army. Lonesome Howl and her reflections were just behind her, with 2 kills between the 3 of them. Moonveil had killed 1, and the last fallen saint was brought down by the risen dead. Revel did not kill anyone herself, but she had orchestrated the entire battle. In exchange, the Song Army only lost 3 of Mordred's reflections. Their destruction was not an insignificant loss, but it was not comparable to the casualties suffered by Neph's team. The Sword Army had already been at a disadvantage due to having fewer saints in its ranks. With the loss of these 7 champions, the gap in the number of transcendents between Vela and Song was bound to become a dire influence on all future battles. So, none of the factual victors was in a good mood. Hidden behind the mask, Sunny threw a secretive glance at Nephis. She had already finished healing Sir Jest. Sunny's own wounds had been tended to, as well. Now, she was sitting on the shore of the pond, looking at the water with her usual detached expression. She was in a tough situation. As the commander of the expedition, Nephis was responsible for the deaths of her people. Each and every loss must have weighed heavy on her soul. Sunny knew all too well the agony of failing those who had entrusted their lives to you. Many soldiers had perished to help them reach the citadel, and now, 7 saints were dead, each a singular talent and a trusted comrade. Nephis had more experience of being a leader than he had, and she had ordered many more people to their deaths. However, one never grew accustomed to such things. Well, actually, maybe that statement was wrong. Anvil and Kisong seemed to have built quite a tolerance to sacrificing human lives for their goals, and there should have been plenty of others like them. But Nephis had not. So, she was most likely hurting right now. On the other hand, while she was leading these warriors, she was also plotting against their king. In a sense, she was an outsider among them, a traitor, even. She only cared about who ended up in control of the citadel as far as needing the 2 sovereigns to weaken each other was concerned. It must have been a difficult situation to navigate, both morally and emotionally. Added to that was the fact that her capacity for emotions and morality, for humanity itself, was currently somewhat washed away by the immolating flames of her aspect. Sunny wanted to talk to her, but they could hardly exchange an honest word while surrounded by the rest of the saints. After a while, the members of the conquest party regained some level of composure, or maybe simply grew bored with silence. They started to talk, sharing the information about the battle with each other. Sunny listened for a while, learning about what Moonveil and Lonesome Howl were capable of. He briefly shared his own experience fighting Revel, as well, which earned him a heavy look from Nephis. After that, he couldn't wait anymore. The fire was already spreading to this floor, and the world had quaked terribly some time ago, signifying that the upper levels of the citadel collapsed. Since Nephis was going to be busy preventing the flames from damaging the crystal dome, Sunny announced that he would check the situation above and dissolved into shadows. He was going to check on Saint. Chapter 1906. Dark Armor. Even a saint could have been burned to death or smothered inside the billowing cloud of black smoke. However, Sunny was more or less fine due to the onyx mantle. It might not have been comfortable, but he could explore the burning ruins freely. It did not take him much time to find Saint. She was quite conspicuous, out there amidst the blazing debris. There was an area consumed by impenetrable darkness, its confines silent and tranquil. His shadow was inside. He couldn't quite see her, of course, but felt her presence, as well as that of his shadows. Sunny hesitated at the edge of the sphere of true darkness for a few moments. That's new. Saint had carried a bit of elemental darkness within her heart, true. But she had never been able to summon it in this manner. She could only use it to manifest a weapon or code to memory. It seemed that killing the reflection had filled the reservoir of the heart of darkness to the brim, allowing her powers to evolve. From the look of it, Saint had gained an ability similar to what Revel was capable of. Now, she could cover an entire area with her darkness. The area was not quite as vast as that of Revel, but that did not matter. Sunny smiled. What mattered was the synergy between this power and Saint's mantle of darkness ability. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed. Now that Saint could freely unleash elemental darkness, she could be surrounded by it at all times. Which meant that she would almost always be able to receive the full boon of the mantle of darkness. There was more to it, as well. Although Sunny was not sure how to help Saint evolve, he felt that this new power of hers could very well be the first step to becoming a tyrant. After all, tyrants were beings who exerted their authority on the world, much like the sovereigns did, albeit in a different manner. Most tyrants controlled either a territory or an army of minions, usually both at the same time. And being able to drown an area in elemental darkness was very close to gaining control over it. Isn't it? Sunny walked forward and at the same time took control of one of the incarnations wrapped around Saint's body. Otherwise, he would have been blinded by his own shadow's power, which would be quite embarrassing. Now that he was not consumed by the urgency of battle, Sunny felt stunned by how strange and miraculous the feeling of fusing with another creature was all over again. He was dazed for a few moments, taking in the complex, alien sensation of being one with Saint's body. He also felt relieved, noticing that her terrible wounds were healing. She had spent all that time nestled in the embrace of her own summoned darkness, after all, being nourished and nurtured by it. Then, a loud sound distracted him. It was the sound of a battered onyx breastplate being dropped on the ground. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Then, he blinked a few more times. No, wait. What? Saint seemed to be removing her armor. There was no mistake. He was looking at the world through her eyes. After all, the graceful stone knight was standing in the darkness, methodically taking off her shattered armor. She was already all but free of it, with only a few pieces remaining. Sunny had caught glimpses of Saint's face and skin before, but he had never seen her out of the intricate suit of fearsome armor. It was quite a shock. Saint was wearing simple garments beneath the onyx plate, much like any knight would. Her figure was alluringly flawless, fitting her inhumanly beautiful face. Her skin was the same color as the onyx armor, making it seem as if she was made of stone. However, she was not. Although Saint's body looked like it was cut from stone and had many properties of stone, it was merely stone-like. Now that Sunny could sense it, he realized more clearly than ever that she was a being of flesh and blood, well, at least of flesh and dust. And seeing her like this, Sunny couldn't help but remember the beautiful statue of Storm God he had seen in the shrine of the Ebony Tower once. It was quite clear who Nether had used as inspiration when creating the stone saints, at least in terms of appearance. Saint, meanwhile, spared him an indifferent look and continued removing her armor. Her greaves and vambraces fell to the ground, leaving her entirely defenseless. Sunny remembered that he had not come here to stare just then. But why is she taking off the armor instead of restoring it? His answer came a moment later. Saint knelt beside the broken armor and stared at it for a while. It almost seemed as if there was a hint of an unknown, somber emotion in her ruby eyes. Then she raised a hand and brought her fist down. The adamantine onyx shattered like glass, and was then absorbed into her body, just like the memories she used to consume had been before. Suddenly, the crimson flames burning in her eyes grew deeper, and Saint seemed to become stronger. Standing up with a prideful expression, she straightened her back. A moment later, her beautiful figure was enveloped by flowing darkness, and that darkness solidified, encasing the body of the taciturn shadow in an impenetrable carapace of intricate onyx armor. Pristine and new. Sunny remained motionless. I'll be damned. Saint had just manifested her own onyx mantle, it seemed. Chapter 1907. Negative quality. That was because Sunny only saw the world through Saint's eyes, and she was looking at him, not herself. How frustrating. This must have been what Cassie felt when conversing with someone in private. The confusion was only made worse by the fact that Sunny did not only share Saint's vision, he shared all of her senses, just like Cassie shared all the senses of those marked by her ascended ability. Of course, it was much easier for him to get accustomed to such a strange way of perceiving the world, since he had already been sharing his consciousness across many incarnations. The quantity of perspectives was not a problem for Sunny, it was just that their quality dazed him. His avatars were identical copies of his own body, after all, while Saint was very different from him. At least he was already used to her stone-like nature after years spent together. Or so he had thought. As it turned out, his shadow was not done surprising him today. The ability to summon a pool of elemental darkness and manifest a suit of armor was not the full extent of what she had gained by slaying Revel's reflection. There was some distance between Sunny and Saint, still. The debris was charred and highly unstable, making it hard for her to move. After all, she was close to 3 meters in height and weighed a literal ton. A few of them, actually. So, the debris could very well fail to support her weight. Which was why Saint did not walk. Instead, she simply turned into a torrent of darkness and traveled all the way to where Sunny was standing in a heartbeat. It was not quite as instantaneous as moving between shadows with shadow step, but still quite fast. The sensation of becoming a stream of darkness was also very different from what Sunny usually felt when traveling through shadows, in many ways that he found hard to describe, but mainly because of how hollow it felt to be one with the darkness. He did not feel embraced by the flow of elemental darkness. Instead, it was a cold and unfathomable thing, too alien and indifferent to be welcoming. Even being a part of it, Sunny felt nothing but profound solitude. A moment later, Saint was towering above him, standing only a few meters of scorched wooden debris away. The ground shook precariously, and the blackened wood creaked, as if ready to crumble into embers and ash. Oh! Of course, neither Saint nor Sunny would be seriously hurt if they fell beneath the upper layer of the wreckage. They would not be burned in the infernal depths of the smoldering ruin either. Still, he would have liked to avoid becoming smeared from head to toe in soot. Before Sunny could do anything, though, something about Saint changed subtly. And then, not so subtly. He opened his eyes wide. Did she just? She had. Saint had effortlessly changed the weight of her stone-like body, making it as light as a feather. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Feather of Truth. It was the same ability he possessed, granted by the onyx shell. Saint had not been able to adjust her mass while wearing her original armor, but now that it had become a part of her personal darkness, she could. The effect was more or less the same, but the process was different. Sunny had only vaguely felt it, but it was as if she had not simply changed her mass. Instead, it was as if a negative quality was added to it, thus reducing the weight. Where had that negativity come from? He did not know. Then again, he did not know how the feather of truth worked, either. Perhaps he had always done the same thing without realizing it. In any case, Sunny was quite pleased with the fact that Saint could change her weight at will now. Naturally, an ability like that was an incredible boon in combat. He had woven it so deeply into his own battle art that fighting any other way seemed clumsy and ineffectual now. However, it was also quite useful outside of combat, since Saint's great weight often presented a problem in mundane situations. Like walking on fragile floors, traveling by boat, or swimming. Considering how often Sunny found himself inexplicably thrown into large bodies of water, that alone was an invaluable boon. Saint stared at him from above for a bit. Then, she stared at him some more. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, like always. However, this time, Sunny had a completely different reaction to it. He shifted from one leg to another, trying not to take offense. No, but am I really this tiny? Since he was looking through Saint's eyes right now, he was staring at himself from her great height. From that perspective, Sunny indeed looked like a little toy. Was that how Saint always saw him? He ground his teeth, missing the days when she was a mere monster and of the same height as him. Fiend had started out as a scrawny gremlin as well, but now, that gluttonous idiot was 5 meters tall. Sunny did not even want to imagine what he looked like from Fiend's perspective. He might be huge, but he's still an annoying imp inside. In fact, I should start calling him imp again, just so that the overgrown bastard does not get a big head. Saint, meanwhile, tilted her head a little. Then, he felt her body turning into a torrent of darkness once again. But it did not rush anywhere. Instead, it shrank in size and then solidified back into the figure of the graceful knight. Only now, she was smaller. Suddenly, Sunny was looking at himself from a new perspective, one level with his own eyes. Who? He remained motionless for a moment. Who? So Saint had not just gained the ability to reduce her weight. She had also gained the ability to reduce her size, and used it to return to her original modest stature. Which was great news for Sunny. Simply wonderful news. He smiled behind the mask. That's much better. But as soon as he was done talking, Saint raised her chin slightly, and changed her size once more. This time, she made it so that she was a full head taller than Sunny. He froze. Nodding with a hint of satisfaction, Saint looked down at him, and then headed away. Sunny remained motionless, absolutely dumbfounded by the outrageous sequence of events. He only managed to regain his composure a few seconds later. What the hell? Where is she even going? There's nowhere to go. Chapter 1908. Contemplating Mortality. Saint seemed to have gained several new powers. One was to summon a pool of elemental darkness, one was to turn into a torrent of it, one was to manifest a suit of armor, and the last two had to do with reducing her weight and size. However, Sunny was not sure if these were truly new attributes and abilities, or simply evolutions of those she had already possessed. The suit of armor forged from pure darkness, for example, was a logical extension of her Blade of Darkness ability. The power to summon a flood of elemental darkness might have been simply the result of her Heart of Darkness growing stronger. Sunny was not sure. More than that, he did not even know if these new powers Saint had shown him were the full extent of her change. Neither did he know how many shadow fragments she had received after absorbing her old suit of onyx armor. She definitely seemed stronger. Her presence had grown deeper, the cold crimson flames burning in her eyes had become fiercer. Even though Saint had not evolved to a new class, it felt as if she was much closer to becoming a tyrant now. The problem was that Sunny had no way of knowing the details of what had changed about her. His handy bracelet imitated the shimmering runes, but what they read came from Sunny's own head, not the omniscient reservoir of knowledge that the spell possessed. So, there was only one way for him to fully understand Saint's new powers. It was to ask Cassie to take a good look at her. However, doing that was a problem in and of itself. That was because Sunny had been unable to contact Cassie from the moment Revel and her sisters ambushed the Saints of the Sword Domain, or maybe even from before that, since he had not spoken to her for some time prior to the ambush. As soon as Sunny discovered that he could not hear Cassie, his incarnation in the war camp of the Sword Army had been searching for her. But Master Sunless did not manage to find the blind Seer yet. Looking at the subterranean lake through the smoke, Sunny sighed. I wonder what she's up to. The smoke was irritating, so Sunny turned into a shadow and glided to the edges of the smoldering ruin, where the air was cleaner. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the water. The dim darkness of the hollows was illuminated by the orange glow of the towering pyre, and dancing flames reflected on the surface of the lake. It was quiet and pretty, a soothing scene after the violent fury of the recent battle. Looking at it, Sunny felt that an emotion he had been suppressing ever since the Daughters of Kisong retreated finally broke free. A tide of dark, terrifying fury escaped from its cage and flooded his heart. Black Moon. Princess Moonveil, or whatever her name was, had almost killed Nephis today. While Sunny was having fun learning new things and testing his limits against Revel, Neph had been bleeding somewhere far above, alone and robbed of her powers. He couldn't quite make sense of it all. Nephis was Nephis. Her public image was that of a larger-than-life heroine, and although Sunny knew that it had been meticulously crafted by the government and Cassie, he still couldn't help but forget that she was a mere mortal, sometimes. She had accomplished the impossible too many times, just like he had, and had overcome impossible odds on too many occasions. In addition to that, her aspect made her nearly immortal. So, Sunny did not often contemplate the possibility that Nephis would be killed. Even when imagining how he himself would fight someone with powers similar to hers, he never thought about slaying them. That would be just a senseless waste of time and energy. Instead, he carefully considered how he would restrain the opponent and render them helpless, which was the optimal way of defeating such a foe. But today, that subconscious bias of his had been shattered. Each aspect was unique, and there were all kinds of them out there. Even such an insidious power as the ability to nullify all other powers existed, wielded by one of the princesses of the Song Domain. And Moonveil had used that power of hers against Nephis. Sunny did not even know how close he had come to losing her, and he was not all right with that fact. His hands turned into fists without him noticing. For a moment, Sunny contemplated using his incarnation in the camp of the Song Army to go on a slaughter. He was currently not too far from Seishan and Deathsinger. Maybe killing them would be enough punishment for Clan Song, who had dared to lay a hand on Nephis. If not, it could at least make him feel better. However, he quickly discarded that idea. Not only would it put Rain in danger, but he couldn't really kill Saints for personal reasons. Perhaps playing a Vela soldier had gotten into his head a little. For a moment, Sunny forgot that the great Clan Song was not his enemy. Its queen was, as well as the King of Swords. Everyone else was a precious resource that could not be wasted. With every saint that perished in the senseless war between the two domains, the future of humanity was being compromised. Every powerful awakened that died in Godgrave would not be able to save countless lives in the dire, inevitable future. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Most of all, that impulse of his was childish. He was letting his emotions get the best of him. He was being foolish. Of course, Nephis could die. No matter how impossible it seemed, she could be killed just like the rest of them. He had always understood that logically, but understanding and acceptance were two different things. Sunny could be killed despite his miraculous tenacity, as well. Or worse, captured alive. Remembering the dark mirror cell where Mordred had been kept for many years made him shudder. That was not something he wished for himself. Or for Nephis. Just as he thought about her, the weak flames around him were suddenly extinguished, and she emerged from the smoke, shielding her face with a hand. There you are. Sunny studied her for a while, as if making sure that she was really alive, and then smiled faintly behind the mask. Yes. Here I am. Chapter 1909. Feel alive. Her voice sounded a little raspy, but mostly just as it always did. He has regained consciousness and is binding the gateway now. Revel's imprint is strong, so it will take some time, 10 minutes, at least. Maybe half an hour. She sighed. Some of us will have to return to the waking world after that, to bring back the initial reinforcements. You know what happens next. Sunny did know. Once the gateway was bound by a Saint of the Sword army, Anvil's domain would manifest in the hollows. The King of Swords would probably arrive at the ruined citadel himself, and the war would finally spill beneath the surface of the ancient bones. The subjugation of the hollows was bound to be an affair both spectacular and harrowing. Considering how powerful the predators of the ancient jungle were, the king would have to lead the conquest personally, at least for a while. By the time the immediate area around the lake was conquered by the Sword Army, both sides would have prominently established themselves in Godgrave. The first stage of the war would be complete, and the two armies would start clashing in large-scale battles, clamoring for control. Control over the surface, control over the hollows, control over the paths to the remaining two citadels. Everything that had happened before was merely a prelude, and the true bloodshed would begin now. Well, there were 10 more minutes before that happened, at least. Nephis sighed and looked down at her blackened, shredded armor. Then, she dismissed it and summoned a soft white tunic instead. Her voice sounded a little gloomy. You know, I think I am going to give up on wearing armor altogether. What is the point if it only ends up being destroyed? Or worse, a burden. Especially these suits of full plate that Knights of Valor prefer. In the last battle, the left elbow joint was bent almost immediately. I had to struggle every time I needed to bend my arm. A faint smile appeared on her face. I think it will be great, less burden, more mobility, wider field of view. Not to mention the heat, everyone still cooking inside a steel armor will be green with envy looking at my well-ventilated self. Sunny gave her a long stare, not at all happy at the thought of people staring at Nepha's well-ventilated body. And unhappy for another reason, too. If it wasn't for your armor, it would have been your arm being cut instead of an elbow joint being bent. Nephis shrugged nonchalantly. I can heal my arm. I can't repair a broken piece of armor. He frowned. Only, this time, you couldn't. She did not respond, looking at the water with a hint of wistfulness in her gaze. After a while, Sunny sighed. The facade of arrogant coldness the Lord of Shadows usually wore slipped a little, and he said in a more humane tone. It must have been hard, fighting against an overwhelming enemy without your powers. I had my shadows with me, at least. You were alone. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. Actually, it was nice. Her gaze grew distant. I almost forgot what it felt like to hold a sword without the promise of pain. I loved swordsmanship once, you know? That is because I don't have many memories of my father, and in those that I do, he is teaching me how to hold a sword. So, even after he was gone, training made me feel a connection to him. She looked at the water. But I don't love it anymore. Wielding a sword has become simply something that I do, because it is one of the tools at my disposal, the sharpest of them, perhaps. In fact, I don't know if there's anything left that I love. Sunny remained silent, but his face fell a little behind the mask. Ouch! He knew that Neph's feelings for him were more shallow than his feelings for her were. After all, from her perspective, they had only known each other for a few months. But it still wasn't very pleasant to hear his supposed girlfriend say something like that. Oblivious to his bitterness, Nephis sighed. Sometimes I wonder what my grandmother would have thought if she saw me now. Would she have been proud? Or heartbroken? Is this what she wanted for me? Probably not. I doubt it. Sunny sat beside her, then turned and looked at her through the dark chasms of his mask's eyes. His voice sounded a little hesitant. From what I know, she would have been happy that you are alive. She would say, "Good job staying alive, my dear." Well, or something like that. In any case, you are your own person. Your grandmother could not know the burden you carry and the scars that remain on your heart. She could not understand the choices you make, or why you make them. No one is better qualified to know these things than you are, so no one has the right to critique your decisions. Don't worry about it. Gods knew, the same held true for Sunny. Both of his parents had been menial workers. He doubted that they would have had a lot of insight into the life of a saint, let alone one as exceptional as Sunny was. Their mundane lives had been far away from the matters of gods, diamonds, supreme tyrants, and world-ending wars. But they would have been happy to know that both he and Rain were alive and healthy. That they were forging their own path in life, despite how hard and unforgiving the world was. That they had not been bent and misshapen by its cold cruelty. Nephis looked at him, remained silent for a few moments, and said evenly, "Your mask has a crack in it." Sunny blinked. Right. It had cracked during the battle against Revel. The enchantment still functioned, but with Anvil potentially arriving in a matter of minutes, it was better to dismiss, "Definitely not me," and don the real deal. He sighed and dismissed the damaged memory, summoning Weaver's mask instead. However, soon after the first mask dissolved into nothingness and before the second one manifested itself into reality, Nephis suddenly placed a hand on the back of Sunnis' neck, pulled him closer, and kissed him. He froze for a moment, then hurriedly dismissed the manifesting divine memory and responded to her passionate kiss. The softness of her lips, the heat of her skin, were intoxicating. They quenched a thirst that he had not known he was suffering from, and at the same time ignited a fire within him that was much more scorching than the flames devouring the ruins of the fallen citadel around them. Dazed and enraptured, Sunny quietly cursed the onyx mantle for preventing him from feeling the warm, supple fullness of her embrace. Their fervent kiss lasted for a long time. Nephis only drew away when both of them were on the verge of running out of air. Breathing heavily, they remained silent for a few moments. Sunny touched his lips, blinked a couple of times, then asked in an unexpectedly shy tone, What was that for?" She turned away with a slight smile and shrugged. I thought I would die, for a few moments back there. So, I suddenly wanted to feel alive." He remained silent for a bit. "So, do you feel alive now?" Nephis considered his question seriously, then looked at him with a solemn expression. "I'd say I'm about halfway revived." His eyes glistened. Before too long, both of them felt an imperceptible shift in the air. It was as if an invisible, but palpable presence settled over the area, changing it subtly, at the same time, irrevocably. Making it colder, sharper, and heavier with solid intent. The sword domain had descended into the hollows. Chapter 1910. Rivergate. It was both a dam and a lock. The highest wall held back the powerful current. Each step below it was separated by a vast chamber with towering gates, which could be filled with or drained of water with the help of ancient enchantments. A ship traveling to or from the storm sea could descend from the cliffs or scale them due to the ancient system of locks, never leaving the river. At the same time, nothing could swim further upstream without destroying the citadel, and even then, the assailant would have to crawl out of the water and travel by land with the locks destroyed. There was almost a kilometer of vertical distance between the highest point of Rivergate and its lowest point. Each descending wall was incredibly tall and thick, built of monolithic stone, with battlements constructed on top of it. Fearsome siege weapons stood on the battlements, some of them enchanted with ancient sorcery, some built by the forge masters of Clan Vela. Hundreds of awakened crowded the walls, led by a dozen masters. 7 saints were standing on the highest of the fortress walls, looking down with somber expressions. They were Morgan, the Princess of War, and 6 champions whose help she had enlisted, or coerced. At this point, there was little difference. 3 of the 6 saints had belonged to the House of Night once, Saint Neve, Saint Bloodwave, and Saint Ether. The other 3 were with the government, Nightsinger, War Beast, and Soul Reaper Jet. At that moment, Neve was talking to War Beast, Saint Athena, raised by wolves. "So you encountered that fiend before?" She gave him a long look, then smiled wryly. "We even killed him before." Neve turned to a startlingly beautiful man with auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes, a stunned expression on his face. "Saint Nightingale, is this true?" Saint Kai shifted uncomfortably. "Not exactly. What we killed was not that fiend, rather, it was a corrupted version of his transcendent self conjured by the nightmare. Even then, none of us 3 dare claim any credit. He was eradicated by Lady Changing Star." He sighed. Still, we know more about what he's capable of than anyone else. That should be of some help. Neve looked down, then cast a dark gaze south. At least we know that he can be killed, then. Less than a day had passed since Mordred of nowhere, really, had landed on the shore of the Sword Domain. The Six Saints Morgan had recruited barely had any time to talk while being brought to Rivergate by her. The journey from Bastion to here had been swift due to the fact that there were 3 transcendent champions of the House of Night with them. Morgan herself had not said much to them, spending most of the journey thinking about her task with a dark expression on her face. She had, however, given each of the 6 Saints an amulet in the shape of an anvil pierced by a sword, all except Nightingale, who already possessed one. Her expression had been solemn while entrusting her companions with the steel charms. At the moment, there are only 7 of these in existence. Now, 6 of them are here. I spoiled quite a few relationships to take them away from the previous owners. So, treasure them well. Never part with the amulet, and don't allow that man to take it away from you. Unless you want to become one of his vessels. Saint Neve studied the amulet with a mournful expression. After a while, he asked, "Don't you have one for yourself, Lady Morgan?" She shook her head. The 7th had been lost in Antarctica and never recovered. My uncle wore it. Of course, Clan Vela possesses other means of defense against that man, but none are quite as easily transportable. In any case, don't worry. I'll be fine. Hearing her words, Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. Oh? How so? Morgan answered her with a sharp smile. Well, if he does enter my soul, I'll just have to kill him there, won't I? Like my dear sister did, in the nightmare. She had been preparing to fight her brother again for 4 years. Morgan doubted that he would actually dare challenge her to a soul duel, but if he did, both of them would not survive the battle, this time. Morgan almost hoped that he would. In fact, the amulets were a bad solution to their predicament. That was because, from everything her family had learned about that man, the only way to kill him was to destroy his true reflection during a soul duel, even that had only been learned from Changing Star's report on the events of her 3rd nightmare. So, by donning the amulets, her champions were rejecting the only method of defeating the enemy. But little could be done about that. Leaving them defenseless was too great of a risk. She absolutely could not allow her brother to take more saints, because he would be able to conquer more citadels by wearing their bodies. And losing more citadels to the Song Domain was not an option. She sighed. How long before he comes? It was Saint Bloodwave, with his deep voice, who had asked the question. Morgan lingered for a moment. He has already come. He's just hiding and observing us, for the time being. Her words seemed to unsettle the 6 Saints, or rather, 5 of them. Soul Reaper remained relaxed and aloof, leaning on her ghostly war scythe as she lazily studied the ancient walls of Rivergate. Raised by Wolves shifted from one leg to another and then looked at Morgan with a smile. You know what they usually do in such situations in heroic novels, don't you? Morgan couldn't help but admit that she was continuously perplexed by that woman. She blinked a couple of times, trying to remember if she had even read a heroic novel in her life. Surely not. Can't say that I do, Saint Athena. The tall woman, beautiful as a statue of the goddess of war that had come alive, grinned. Well, the resourceful type of hero always blows up a dam and drowns an army of 10,000 men, achieving an impossible victory and proving their strategic genius. You're the strategist, so we aren't going to blow up Rivergate, are we? Oh, and call me Effie. Morgan stared at her for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No, we are not going to blow up Rivergate. Why would I try drowning an enemy whose vessels are all saints from the House of Night? That doesn't make any sense. Raised by wolves. Effie nodded knowingly. A good decision. You really are a genius. Chapter 1911. Untamed Chaos. Of course, the best of them were in Godgrave now, and the guest who had come from the sea this time was a much more dreadful creature than the abominable dwellers of the depths. She winced. The river passed the series of great locks and flowed south, disappearing beyond the horizon. The storm sea was somewhere out there, as well, a few days away. In truth, Morgan did not need to destroy Rivergate, because it was already doomed. The warriors crowding the walls of the fortress did not know it, and the 6 saints she had recruited did not know it either. But in truth, there was no way to stop her brother here. He would destroy Rivergate himself, everything except for the gateway, and unleash the caged river, washing away all signs of the destructive battle. The warriors would die. The civilians living in the young city that had grown upstream of Rivergate would most likely become collateral damage in the transcendent clash. Morgan's goal here was not to save the ancestral home of Clan Dagonet, but to get a measure of the enemy's strength, and hopefully destroy a couple of his transcendent vessels. Still, fighting a losing battle did not feel pleasant. Morgan had inherited the lineage of war god, and so, she was often called the Princess of War. She had been fighting against nightmare creatures since before she was an awakened. In fact, Morgan had barely finished middle school when she was sent into an arena to face a dormant beast for the first time. Her first nightmare had been a ruthless one, and she had undergone the trial of the winter solstice like any ordinary sleeper would. As an awakened, she led countless warriors into battles to protect the lands controlled by her father, as well as various cities in the waking world. She had conquered the second nightmare without losing a single member of her cohort, and excelled in every duty entrusted to her as a master. Until Antarctica. In the 4 years since, Morgan's renown had only grown. She had challenged the third nightmare alone, attained transcendence, and took her rightful place as the general of the Valar army. Changing Star might have shone brighter on the battlefield, but it was Morgan who governed the powerful war machine of the Sword Domain, making sure that the blossoming kingdom suffered no setbacks. Today, many people called her a genius strategist. Of course, most of those people had no idea about what that word really meant. In truth, there was no strategy to a war of awakened. There was only chaos. On a battlefield where saints and devils fought, chaos reigned supreme. There were too many strange aspects, too many bizarre powers, too many inconceivable variables. Most lessons taught by the history of warfare went out of the window, leaving only mayhem and carnage in their wake. So, the only thing a strategist could do was reign in the chaos, tame it, and make it serve their goals. Take Rivergate, for example. It was a mighty fortress, one that should have been nearly impregnable for any enemy coming from the south. But what did it matter if the enemy possessed the ability to connect two reflections through his small, personal mirror realm and travel between them, bringing his army along? The warriors on the walls were preparing to repel an attack from the south, the siege weapons were aimed downstream, and even Morgan herself was looking there. But her brother could easily attack from the north, taking the city behind the fortress hostage first. In fact, he could just bypass Rivergate entirely and go directly to Bastion. Only he wouldn't. Because Morgan was here, taming the chaos. Mordred's goal was Bastion, but he did not know what traps his father and Clan Valar had set up for him there. So, he would not attack it recklessly. Conquering the great citadel was a time-consuming affair. And if he left Morgan behind to advance north, she would simply go south and take the Night Garden instead. That was also the reason why Mordred could not spread his vessels thin and attack the cities of the Sword Domain situated further inland. Not only would he have to surrender the citadels of the Storm Sea to place new tethers, but the former great citadel of the House of Night would be left defenseless. Of course, Morgan was sure that her brother actually wanted her to attack Night Garden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run it ashore, turning it into an almost irresistible bait. Who knew what kind of trap he had prepared for her there? After all, Mordred, that thing pretending to be her brother, was an heir of war, as well, no matter how much her father wanted to deny it. Mordred knew how to tame chaos, too. Between the two of them, the one who could do it better would survive, and the other one would die. Funny. Morgan smiled, enjoying the warm breeze. She did not really have memories of her brother from early childhood. He had already been gone by the time she grew old enough to remember anything. Morgan's mother had died giving birth to her, and her father was a distant presence at best. He was more of a teacher than a parent, full of demanding expectation, but devoid of warmth. She was mostly raised by the elders of Clan Valar. But there was a distance between her and the members of branch families, as well as the children from the vassal clans. Growing up, the closest thing she had to friends her age were the daughters of Kisong, who were now her enemies, funnily enough. Still, it had not been an unhappy childhood. Until the brother she did not remember returned. Morgan had been 10 or 11 when he showed up in Bastion, having already conquered the first nightmare. She was happy at first, but then, she quickly learned that there was something wrong about the eerie boy who called himself Mordred. Mordred had taught her what fear was, all the way back then. And now, standing on the wall of Rivergate, Morgan felt it again. She hated to admit it, but she was a little afraid. An amused smile appeared on her face. How refreshing. It was such a nostalgic emotion. She had not felt it in a long, long while. Turning to her 6 transcendent companions, Morgan lingered for a moment, and then said, "What are you waiting for? Get to business." Nightingale gave her a confused look. Even his confusion looked elegant and dashing. He was so annoying. "What business?" Morgan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Command the soldiers to retreat, get them off the walls, start evacuating the city. Put everyone on boats and send them up the river, to Bastion. Rivergate might have been doomed, but that did not mean that everyone here had to die or become a hostage to the Prince of Nothing." Even though there was some strategic value in using the garrison as cannon fodder to stall his vessels, Morgan decided to forego the most rational path this one time. She shook her head. "Stop staring and start moving. Go. I want the city to be empty by evening." Chapter 1912. Self-reflection. The warriors defending the fortress were reluctant to leave their post, but they did not dare to disobey her. The members of the Dagonet clan were even more reluctant to abandon their citadel without a battle, but Morgan persuaded them without too much trouble. They were mostly non-combatants anyway. The true strength of the clan was far north, fighting in Godgrave. The rest knew that they would be of no real help in the clash against the banished Prince of Valor. By the time the sun started to roll toward the horizon, Rivergate had grown eerily quiet. Now, only the 7 saints remained in the ancient fortress, calmly preparing for battle. The saints from the House of Night were grim and full of murderous desire for vengeance. The 3 government saints were strangely nonchalant. Or maybe not so strangely. 2 of them were survivors of the Forgotten Shore. After all, while the 3rd was Soul Reaper Jet, Morgan wasn't even sure if it was possible for them to lose composure. Like Nephis. Morgan briefly contemplated destroying the gateway of Rivergate, but then discarded that idea. It would not mean much for the war, anyway, not in the long run, at least. The infrastructure of the Sword Domain would suffer greatly, though, and it would be hard to rebuild after the war was over. If there would be anyone left to rebuild, that was death. Death. Morgan stared at the annoying crow that seemed to always follow Soul Reaper around with displeasure. She scowled slightly. "What are you saying, stupid bird?" The crow stared back at her, then fluttered its wings in the air. "Bird! Bird!" Morgan sighed and shook her head. What was she doing talking to an echo? Finally, their preparations were complete. She threw one last glance at the river, which shone beautifully in the radiance of a blazing sunset, and took a canteen of water off her belt. Opening the lid, Morgan took a sip of water, then poured the rest on the paved surface of the rampart. For a moment, she could see her reflection in the puddle, surrounded by the reflections of the 6 saints. Then, her reflection smiled. And spoke. "It has been a while, my dear sister." None of the saints reeled back, but those of them from the House of Night visibly paled. Even Saint Ether, who used to be the ideal of composure and decorum in the past, seemed unnerved. Morgan nodded somberly, not paying the young man any attention. "Indeed. The last time I saw you, was it when you failed to kill me and ran away to save your sorry skin? And right after giving the big speech about how uncompromising your desire to see me dead was, no less. That must have been quite embarrassing for you." Her reflection laughed. "Ah, what a sweet memory. You floundering in the dirt, too weak to stand up. I truly cherish it a lot." Morgan gritted her teeth, the familiar feeling of shame cutting her like a blade. Mordred had taught her what shame was as well. Her reflection, meanwhile, pretended to look around. I see you've evacuated the town. How very unlike you, my dear sister. I would have rather expected you to string every man and woman living there on the fortress walls to serve as padding. That would be more in line with our family's style, wouldn't it? The reflection smiled pleasantly. Of course, nothing is stopping me from going after the boats first and then returning here to finish you off. Morgan met his smile with one of her own. Funny you should mention boats. Tell me, did you crash the night garden into the shore because of some devious plan, or simply because you couldn't properly control it? At that moment, Soul Reaper sighed. Are you really just going to trade insults? Morgan's reflection shifted its gaze to the three government saints. Its smile suddenly brightened. Saint Jet, Saint Kai, Saint Athena, it warms my heart to see you again, my old comrades. Neve, Bloodwave, and Ether too. I cherish the memories of conquering nightmares and battling the storm sea side by side with you all, as well. Saint Neve stared at the reflection coldly, then uttered through gritted teeth. You vile creature. The reflection remained silent for a few moments, its smile slowly draining away. Eventually, it stared at them with an eerie, inhuman expression. Seeing her own face wearing it was a little disturbing, even for Morgan. The reflection spoke once again, this time not bothering to put on a human mask. I am going to say it once. The six of you have nothing to do with this. This is between me and the great clan Vela, a family affair, if you will. So, I'll give you a chance to escape. Surrender the fortress and leave. Then, I will spare your lives. Saint Neve looked at the reflection darkly. It is indeed a family affair. Our family, which you slaughtered. Soul Reaper Jet, meanwhile, just shrugged nonchalantly. It would be really inconvenient for me if you conquer Bastion. So, sorry. We'll stay. Her crow chose that solemn moment to call loudly. Sorry. Sorry. Morgan glanced at the stupid bird, shook her head, and looked back at her reflection. It must be getting really crowded in your head, huh? Did you really think they would take you up on that offer? The reflection remained motionless for a few moments, then suddenly smiled. Not really. But I had to ask for the sake of politeness. Now that is out of the way. Its smile turned bleak and eerie. Prepare to die, I guess. I have really waited for this moment for a long, long time. A moment later, the wall under their feet trembled slightly. And at the same time, the water of the river far downstream churned, revealing several gargantuan shapes. Morgan looked at the sunset and took a long, deep breath. Scarlet sparks danced around her head, forming into a black helmet. Prepare for battle. And just like that, the battle for Rivergate began. Chapter 1913. Devastation. By the time the sun rose from behind the horizon once more, the ancient fortress was gone. The towering gates of the great locks were bent, broken, and torn off their hinges. The impregnable walls had crumbled. The enchanted siege weapons had been reduced to dust. The river, which had been held back by the immense dam for thousands of years, had broken free and rushed toward the distant sea. The devastating flood had demolished the smoldering ruins and washed away the traces of the dreadful battle. The artificial lake around which the city had been built dried up, revealing its muddy slopes. The basin of the river below the cliffs, on the contrary, was flooded. The entire landscape of the region had been devastated and reshaped, becoming almost unrecognizable. A great waterfall roared as it plummeted from the tall cliffs, while the stronghold of Clan Dagonet was no more. What a pity! Morgan looked at the ruins of Rivergate with a wistful expression. With the loss of the ancient stronghold, the sword domain would grow a little weaker, while the song domain would grow a little stronger. But that was not the reason for her regret. The real reason was that Bastion had lost its connection to the sea. Even if Godgrave was conquered by humans, it would never be a safe place, so, no matter which side won the war in the end, the Storm Sea would become the connection between the two parts of the great human kingdom in the dream realm. Without Rivergate, it would be much more difficult to establish trade routes to and from Bastion. And trade was the true engine of civilization. Why am I even thinking about this? Morgan tiredly dismissed her helmet and spat out a torrent of blood. The helmet had caved in by a devastating blow, and so had the right side of her face. She could feel the sharp edges of her shattered teeth cut into her tongue and the inside of her torn cheek, an unpleasant sensation, no doubt, but far from the worst of what she was feeling right now. Mordred had been like a calamity, descending upon them in all his cold, inhuman fury. They had managed to give him a good fight, quite an excellent one, really, but at the end of the day, it was all for naught. They stood no chance against him. So, Morgan had commanded her 6 subordinates to retreat, and stayed back to stall the enemy for a little while. She was starting to regret that decision a bit, now. "You don't look so well, my dear sister." Her brother's insidious voice was not mocking or full of dark glee, but rather cold and indifferent. Strangely enough, that only made it sound more frightening. Morgan looked at herself quietly. It's true. Her armor had been breached and broken. Her body was terribly mutilated, and one of her arms was practically severed, a commendable accomplishment, really, considering how tough and durable her flesh was. Blood was flowing from countless wounds, painting the shattered stones beneath her into vibrant shades of scarlet, the same color as her strange eyes. Her bloody lips twisted into a grin. "Really? I think red is my color, though." Mordred simply stared at her, probably trying to guess what her next move would be. His own body did not bear many wounds, because he had used the transcendent vessels to shield it. The stolen bodies of the Saints of Night were worse for wear, especially those who had fought raised by wolves, but sadly, none had been destroyed. His soul had not been damaged too severely, either, despite having faced Soul Reaper Jet. Mordred knew just how dangerous she was, so he had made sure to suppress her in particular during the battle. All of them had fought valiantly, but none managed to stop his terrifying assault. Neve and Bloodwave had battled their former clansmen in the depths of the river, 2 against 4, making it boil. Nightingale alone had engaged for more vessels of the Prince of Nothing attacking from upstream. Raised by wolves had plunged into the water and almost tore the most powerful of the Leviathans, a terrifying kraken, apart, and that was after wounding many by bombarding them with gargantuan javelins from high above. Ether had defended the walls, while Soul Reaper had played a deadly game of cat and mouse with 4 of Mordred's vessels in the south. Morgan herself had engaged the true body of the Mirror Wraith. Hence her current sorry appearance. She took a hoarse breath. "I'll give it to you, or brother. You are indeed great and terrible. To think that you have been able to obliterate an entire great clan, not only that, but you have even become no different from a great clan yourself. What a weird sentence to say, oh, but in any case, it is quite an amazing feat for a single individual to change the entire flow of the war through his personal achievements." She spat more blood, straightened slightly, and added in a neutral tone. "But you know what?" Mordred raised an eyebrow and remained silent. After a few moments, he shook his head. "I am a little disappointed. I really expected more from you, sister." Morgan smiled. "What? Do you really think that this is it?" "Surely, no. No, you and I, we are only just starting." With that, she pierced him with a sharp gaze, and called upon one of the enchantments stored deep within her body. Instantly, her essence flowed like a tide, washing over her body and seeping deep into its every cell. Morgan's smile swiftly turned less lopsided. Her caved face regained its previous shape, the deep cuts marring her flawless skin closing as if they had never existed. Her broken teeth were restored to their previous pristine condition. The countless wounds on her mangled body healed, while her arm, which was hanging by a thread, was pulled back by ropes of growing muscle, and was then attached back to where it belonged. In just a few moments, Morgan was restored to perfect health, her body brimming with energy and overflowing with soul essence. It was as if she had not endured a grueling battle against her brother at all. She moved a hand, and a deep cut split the stones between her and one of Mordred's vessels, almost severing its head. Standing some distance away, Mordred scowled. Now where did you find a healing enchantment as powerful as that? Morgan simply smiled. I guess you might say that I saw it in a nightmare. Chapter 1914. Floodgates open. I've collected a few other enchantments in preparation for meeting you one day, brother. Would you like to see? Slowly, a dangerous light ignited in his mirror-like eyes, and his thin lips twisted into a cold smile. Sure, why not? Ah. I do wonder how long your essence will last. If I cut off both of your arms this time, would you have to spend more? No, actually, I think I'll take your eyes. I remember losing one to your blade once, so it will only be fair. Morgan pierced him with a burning gaze, wishing that she could destroy this monster here and now. Then, she gritted her teeth and called upon another enchantment. There were all kinds of memories in the world, and Morgan's ascended ability allowed her to assimilate their enchantments into her body. There were limits to that power, of course, and a price that had to be paid for using it. However, it granted her a unique level of versatility, made her supremely unpredictable in battle, and most of all, granted her great power. If she wished so and had enough time to prepare, she could fly like Nightingale, become a colossus like Raised by Wolves, cut souls like Soul Reaper Jet, command darkness like the Lord of Shadows, even unleash incinerating flames like Changing Star. Sadly, nothing of what she could do, at least currently, could allow her to defeat her monstrous brother and his 13 transcendent vessels alone. So, she did not try. Her goal at Rivergate had been accomplished, anyway. The enchantment she called upon was powerful, but simple. It allowed her to travel across great distances in an instant, as long as she had established an anchor point in advance. Morgan had placed an enchanted anchor on the shore of the river while traveling to Rivergate from Bastion, and now, it was as if she was being pulled back to it by a force overwhelming enough to pierce space itself. As Mordred and his vessels readied themselves to repel Morgan's trump card attack, she simply vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Mordred froze for a moment, staring at where his sister had been a split second ago in disbelief. His gaze became unfocused for a moment, traveling across the myriad reflections in the vast area around Rivergate. Morgan was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a wry chuckle escaped from his lips, and he threw an amused look north. His eyes glistened with dark, mad-killing intent. I'll see you in Bastion, then. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A moment later, Morgan found herself on the shore of the river, flying through the air at terrible speed. She hit the ground roughly and rolled several times, smashing a couple of boulders into dust with her steel body. Eventually, she came to a halt in a cloud of dust, just a few meters from the edge of the water. It was a less than graceful entrance, to say the least. Grimacing in annoyance, she flipped onto her back and slowly sat up. The desolate ruins of Rivergate were gone, replaced by the picturesque view of the Sword Domain's heartland. The clear water of the river glistened in the golden light of dawn, an ancient tree swayed in the light breeze, their emerald leaves rustling like a sea. Of course, there were all kinds of horrors hiding beneath the surface of the water, and the tall trees could pull you under the ground with their roots to serve as nourishment for the rustling leaves. The dream realm could often be beautiful, but it was never kind. Today, however, everything was peaceful and quiet, as if the river and the forest were afraid to make a sound. And for a good reason. There was a majestic dragon laying on the shore of the river, his midnight blue scales almost turning black in the sunlight. A woman with icy blue eyes was leaning on his side, emanating a feeling of chilling cold. Another woman, this one seemingly cast of polished steel, was gnawing on a bone of a slain abomination near a fire nearby. Two great shadows were hiding under the water, and a young man in a suit of damaged armor was sitting on the shore, staring into the water with a bleak expression. As she appeared, everyone turned in her direction. They were battered and bloodied, but alive. The young man was the first one to speak. Lady Morgan. You have survived. She spared him a short glance, then turned away. It's quite insulting to see you acting so surprised, Lord Ether. Of course, I did. Morgan couldn't help but treat the young man coldly. Ether used to be one of the most promising young saints of the House of Night, when it still existed. He was strong, talented, valiant, and excellent in all regards. In fact, back when Clan Vela had been in talks with the House of Night to forge an alliance through marriage, it was Saint Ether who was supposed to become her fiancé. The negotiations had fallen through, of course, and although Morgan knew that it was for a political reason, she couldn't help but feel personally slighted by the man. Which was ironic, honestly, considering that she had not really wanted negotiations to succeed, feeling ambivalent about the whole affair. Still, look who crawled back to beg me for help after rejecting me so firmly. Of course, she did not let these childish thoughts show on her face. At that moment, the surface of the water broke, and the head of an enormous sea serpent rose above the water, looking at her with two giant indigo eyes. Saint Neve assumed his human form and walked onto the shore, looking slightly worse for wear after the tough battle. He gave her a bow. "Lady Morgan." The older Nightwalker hesitated for a few moments, and then shook his head. "It is good that you are unharmed. However, the enemy. I simply can't understand how an individual can be that strong. What kind of monster has your clan created?" She gave him a bleak look. "First of all, it wasn't us who created him. If anything, my clan had been protecting the world from that thing for many years. Secondly, he is that strong because he is the first human in history of our world who has attained a divine aspect. Yes, those do exist. But actually, we are in luck." Neve scowled. "You call that luck?" Morgan let out a tired sigh and smiled at him. Unlike Ether, she quite liked Saint Neve. That was because she had met his daughter briefly while arranging for the survivors of the House of Night to be taken care of, and the little girl was positively sweet. Indeed. Because what you have witnessed at Rivergate is merely half of that monster's strength. He did not even bring out his reflections. Given the circumstances, we might very well assume that he is unable to do so at the moment, for whatever reason. So, yes. Count yourself lucky. The dragon raised its head and looked at her, which made Morgan shiver. A moment later, a deep, melodious voice resounded in her ears. "We lost Rivergate. What now?" Morgan hesitated for a few moments. She could evacuate the modest town that had grown around the citadel of House Dagonet, but there were tens of millions of people living in Bastion. They would not be able to flee anywhere when the war came knocking on their door. Of course. Bastion was not just any citadel, but a great one. It had a power of its own, and if she used that power well, the outcome of her battle against Mordred would be less set in stone than it seemed, at the moment. Rising to her feet, Morgan shrugged. "Now, we rush back to Bastion and prepare for a siege." A pale smile twisted her blooded lips. "If I can have my way, that siege is going to be a long one." Chapter 1915. Broken Balance. "Grab him." Rain took a shaky step back, knocking another arrow on the string. As she strained her muscles to draw the beast of prey, two awakened warriors of the 7th Legion dashed forward, grabbed the soldier, and dragged him back toward the crumbling phalanx. The man was missing both legs and bleeding profusely, his screams drowning in the horrid cacophony of the battle. He was going to bleed to death shortly, if not for Fleur, that was, whose aspect allowed her to stem bleeding and hasten healing. The dying soldier was thrown to the ground behind the loose line of the melee vanguard, and she immediately fell to her knees next to him, reaching with both blooded hands to treat his terrible wounds. The delicate young woman had lost her usual sweet bearance and luster, looking grim and haggard. Her beautiful silk robe was painted red by blood, and her red hair was soaked with sweat. She gritted her teeth, which made her fair face look even paler. Rain did not have time to see if her friend was doing all right. She barely managed to take aim before letting go of the string, then stumbled another step back. All around them, the expedition force of the Song army was drowning in a seemingly endless tide of abominations. There was no end to them, and the hideous corpses kept piling, forming a morbid rampart around the stubbornly resisting human legions. That rampart of bleeding flesh, at least, slowed the nightmare creatures down. The scale of the battle was inconceivable. There were countless awakened warriors, more than 1,000 masters, and 36 saints battling the frenzied hordes of nightmare creatures under the blinding radiance of the cloudy sky. The ground was quaking, the air was permeated by an unbearable stench of blood, and the abominable jungle was burning all around them, black pillars of smoke rising above the chaotic battlefield. Tamer and Ray were just ahead, holding back the flood of nightmare creatures as part of the first line. Rain was using her enchanted bow and stunning archery skill to support them, while Fleur played the role of the field medic. The situation was dire. The expedition force led by Lady Seer had made it all the way across the Collarbone Plain, reaching the great fissure that led to the vicinity of the supposed citadel. The march had been a feverish nightmare of gruesome battles and appalling bloodshed, but they had arrived at their destination with relative ease. The jungle had been pushed back and burned, its inhabitants had been obliterated. A chain of fortified forts had been raised along the way, encircling lesser cracks in the Bone Plain, their garrisons tasked with holding back the scarlet infestation. The soldiers were growing used to the deathly threat posed by the sky, so fewer and fewer of them lost their lives when the veil of clouds parted. The transcendent champions of the Song domain were learning how to deal with the scarlet infestation better as well. The great fissure was now behind them, vast like a valley, with scarlet tendrils protruding from it akin to bulging hills. The dreadful hollows were far below, teeming with ancient horrors and nightmare creatures so fierce that even saints were not safe from their fangs and claws. The plan had been for the army to camp near the edge of the fissure while the elite conquest force went into the dim darkness of the hollows to conquer the citadel. Sadly, there had been a wrinkle in that plan. That was because a terrifyingly vast and inexplicable horde of nightmare creatures suddenly emerged from the jungle and rushed at the expedition force like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow the entire army. No one knew where the abominations had come from in such great numbers and why. However, in hindsight, their appearance was only logical. Godgrave was not just a place, after all, but also an eerie and bizarre ecosystem. Everything here was connected. When the Sword Army initiated its conquest of the Collarbone Plain from the east, they had destroyed and incinerated vast swathes of the Scarlet Jungle. Their advance disturbed the balance of the ecosystem, driving countless nightmare creatures west, which, in turn, displaced even more abominations, forming a terrible stampede of monsters. The army led by Lady Seer was now under threat of being buried under that monstrous avalanche. The cause and timing of it all were so deadly and unfortunate for the warriors of Song that Rain couldn't help but think that the person in charge of the Sword Army had somehow known that this would happen and caused it deliberately. How devious did one have to be to use absolute chaos to their advantage? In any case, the Song Army was now surrounded, with their backs pressed against the edge of the great fissure, with nowhere to retreat and no choice but to fight. Which was what they had been doing for many hours, killing countless abominations, and still, there was no end to them. Worse still, there were dreadful nightmare creatures climbing out of the hollows to attack the rear of the battle formation, as well, each vastly more powerful than those attacking from the front. Because of that, the attention of the Song Saints was split, and the front line received far less support from the Transcendent Champions than it needed. Lady Seer was in the rear, as well, holding the ancient predators of the hollows back while her army was being slowly consumed by the nightmare stampede. The 7th Legion was currently being commanded by her personal retinue, the Blood Sisters. Just as Rain thought about it, one of them appeared in view. A swift silhouette of a beautiful woman with a slender figure plummeted from somewhere above, diving into the horde of nightmare creatures like a splash of red. Blood spilled like a river, and her crimson garments fluttered as she tore through the flood of abominations, rending them with what seemed like her bare hands. Even though the Blood Sisters were merely masters, each of them was worth a cohort of Ascended in battle. With just that woman alone joining the fray, the pressure on Rain's span of the front line lessened significantly, and she could finally catch her breath. I'm tired. The Blood Sisters were cold and unapproachable, usually keeping to themselves, so they seemed a little mysterious. Because of that, there were many strange rumors floating around about them. However, Rain did not care about those rumors one bit. As far as she was concerned, these older sisters were the epitome of grace and coolness. At the moment, especially, she was ready to kowtow in front of them and sing them endless praise. Using the momentary lull in the onslaught of abominations, she staggered toward Fleur and patted the delicate girl on the shoulder. "Fleur, recharge, please." Even her seemingly inexhaustible awakened endurance was being sorely tested by the grueling demands of this battle. The delicate young woman's dormant ability, meanwhile, could alleviate one's fatigue. That was just what Rain needed after drawing the heavy string of her enchanted bows so many times. Fleur looked up at her, forced out a smile, and raised her hand. In the next moment, Rain felt as if she had been given a second wind. Of course, it was more like a sixth or seventh wind. Already, in any case, her body felt reinvigorated, and a new strength filled her limbs. She smiled back. "Thanks." Then, she narked another arrow and drew her bow once again, quickly searching for new prey. She had already wounded, maimed, and killed many nightmare creatures. What frightened her, though, was that no matter how many of them they killed, there did not seem to be fewer of the horrid creatures still hungering to taste their blood. Chapter 1916. Burning the bridges. Blood was also dripping from her hands, soaking the edges of her sleeves. Her eyes, however, were eerily calm, as if she had not just perpetrated a brutal slaughter in the midst of a frenzied horde of nightmare creatures and then escaped unscathed. Her crimson garments had no tears in them, and her expression was cold and emotionless. By mere coincidence, the Blood Sister was standing just a few steps away, so Rain could see every detail. She allowed herself to stare for a moment, then looked back at the carnage in front, worriedly searching for Tamer's swift figure. It was easy to spot the young legacy due to the fact that she moved like lightning, stepping on air to slay the abominations while avoiding their claws. Her giant Zweihander was like a white blur, severing enormous beasts in half and taking off their limbs. Still alive. The entire formation was pushed back, and Rain took another step back, as well. Her body was not exhausted yet thanks to Fleur, and her mind had not turned numb yet thanks to the puppeteer's shroud. She drew her bow, aimed, and put another arrow through an abomination's eye. Usually, it would have been difficult for her to kill a beast of such rank in one shot, but her bow had an enchantment that enhanced the damage each of her arrows dealt. Her aim was even better, and she rarely failed to strike a weak point. Just then, another Blood Sister appeared near the first. This one had come from the rear of the formation, with a somber look on her face. The first ascended turned her blooded face toward her. "What is it?" The second answered in an even tone. "Lady Seer sends orders." Rain could not help but hear their conversation, so her heart started to beat faster. She did not see a way for the army to survive this avalanche of nightmare creatures, not without suffering crippling casualties, at least. But maybe the person in charge of the whole expedition had a solution. The Blood Sister paused for a moment and then continued. "There is no hope of withstanding this stampede in a frontal battle. We are to retreat into the hollows." The first one raised an eyebrow. "Everyone?" "Awakened soldiers, too." The other ascended nodded. "Lady Seer has already descended into the fissure to cleanse a landing zone for the army. The other saints will hold the line while the troops follow. The 7th Legion's precise orders are." Rain gulped. Among all military maneuvers, an organized retreat was probably the hardest to pull off. One that included an orderly descent from a vertical cliff, though, was almost unheard of. And they were not descending to safety, either. Instead, they were descending into the hollows, a place where the weakest abomination could devour a saint. She suddenly felt cold despite the suffocating heat. An army of awakened would not survive in the hollows, not without the support of a sovereign's domain, at least. Which meant that their only chance to live on was to reach the citadel and conquer it. By giving such an order, Lady Seer was basically burning the bridges behind herself. Well, it wasn't like they had a choice. They weren't going to survive this nightmare tide, either. Rain sighed, and then furtively glanced at her shadow. "He'd better give me another memory if I survive this." 2 memories, even. Before too long, there was the sound of a war horn, and the Song army started the dreadful and laborious process of retreating into the vast fissure. With how many soldiers there were in the expedition force, the process wasn't fast, and the battle had only grown more fierce as troops were pulled back and sent rappelling into the fissure. The engineering corps had swiftly established moving platforms to hasten the process, and those with aspect abilities that could help in the descent were recalled to the rear. Surrounded from all sides, the Song legions were gradually backing under the onslaught of an endless stampede of nightmare creatures. If they were too slow, they would be swallowed by the flood of abominations. If they were too fast, the fragile formation would crumble, and countless soldiers would be pushed into the chasm, finding gruesome deaths after a long fall. Rivers of blood spilled onto the white surface of the ancient bone. Through all of that, Rain and her cohort had somehow stayed alive. Fleur had run low on essence and ceased healing the soldiers, only using her dormant ability to help them stay in the fight. Ray stumbled back at some point, miserable and cradling a grisly wound. Tamer had assumed command of the entire centuria they were assigned to, at some point, simply because the ascended centurion had died, and there was no one else to replace him. Rain herself had used up all the essence stored in the beast of prey, felling an especially powerful abomination with a death-dealer shot. By then, the front line of the Legion had a few breaches in it, so she dismissed her bow, manifested the Mark of Shadows into a serpentine black tachi, and moved forward to join the melee fighters. She was now protecting Tamer's back as the two of them fought desperately against the frenzied nightmare creatures. Rain was controlling her soul essence with intricate finesse, which made her capable of displaying bursts of greater strength and speed than most awakened could muster while spending less essence. Her swordsmanship was precise and deadly, and her mind was in a state of clarity that was how she was barely managing to stay alive. The 7th Legion was one of the last ones to descend into the fissure. By then, most of the awakened soldiers had already entered the hollows, and only the saints were left on the surface, defending a much narrower battlefront with all their might. Rain would have loved to observe these legendary figures unleash their powers in any other circumstances, but today, she just wanted to get away from the fury summoned by these human monsters. Could they even be called humans? From the few glimpses she had caught, saints were much closer to demigods. Wake the hell up, Rani! Tamer, covered in monster blood and pale as a ghost, pushed her onto a shaky wooden platform and then dragged Ray and Fleur to follow. Around 100 more soldiers crowded the platform, which then began to jerkily move down. The ropes creaked, and a few moments later, the surface of the white bone hid the battlefield from their view. Everyone felt tense, happy to escape from the terrible battle, but also apprehensive about the sturdiness of the platform and wary of what would happen next. Rain let out a tired sigh, then crawled to the edge of the platform on all fours and carefully looked down. There, far below. The hollows were waiting for them, full of darkness and terror. Chapter 1917. Fast promotion. No one knew what unspeakable horrors hid under its impenetrable scarlet canopy, so the soldiers shivered, trying to distance themselves from the edges of the platform as much as possible. Rain simply sat on the creaking wood, trying to catch her breath. She did look at the alien landscape below, but only for a short moment. Seasoned hunters like her knew not to stare at the dream realm too closely, lest something stared back. She looked at Ray. "Has your wound?" The young man was pale and uncharacteristically quiet. Fleur was treating him, but with how low she was on essence, the process was taking time. The young man forced out an unconvincing smile. "I'll live." Then, he glanced down and paled even more. "Until we reach the ground, at least." Tamer dismissed her helmet and sat down near Rain, swiping back her sweaty hair. She scowled and looked at him with scorn. "Why are you worried? You have escaped the hollows before, as a mere sleeper and completely alone. You are an awakened now, and we are surrounded by an entire army." Ray stared at her gloomily. "Don't remind me. I still have nightmares about that day. I mean, I would have, if I could dream." The other soldiers heard their conversation and turned, looking at the young man in disbelief. "Is that true, Ray? You survived the hollows as a sleeper?" Ray seemed startled by the question. Wait, have I not regaled you guys with the amazing story of our chilling winter solstice? If that's the case, then why, yes. Listen here, it happened on a dark and gloomy night. He launched into the story, making Rain wince. She had heard it retold at least a dozen times, after all, and each was more unwieldy than the previous one. Still, she couldn't help but notice that the expressions of the soldiers eased a little as they listened to Ray talk. All of them were frightened, and hearing that 3 sleepers had escaped from the hollows alive gave them some much-needed solace, and maybe even a little hope. It was probably Tamer's reason for bringing up their winter solstice all along. Ray had been distracted from his wound, as well. How sneaky. That girl knew how to be subtle, as well. Soon, the platform reached the ground, and they all disembarked, looking around with wary apprehension. All around them, the battered soldiers of the expedition force were sprawled on the ground, resting, or hurriedly wolfing down their rations. The wounded were being treated, the dead or missing were being tallied and mourned. 7th Legion? Your position is right ahead. They were corralled to a particular area and left to their devices for a while. No one knew how long this rest would last, so the soldiers did not waste any time and dropped down, unpacking their provisions and dismissing their armor to bandage shallow wounds. Tamer's cohort was no different. What do you think the commanders will do now? Fleur's voice sounded subdued, but not at all meek. Rain had assumed that the delicate girl was really soft at first, but after getting to know her better, she realized that their sweet healer had more spine than most awakened. She shrugged and looked into the darkness. We'll know soon. They weren't properly in the hollows yet. The fissure the army had used to descend here was so vast that sunshine freely poured down, and so, the scarlet infestation in a wide area was no older than on the surface. It had already been annihilated by the advance party led by Lady Seer, making the landing zone relatively safe. But not peaceful. The sounds of the fighting above barely reached here, but there were other sounds reaching the makeshift camp from somewhere in the darkness. Lady Seer and Deathsinger were currently there, facing the old monsters of the hollows in a bloody battle to clear a path for the army. Deadly nightmare creatures in front of them, a vast horde of abominations behind them. The expedition force was in a perilous position. Well, there's not much we can do about it. All they could do was fill their stomachs, replenish their strength, and prepare for battle. Which was exactly what they did. Half an hour later, a weary adjutant approached from deeper in the camp and gave something to Tamer, then ran off after saying a few words. The young legacy remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and sat back down. Then, she attached a pin in the form of a blood drop to her armor, and threw another one, this one much smaller, to Rain. Congratulations, Rani. I guess you're my right-hand man now, which technically makes you a junior officer. Rain caught the pin, raised an eyebrow, and asked in an amused tone. Goodness. I'm so honored I could cry. Right, what does it make you, then? Tamer stared at her bleakly. A captain. No, wait, a centurion, technically, since we're in a royal legion. Ray whistled. Ever the overachiever. The entire composition of the Song army was a bit of a mess. There were brigades and divisions, following the unit structure borrowed from mundane armies, but also the 7 royal legions, which did not. The legions consisted of centurii, which were supposed to consist of 100 awakened warriors, but were actually larger than that. In any case, these units of awakened were usually led by an ascended officer, called a centurion. Tamer wasn't the first awakened in the Song army who had been given the command of a centuria, but she was definitely the youngest. It was indeed quite an achievement. The young legacy did not seem too impressed, though. Instead, she grimaced and asked in a grumbling tone. Whatever. Is the food ready? Fleur smiled. Coming right up. They ate a simple, but filling meal in silence. After that, another messenger arrived, dropping a scattering of shimmering crystals in front of them. Rain's eyes glistened. Finally! The crystals were, of course, soul shards. Chapter 1918. Growing Strength. Tamer had long saturated hers, so the share of their cohort was divided 3 ways between Rain, Fleur, and Ray. Today, that meant that Rain received about a dozen shards. The rewards were distributed according to the contribution of a cohort, and there's always performed exemplary. Granted, in a chaotic situation like this one, no one was actually keeping score. Usually, the centurions would make reports to Legion Command after the battle, and the allocation of spoils would be decided later on. But their centurion was dead, and the battle was not even over yet. So, Rain felt lucky to even receive anything. All of these shards were of a higher rank than Rain herself was, as well. It was a sizable boon. Forgetting her worries for a few minutes, she concentrated on shattering the shimmering crystals in her fist. And look at that! She did not even need to use the pommel of her knife to break them. Just her awakened strength was enough. I'll never grow used to it. A stray grin somehow found its way onto Rain's face. She had not been awakened for long, so the novelty of possessing superhuman strength was yet to lose its luster. She loved the feeling of being strong, of being powerful. After all, it was the feeling of powerlessness that had instilled into her the desire to step on the path of ascension all those years ago, to begin with. Rain still remembered the day when a nightmare gate opened near her school clearly. The panic, the dazed faces of the students, the teachers who tried to look calm in front of the children, but still couldn't hide their fear. She was supposed to die on that day, most likely. But through a twist of fate, somehow, she survived. An awakened warrior appeared out of nowhere at the last moment, shielding Rain from the lunging abomination and slaying it with a single slash of her sword. Rain's memories of that awakened were strangely blurry. Well, it wasn't that surprising, considering her mental state at that moment. She vaguely remembered a graceful black armor, a feminine silhouette, and a cold indifference with which the unknown woman cut down one nightmare creature after another, not letting a single one pass. In the end, none of the students died. The teachers had survived, as well. And Rain. Rain had come to know that she never wanted to feel that weak again. For her parents, for her siblings, and for herself as well. Her path to awakening had been a long and brutal one. She often complained and berated her teacher for his whimsical antics and unreasonable demands, wondering why she was putting herself through all that grief, but she had never once regretted her decision to strive for strength, and had never once regretted agreeing to her teacher's offer. Even if Rain died in this godforsaken land, she would probably still die feeling gratified for having chosen strength over weakness. Strength was a bit intoxicating, like a sweet drug. And with each soul shard she absorbed, Rain grew stronger. The improvement was small and incremental, but noticeable, especially now that she had already absorbed close to 200 of them. Since most, if not all, nightmare creatures in the god grave were of a higher rank than Rain, her core was supposed to be getting close to full saturation. The same was probably true for most awakened warriors of the Song army, as well. She was still unclear on how to ascend without the help of the spell, but this increase in overall power was most welcome. What's that stupid grin for, Rani? Crushing the last soul shard, Rain glanced at Ray and winked at him. That? Oh, I'm just glad to be an archer. How is the frontline duty treating you, stealth boy? He gritted his teeth and hissed in outrage. Hey! That's a low blow. She simply laughed. Sadly, Rain had not laughed for long when a new command arrived, stirring the entire camp. Assemble! Battle march formation! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Move! Tama sighed and jumped to her feet, going about bringing their centuria to order. The soldiers seemed a little disoriented, but not very surprised by the sudden command. No one had expected to get a good rest in the hollows. But why did the orders sound so urgent? Soon enough, they found out. By the dead gods! High above them, ant-like figures appeared on the great vine bridges that stretched all the way to the surface, flowing down their twisting width like a tide. The engineers, who had been desperately trying to destroy their roots, cursed and dashed away, dropping their tools as they ran. It was a good decision. Just a handful of seconds later, the first nightmare creature fell from above, its body hitting the ancient bone with a disgusting squelch. The massive beast let out a shriek of agony, then struggled weakly, trying to stand up. Although its body was terribly damaged, it was still alive. A split second later, there was another squelch, and then another. Driven mad by the smell of human souls, the horde of nightmare creatures was following the expedition force into the hollows. Rain broke her rule and stared at the flood of ant-like figures that covered the surface of the vine bridges far above. Her hand shook a little. Well, crap. On second thought, maybe she should have chosen weakness over strength after all. Then, the commanding shout of one of the Blood Sisters brought her back to reality. Move! Barely rested, the Song army abandoned the relative safety of the illuminated area and marched into the darkness of the hollows. They were following a blood trail left by their commander, Princess Seishan. Behind them, more and more nightmare creatures fell from high above. The fastest of those abominations who managed to remain on the vine pillars were already halfway down. The future looked bleak, just like the dim expanse of the great hollow ahead. Chapter 1919. Ancient Jungle. Instead, they were the saints who had been holding the abomination tied back on the surface, and were retreating now that the enemy could not be stalled anymore. Some had assumed their human forms to descend safely with the help of memories, some were naturally able to fly while transformed. Others simply took the fall, relying on the nature of their bestial bodies to withstand the damage. The thick canopy of the jungle helped cushion their fall, somewhat, but the impacts were still chilling. In that brief moment, Rain noticed all kinds of awesome creatures. There was a monstrous, but eerily beautiful harpy with blood dripping from her sharp claws and red lips. There was a giant with the head of a jackal, his towering body the color of obsidian. There was a hill-sized canine with 3 heads, his bloodied jaws powerful enough to grind mountains to dust. There was a horrid creature that resembled a horned lion with a viper for the tail, drops of venom flowing from its fangs. There was even an enormous reptile with powerful hind legs and short, underdeveloped arms, its tyrannical footsteps making the ground shake. The saints were battered and bleeding, their powerful bodies a map of wounds. However, they did not seem to pay it any attention. Landing on the ground, they instantly assumed positions around the army, ready to defend the soldiers from those inhabitants of the ancient jungle that had survived the passage of the Daughters of Kisong. Sadly, the expedition force was so large that even 36 transcendent champions were not enough to protect everyone. The feeling of safety provided by the sight of them was an illusion. Rain gripped her bow nervously as the scarlet canopy obscured the distant dome of the Great Hollow. Countless luminous memories chased the darkness away, making it easy to see the surroundings. The jungle of the hollows was both similar and different to the one infesting the surface. The shapes, the colors, and the smell were all the same. However, this jungle was much more ancient, and therefore, more harrowing. The trees were many times taller, the vines were as thick as a human body, and the moss was deep enough to swallow a person whole in some places. Of course, to digest them. The trees were just as hungry, and some of the vines moved like enormous snakes, ensnaring people and rending their bodies with razor-sharp thorns. There were blood-sucking insects the size of a human head and crawling bugs with mandibles long enough to bite off one's foot. Those moved in swarms, of course, felling people and devouring them in a matter of seconds. Soon enough, the jungle was filled with the rustle of weapons and chilling screams. The ancient jungle of the hollows was absolutely deadly, and that was even after Princess Seishan and Deathsinger had passed here, obliterating the most dangerous predators. The traces of their passage were everywhere. The towering trees were snapped and shattered, the predatory vines torn apart. The hideously torn, enormous corpses of terrifying nightmare creatures were laying here and there like dark hills of torn flesh, lakes of fetid blood pooling below them. In some places, entire swathes of the jungle were entirely destroyed, as if a hurricane had passed there. Dark liquid was seeping from beneath the fallen trees. Rain was stunned and horrified by the nightmarish reality surrounding her at first, but quickly grew numb to it. There was no time to feel fear, anyway. Another one. She drew her bow and let an arrow loose, aiming at the buzzing of wings above. The blood-sucking horrors hid themselves in the thick canopy of the jungle and were too fast for an awakened to see when they attacked. However, she could sense their shadows, see in the darkness, and hear them. That was just barely enough to give her a chance to hit the abominable vermin before they killed someone. Their elongated, blade-like mouths were already deadly enough, leaving terrible wounds on the bodies of their victims. Much worse, they secreted some kind of toxin that paralyzed the victim, stopping a human heart in a matter of seconds. Usually, by the time the creature was noticed, it was already too late. But not this time. A blurry silhouette shot toward the marching soldiers from high above, but was intercepted by her arrow in the air. The wings and the carapace of these creatures were so tough that her enchanted bow couldn't even put a dent in them, but the soft belly was somewhat vulnerable. Hit by the arrow, the bloodsucker lost balance and fell to the ground. Immediately, the awakened soldiers rushed at it. Their memories were not powerful enough to kill the creature, so they struggled to immobilize it instead. Special wire nets were thrown over the appalling insect, which it promptly tore apart and escaped. Luckily, the delay was enough for one of the ascended to appear, shattering the creature's carapace with a devastating strike of their heavy mace. At that time, not too far away, a soldier was screaming as he found himself drowning in the scarlet patch of moss. His comrades managed to pull him free, but by then, his lower legs had already dissolved in the digestive fluid. At the same time, a tall tree shook, and a rain of vermilion leaves fell from its branches. Each leaf was like a serrated blade, easily slicing through enchanted armor, flesh, and bone. A dozen soldiers fell to the ground, bleeding, some of them dead, some gravely wounded. Both the dead and the living were then pulled underground by the roots that emerged from beneath. Other humans tried to dig them up, but it was useless. At the same time, a vine covered in beautiful flowers released a cloud of scarlet pollen into the air, and a few soldiers that were not fast enough to escape dropped their weapons to the ground, walking into the red haze with empty expressions. By the time the pollen dissipated, they were gone, vanished without a trace, with not even footprints hinting at what might have happened to them. Rain covered her mouth with a hand, looking around with horror. This is hell. It must be. All around the marching army, the saints were engaged in desperate battles with the great abominations that emerged from the jungle from time to time, attracted by the smell of human souls. And behind the army, the tide of nightmare creatures was drawing closer with each minute, threatening to catch up with the formation's tail. Surrounded and pursued, the warriors of song marched toward the distant citadel. Chapter 1920. Marching through hell. The horde of nightmare creatures had caught up with the expedition force, and the rear of the formation became engrossed in a moving battle. Several saints led the defensive efforts, slaughtering the menacing abominations with all their might. The death toll among the nightmare creatures was high, but the soldiers were suffering heavy casualties as well. Luckily, or perhaps unfortunately, the mad frenzy of the pursuing nightmare creatures had caused a destructive chain reaction in the hollows. The local predators were overcome by hunger and bloodlust at the sight of human troops, but they weren't happy to see the numerous abominations from the surface invade their territory, either. To the great ones inhabiting the ancient jungle, the weak surface dwellers were nothing but prey, just like humans were. For that reason, the pursuing horde suffered a terrifying massacre when appalling silhouettes lunged into it from the jungle. The ancient predators grew mad from the stench of blood, slaughtering everything they could see with chilling cruelty. A few of them fell, too, buried under an avalanche of hideous monsters. The internal strife between the rightful rulers of the hollows and the invading surface dwellers alleviated some of the pressure on the army, but not a lot of it. The expedition force was still bleeding lives, not a staggering number of them, but more than ever before. The people trapped in this morbid hell soon found themselves missing the unpredictable and inescapable radiance of the deadly sky. Who would have thought? Rain, meanwhile, was missing the weird antics and ridiculous stories of her teacher. In the past 4 years, she had lived through plenty of frightening situations. Hunting nightmare creatures as a mundane girl was not a safe vocation, after all, but he was always there, with her, talking her through the difficult ordeals and taking care of her when she felt lost. He was still with her, hiding in her shadow, but because they were surrounded by thousands of soldiers, her teacher could not speak. Even though Rain would never admit it, she would have loved to hear him tell an outrageously nonsensical story with a straight face right now. Let's see. Breathing heavily, she helped tame a deal with a monstrous tick that had lunged at them from a branch and assessed how much essence she had left. One benefit of not having an aspect was that she rarely ran low on it, unlike other awakened. So, Rain was doing quite fine, for now. What would he say in this situation? Probably something like, "What, this? This is nothing. Have I told you about that time I climbed into a cursed terror's nest and stole its egg? I was actually looking for tasty fruit to treat someone special, but that nest was in the way." Actually, he might have really told her that one. Or, the Hollows? Oh, I've been there. On a date, of sorts. With Lady Changing Star. Who is my girlfriend? Despite the dreadful situation, Rain smiled crookedly. Yeah, right. She could actually believe that her teacher had stolen from accursed terror once. He did look like the kind of scoundrel to attempt such lunacy, but that last one was too laughably ridiculous even by his standards. Manifesting another arrow in her enchanted quiver, she knocked it on the string of her bow and took a deep breath. Let's just survive. Believe in Lady Seer, she will not lead her army to certain doom. If not because she was a virtuous leader, then at least because she needed that army to fight the forces of the sword domain in the future. The citadel must not be that far, by now. And it wasn't. Some time later, the 7th Legion was sent to the rear of the formation. They steeled their hearts and plunged into the bloodshed, retreating slowly while holding back the frenzied mob of nightmare creatures. The Saints were fighting some distance away, breaking the tide, while the soldiers served as the shield of the formation. In some ways, it was much more dangerous here, in the rear of the escaping army. That was because the abominations were numerous and driven to utter madness both by their lust for human souls and by the terror of the Great Ones rampaging in the horde far behind. Between the ancient rulers of the Hollows and the human soldiers, countless nightmare creatures had already been slain, and more were dying each minute. But in other ways, fighting against them was much safer than marching further into the army formation. That was because most of the dangers hiding in the ancient jungle, like the blood-sucking horrors, the razor-sharp falling leaves, the man-eating patches of moss, and the clouds of scarlet pollen, would be dealt with or at least discovered by those who marched in the front. After withstanding the flood of abominations for a while, the 7th Legion was rotated to the head of the column. By then, the army had almost caught up with the daughters of Kisong. Rain and the other legionnaires dragged their tired bodies to the front of the formation, where they were supposed to get a little rest. Since Lady Seer and Deathsinger were so close, the jungle was safer than before. Its inhabitants had just been slaughtered by the transcendent princesses, and those pests that had survived were hiding, afraid to attract their attention. Finally, they caught sight of their general. Lady Seer was standing on the trunk of a fallen tree, her crimson dress ripped and soaked in blood. Her eyes were sunken, and a dark smile was twisting her alluring red lips. Her sister was leaning on the trunk, huddled and covering her face with the hood of her black robe. Rain was curious to know what they were looking at. Up ahead, behind the fallen tree, the jungle receded, revealing a vast clearing. And there, in the distance, she could finally see the citadel. Chapter 1921. Stuff of Legends. It was as if the ancient jungle was afraid of getting any closer to the dark hill that towered in the heart of the empty expanse and reeled back in fear. The hill itself was tall and strangely shaped, its slopes dark and barren. From time to time, strange ripples spread from it across the shallow water, reaching all the way to the edge of the jungle. As if something enormous was breathing somewhere out there, behind the hill, the measured weight of its breaths reverberating in the ancient bones. Rain and her cohort were not far away from the fallen tree on which Lady Seer stood, so she caught a good look at her. At that moment, the regal saintess turned around, looking down at her sister from the considerable height of the ancient trunk. Standing above the battered masses of the 7th Legion, she was like a sinister deity. Her otherworldly beauty was both breathtaking and chilling. Princess Seer looked subtly inhuman because of her silken grey skin, and the lower half of her exquisite face was smeared by crimson blood, as if she had been tearing the great nightmare creatures apart with her teeth. She looked like a malevolent spirit summoned into the world by a great blood sacrifice. Despite that, Rain found herself calming down at the sight of the graceful princess. Her heart was overcome by a soothing sense of tranquility, and she felt her fears dissipating. The feeling of peace and safety was like a breath of fresh air in the sweltering heat of this dark, dreadful hell. However, Rain felt strangely disturbed. Because, to her, it did not feel like the healing kind of tranquil calmness. Instead, it was like the kind of false relaxation that deadly predators instilled in their prey before sinking their fangs into the victim's flesh. Still, this predator is on our side. That's good, right? Lady Seer, meanwhile, spoke to her sister in a pleasant, velvety voice. What do you sense, Hell? Deathsinger, who was leaning on the fallen tree with her head down, flinched and looked up. Her hood slipped, revealing her luscious hair and lovely face. At the moment, however, that face was contorted by a terrible grimace. Her beautiful eyes were wide, full of fear. Death, death is coming. Our blood will flow like a river, our flesh will fester and rot, our eyes will be eaten by hungry ravens, our viscera will become a feast for maggots. There will be no hope, no escape, no relief, no salvation, death is coming. It's here. Hearing that terrible prophecy, Rain shuddered. Even Tamer seemed to pale, gripping the hilt of her Zweihander tighter. Lady Seaton, however, seemed unperturbed. She smiled and nodded patiently. Yes. You've been saying that since we were in the orphanage. I'm sure we will die one day, you and I, but what about now? What do you sense now? Deathsinger stared at her sister for a few moments, her face a mask of terror. Then, she suddenly sighed and shook her head. Oh, that. Well. The petite princess frowned and scratched the back of her head clumsily. After a while, she said in a nonchalant tone. It's a great demon, I guess. Deathsinger might have been nonchalant, but every soldier that heard her shuddered. Rain did, as well. Crazy, this is crazy. What the hell was she doing here, in a death zone, hearing about great demons? Great nightmare creatures were something that humans theoretically knew existed, but were never supposed to encounter. They were the stuff of legends, the kind of legends that were too terrifying to retell in the darkness. Great abominations were synonymous with death from before Rain was born. The regions of the dream realm where they dwelled were called death zones for a reason. But now, the rules and laws that had seemed inviolable were swiftly changing. Supreme humans were out there in the world, and people like Rain suddenly found themselves brushing sides with great nightmare creatures. She had already seen several dead ones in the jungle, and had caught glimpses of several more rampaging in the horde of the weaker abominations. But at least those terrible beings were mere beasts and monsters. A demon was a different kind of being. Because demons were intelligent, and possessed their own malignant wills. Damnation. Out of everyone, only Lady Seaton remained calm. She turned her blooded face to gaze at the distant hill once more, remained silent for a few moments, and then nodded. So it is. Well, then, warriors of the Song Army, hear my order. Her crimson dress moved in the wind as she spoke in a melodious voice. Fortify this position and hold fast. Hell, Ord, Ceres, with me. We will claim this citadel, in the name of the Queen. Deathsinger sighed again, straightened her dark robe, and jumped onto the fallen tree. At the same time, Lady Seaton jumped down. The trunk was several meters tall, even laying on its side, so Rain did not see her land into the shallow water, only heard the splash. A moment later, two saints joined the daughters of Kisong on the edge of the clearing. One of them was the beautiful harpy Rain had seen before, the other was the three-headed canine. From what she knew, both were scions of the lesser legacy clans, like Tamer, and had attained sainthood together with Lady Seaton as members of her cohort. Soon, the four saints disappeared in the direction of the distant hill. And a few moments later, the hill suddenly moved, slowly stirring and unfurling its immense limbs. Rain stared at it in horror for a moment, then forced herself to look away and lowered her gaze. As it turned out, the great demon had not been hiding behind the hill. It was the hill, a gargantuan beast that had been slumbering in the middle of the vast clearing, and was now waking up at the smell of transcendent souls. Rain took a shaky breath and thought about the four brave saints. May beast God help them from beyond the grave. Clan Song seemed to have a close bond with beasts and hunting, so she thought this prayer would be suitable. Rain considered praying for herself, too. She was quite sure that if Lady Seaton failed to conquer the citadel and perished, the rest of the expedition force would perish as well. Oh well. At least she had her personal dark deity to pray to. Chapter 1922. Not a last stand. The flooded clearing was effectively defending them from one side, which meant that they would not be surrounded, at least. With that, the army could assemble into a stable battle formation. It was truly a miracle of perseverance and discipline that they had managed to maintain a semblance of order and keep themselves from being decimated by the enemy while fighting their way through the nightmarish jungle, but armies were not meant to fight battles while moving. Finally reaching their destination, the Song army came to a halt and spread along the edges of the flooded plain, building a proper battle line. It had 2 layers, so that forward units could rotate back and give way to fresh troops, then switch again after a period of rest. A field hospital was being hastily arranged behind the 2 layers, as well. By then, the stalwart saints already cut down the terrifying predators who had lunged at the expedition force from the flanks during the march. Those were the true rulers of the Hollows, old abominations of the great rank. Luckily, there were far fewer of them than the saints, so the champions of the human army were able to team up and bring each of the monsters down in groups of 3 or 4. Many were wounded, but none had perished yet. The situation might have been different if not for Lady Setion and Princess Hel, though, who had culled the rulers of the Scarlet Jungle on their way to the Citadel. Now, the saints were free to assume positions in front of the battle line, serving as its pillars and anchors. In any case, the situation of the Song army, while still resembling a hellish nightmare, was much better than before. However, it was also much more perilous than before, because their fates now depended on the success of Lady Setion and her party. If the great demon guarding the citadel triumphed, then every advantage gained by the expedition force would turn to ash. The demon would attack the battle formation from the rear, and they would be devoured from 2 sides. Of course. First, the army had to survive long enough to learn who prevailed in the battle for the citadel. It's going to be fine. Yeah, definitely. Rain stared at the approaching tide of nightmare creature with apprehension, trying to convince herself that the current preparations of the Song army did not resemble getting ready for a heroic last stand. Lost in a godforsaken hell, suffocated by sweltering heat, their back pressed against the territory of a great demon, and facing an endless flood of nightmare creatures, that definitely sounded like prime material for an inspiring and terror-inducing ballad that would be sung through the ages. But Rain didn't want to be sung about, she would much rather survive. Heroes were very admirable, but they were also very dead. She had no aspirations of becoming a hero. Damn it. Archers! The 7th Legion was currently on the front line, preparing to clash with the vanguard of the Nightmare Horde. The Blood Sisters, there were around a dozen of them, were very noticeable among the centurions with their red garments and striking beauty. Seeing them gave the soldiers some confidence, and it was these women who commanded the Legion in the absence of Lady Setion. So, the voice that called upon the ranged specialists to unleash their fury on the approaching horde was rather melodious, making the grim scene feel less horrid. Rain drew her bow, took aim, and let an arrow loose. With how numerous the nightmare creatures were, one would think that she did not have to aim too well in order to hit something, but sadly, that was not the case. Because her arrows were not powerful enough to pierce the hides of the abominations, she had to strike them precisely in a weak spot. Which was why the horde was not slowed down at all by the devastating barrage of arrows, various projectiles, and aspect abilities unleashed by the human army. It was like mundane archers showering heavily armored cavalry with arrows. A few abominations stumbled and fell, but most remained unscathed. Worse still, the nightmare creatures were not at all deterred by these losses. Soon after, they crashed into the battle formation. Rain continued to shoot, trying to remain stable on the quaking ground. In front of her, the tide of monsters broke against the saints, flowed past them, and reached the front line of the 7th Legion. Tamer and Ray were in front of her, surrounded by the awakened warriors of their centuria, which was in a worse situation than most because it lacked an ascended, but luckily positioned well. Some distance from them, the saint whose transcendent form was that of a giant reptile towered above the flood of nightmare creatures. It lowered its neck and snapped its jaws, eviscerating several of them at the same time, then swiped its long tail sideways, crushing even more. An especially large beast jumped on its back, but the tyrannical reptile simply snapped its jaws once more, grabbing it and throwing the bleeding corpse flying hundreds meters back with a jerk of its head. Then, it let out a chilling roar and plunged further into the horde of abominations. The bow is useless. Now that the nightmare creatures had closed in, it was harder for her to hit anything with an arrow. The situation might have been different if they were in an open field, but the jungle blocked her line of sight, while the thick canopy prevented her from shooting over the heads of her comrades. Cursing, Rain dismissed the beast of prey and let her snake tattoo turn into a black tachi once again. Gritting her teeth, she left Fleur and advanced forward. Hack, slash, pierce, block, dodge, evade. The damned nightmare creatures were too strong. She could barely cut their hide, and it took dozens of strikes to bring a single one down. Rain herself, however, would be either dead or crippled from receiving just one blow, which made the whole situation incredibly frightening, to the point that she felt sick to her stomach. The humid air was permeated by the terrible stench of blood, and everywhere she looked, she saw nothing but terrible maws, sharp fangs, and frenzied eyes. All around her, awakened were uniting in small groups, each fighting against a single nightmare creature. Rain herself was fighting with Tamer and Ray, the three of them sharing an unspoken understanding on how to deal with the dreadful enemies. Their cohort might not have been together for long, but Tamer was a competent leader, while Rain was very experienced despite having only just awakened. So, from the point of view of others, she was simply extremely competent in everything she did. She was a fierce fighter herself, a good partner for others in a battle, and also a bit of a mentor to her three slightly younger companions in many practical matters. Not to mention her unbelievable ability to survive in the wilderness and make herself and her cohort comfortable in any environment. The entire Centuria rallied around their small cohort, withstanding the flood of nightmare creatures with desperate resolve. Hideous corpses of the abominations fell to the ground. Human corpses fell, too. Rivers of blood flowed down, seeping into the shallow water of the flooded clearing and painting it red. Far away, the gargantuan figure of the great demon was moving, its footsteps making the red water surge in foaming waves. Chapter 1923. Dwindling Hope. Rain staggered back, supporting the blade of her tachi with a hand to block a descending stinger. Its speed was so great that she had barely managed to react in time, and its force was so terrible that she was thrown back a dozen meters. Her arms felt numb. When fighting nightmare creatures of a superior rank, blocking was really not a good idea. But the damn thing was so fast that there was simply no time for her to move out of the way. Luckily, she had done her job. A split second after Rain was tossed back, Tamer's Zweihander plummeted on the tail of the abomination, striking precisely at the spot where its armor had already been broken. The severed stinger fell to the ground in a flood of fetid blood, and the monstrous creature turned threateningly toward the young centurion, its claws flying forward at lightning speed. Tamer had no time to disengage and dash to the side. She simply stepped on air and leaped over the claws, then did so again. This time, the invisible platform seemed to be situated perpendicular to the ground, so she threw her body sideways instead of up, twisting and landing in a slide. The nightmare creature was already lunging at her, but at that moment, Ray, whom it had not noticed, blinded by pain, jumped onto its carapace and drove his sword through its eye. The abomination convulsed and fell, moving weakly. It was still alive, but completely dazed. The three awakened rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of attacks, eventually finishing it off. All three were breathing heavily, barely enduring their exhaustion, and that was despite the occasional infusion of stamina from Fleur. The rest of the soldiers were faring even worse. Rain shivered, noticing that another nightmare creature was already barreling in their direction. Just how many? The ground was already littered with so many corpses that it was hard to see the scarlet moss beneath. They couldn't go on much longer. Luckily, at that moment, the familiar, reassuring voice of the Blood Sister reached them like the most beautiful melody in the world. 7th Legion. Retreat! Their turn on the front line was over, this turn, at least. The Legion retreated in an orderly manner, and at the same time, another brigade advanced between their ranks. Soon, their backs hid the battlefield from Rain's view, and she let out a relieved sigh. Moving back almost all the way to the edge of the water, the 7th Legion came to a halt. The soldiers fell to the ground where they stood, shell-shocked, exhausted, and covered in blood. Some dismissed their armor despite the dire danger. The heat was just too unbearable, and they were all drowning in sweat. Everyone was dehydrated, so the first thing many did was greedily drink water from their canteens. Rain was no exception. After drinking her share, she finally felt alive again. While Fleur was tending to their wounds, all minor, fortunately, and infusing them with refreshing vitality, the three members of the cohort who had actively participated in the melee remained silent. Honestly, they were too stunned by the magnitude and ferocity of the violence. too dazed, and too tired to talk. Even Tamer, who had been programmed to always maintain composure by her clan, seemed subdued and shaken. None of them had died yet, at least. The same could not be said about most other cohorts. The number of slain nightmare creatures was incalculable, but the casualties suffered by the Song army were also heavy. It is not a last stand. Rain knew that it wasn't, but it seemed like one more and more with each passing minute. The 7th Legion had fought well during their first rotation, and during the second, too. However, during the third, the tired soldiers started to make more and more mistakes. As a result, more and more of them died. They had just finished the 5th rotation, and the situation was starting to look bleak, not just for them, but for the entire army. The warriors of Song were desperate, exhausted, and slowly succumbing to fear. Their morale had especially plummeted when one of the saints, the one whose transformation resembled a horned lion with a venomous viper for the tail, finally fell, debilitated by countless wounds, and was immediately swallowed by the tide of nightmare creatures. Like that, the Song army lost its first transcendent champion. Watching a saint die was a shock to everyone, not only because they were watching the death of a living legend, but also because it forced the soldiers to ask themselves a simple question. If even demigods were dying, then what hope did mere mortals like them have? Rain threw a glance at her shadow, drawing strength from it, then turned to the flooded clearing and stared into the distance with a detached expression. The battle had been unbearably hard on the army, lasting an eternity. She couldn't imagine how Lady Seer and her team could still be alive while fighting a great demon, but they were, continuing the devastating battle. Even though it was taking place too far to discern the silhouette of the daughters of Kisong, everyone in the second layer of the battle formation could turn around and look at the flooded plain to see the massive shape of the demon moving across the water, making it surge and boil. At some point, Rain did not know when, the water, which had been clear and transparent before, had turned entirely red, like a lake of blood. Some of it was because of the blood flowing from the shore where the Song army was fighting, but most of it, she had no idea where it had come from. Something flashed in the distance, and a few moments later, the echo of a terrifying roar reached them from afar. The ground quaked, and the lake of blood surged, a tall wave crashing into the low shore. The Queen's daughters were still fighting the great demon. Chapter 1924. Pit of Despair. The Great One was like a mountain, its mighty body covered by bristling black fur. Its body was not quite bestial, but also not quite human. The creature was like an abominable ape, its fangs protruding like cliffs, its eyes burning with diabolical cunning and murderous fury. It was wielding a great club made out of bone, and each time it struck the ground, the entire world quaked. Seer, the beautiful harpy, was playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with the demonic ape by flying around its head, barely dodging its obliterating attacks. Ceres, the enormous three-headed canine, was in an even more precarious position, dancing between the abomination's feet and trying to tear pieces of flesh out of its shins. Neither had managed to deliver even a single wound to the great demon yet. However, the demon was bleeding. Opening its maw, the terrifying creature let out a deafening roar and shuddered, forgetting about the annoying fly and the three-headed pest for a moment. Then, it vomited a terrifying waterfall of blood. Blood was flowing from its mouth, from its nose, even from the corners of its eyes, spilling into the shallow water like a red river. That was because Seer was using her awakened ability. It had taken a while for her ability to take effect, considering how powerful her enemy was, but she wasn't powerless, either. If anything, the most difficult part was limiting the area of effect of her ability to spare her allies from sharing the same fate as the demon. The intoxicating smell of blood was driving her mad, and at the same time making her many times stronger. Standing in the middle of a lake of blood spilled by a great abomination, Seer was infused with a raging inferno of hungry, furious power. It was the scaling augmentation granted by her ascended ability. It was partially because of that power that she had been able to move with stunning speed to evade the demon's earth-shattering attacks and recover from the terrible wounds littering her body, staying alive despite how vast the gap between her and the guardian of the citadel was. The second reason was her transformation ability. Seer had possessed the ability to turn into a monster from the time she was a young sleeper, lost in the darkness of the forgotten shore. Therefore, she had not gained the ability to transform into something else when attaining transcendence. Instead, she had gained the ability to transform others. Those she transformed became stronger, and their strength could enhance her own power in turn. And finally, the third reason was the blood of beast god that flowed in her veins, bestowed upon her, whether she had wanted it or not, by her mother, the Raven Queen. And then, there was her flaw. Seer grinned and dashed forward, flying above the red water with stunning speed. The infuriated demon swatted Seer away and kicked Ceres with devastating might, sending the giant canine flying like a tiny pup. Both saints crashed into the shallow water, their bodies bleeding and broken. After that, she was the sole target of the Great One's fury. Ah! The enormous bone club crashed into the ground, displacing countless tons of water and making the world shake. Seer never slowed down, pivoting and then leaping gracefully. Before the displaced water could even start raining down, she already landed on the surface of the club and rushed across its surface, ascending hundreds of meters above the clearing in a heartbeat. Her polished nails turned into terrifying claws, and the red glow of her eyes turned furious and predatory, full of murderous intent. Sadly, she knew that she could not kill the great demon. Maybe if she had time to observe and study the abomination, learning its strengths and weaknesses, gaining a thorough understanding of its powers, and getting insight into the way its perverse mind worked, she would stand a chance. But she was forced to attack it blindly, without making any targeted preparations, so her chances were close to zero. Just the sheer size of the abominations was already an obstacle, not to mention every unholy trait and attribute that thing possessed. Seer and Ceres were severely wounded and would not be joining the fight again. But that was all right. There was a reason why Seer survived the longest out of anyone who had ever been sent to the Forgotten Shore. That reason was that she knew how to find a way out of the most desperate situation, and then drown her enemies in the pit of despair she had escaped. Right now, for example, there was little chance of defeating the great demon. Therefore, there was no reason to try. Instead, her goal was simply to draw its attention, which she had already done, and stall it for a while. After all, they had not come here to slay a great demon. They had come here to conquer a citadel. And while Seer was dancing with death by enduring the wrath of the dreadful abomination, her sister Hell was sneaking into the citadel to claim its gateway. The great demon raised its club, lifting Seer ever higher above the surface of the water. For a moment, she was level with its enormous head, and saw the waterfalls of blood flowing from its maw and nostrils. She shivered, feeling her flaw call upon her from somewhere deep, deep within. Seer licked her alluring red lips. Ah! I want to taste it. Asterisk. Advance! The battered 7th Legion rushed forward once again. The retreating soldiers stumbled between them, bleeding and barely staying upright. Their pale faces and sunken eyes were full of numb terror. Reaching the front line, Rain saw a carpet of corpses covering the ground everywhere she looked. Most belonged to hideous nightmare creatures, but many were those of humans, some sickeningly mangled, some strangely intact. There were so many dead that the ancient jungle seemed unable to swallow them all, its profane hunger satiated for the first time in eons. Curse it all! The Song army was still holding fast, but its breaking point was drawing close. Once they reached it and the battle line collapsed, an even more harrowing slaughter would take place, and all of them would be devoured by the rampaging of nightmare creatures. Stay alive! Forward, together! For the Queen! Tamer's shout brought her back to her senses. Gripping the hilt of her black tachi, Rain gritted her teeth and braced herself. A moment later, the nightmare creatures were upon them. Hopeless. It is hopeless. No matter how much they fought, no matter how much they killed, no matter how much they died, the flood of abominations would not end. And these nightmare creatures were the lesser evil, at that. Even if the expedition force somehow managed to eradicate them all, the true horrors of the Hollows would soon arrive, attracted by the overwhelming smell of blood. Rain felt a chilling shiver run down her spine when she realized that she could, indeed, die here today. Her sweat turned cold, and she drew in a shaky breath. And then? Something imperceptible changed about the world. It was as if the sweltering heat of Godgrave receded a little, and a cool breeze gently caressed her skin. Rain was not just imagining it, either. She could see her fellow soldiers react to the strange change, too. Even the nightmare creatures were affected. Their ceaseless onslaught turned slower, for a moment, and then lulled. What? Confused and struggling to believe what she was seeing, Rain stared at the abominations. The abominations had actually stopped, and were now sniffing the air, growling, and Anne. It almost seemed as though some of them were cowering in fear. Far behind her, in the middle of the flooded clearing, the gargantuan great demon noiselessly fell down. And, at the same time, Rain froze in terror. The countless corpses littering the vast swath of the jungle all moved at the same time. The dead nightmare creatures, the fallen humans, they all stirred, moved, and then slowly rose from the ground. Far behind her, the slain great demon was rising from the bloody water, as well, its dead eyes staring forward with no emotion. Rain took a step back, her face turning even paler than usual. That's the Queen. A moment later, the Legion of the Dead came alive, tearing into the nightmare horde. Soon after that, the battle was over. The Queen of Worms had finally arrived to Godgrave. Chapter 1925. Missing Oracle. Damnation. It's torture. His nose was itching. It had been itching for what felt like an eternity already, but sadly, he could not scratch it. He could not move at all, really, because the cloud veil was torn above the war camp of the Sword Army, drowning the world in a blinding white light. The camp stretched below him, resembling a city. There was no movement on the orderly avenues, and the countless people populating it had all turned into motionless statues. Their silhouettes were like black shadows painted on the blurry white backdrop, melting in the stark radiance. Mercifully, that was simply because his eyes were tearing up, not because they were turning to ash. Now that St. Tyrrhic had left to accompany the expedition force on its quest to conquer the citadel, the main camp of the Sword Army had lost her protection. That was why everyone had been forced to learn how to survive the annihilating gaze of the incandescent abyss. Now, several weeks later, people rarely died when the clouds parted. Of course, there were measures in place to alert them of the imminent danger in advance. Sunny was not entirely sure how that was achieved, but there were countless talents in the sword domain, both mundane and awakened. He did not doubt that someone would have come up with a method to predict the movement of clouds. Granted, the warnings rarely came more than a minute before the cloud break, so the method clearly still required some improvement. This time, the clouds parted while Sunny was searching for Cassie, leaving him no choice but to sit down and patiently wait for the danger to pass. It had been close to an hour since then, and the grey veil was finally starting to show signs of repairing itself. 10 minutes later, the blinding radiance finally subsided, and Sunny furiously scratched his nose. Ah, damn it! He wondered if anyone in Godgrave had died from sneezing yet, then rose to his feet and looked around. Sunny had already checked everywhere on the Ivory Island, including the underground level of the Ivory Tower and Cass's personal quarters. He had checked every cabin of the chain breaker as well, and asked around among the firekeepers. No one had seen the blind seer, which could only mean one thing, that she was performing her duties as the seneschal of the great clan Vela somewhere in the camp. Unless something out of the ordinary had happened. Frowning, he walked over to one of the 7 chains anchoring the Ivory Island to the ground and descended by walking across it. Sunny was reluctant to unleash his shadow sense here, so his best choice was to go check personally. Fortunately, Vela Keep, the stone stronghold that served as the headquarters of the Sword Army and the residence of the king, was not far. He reached it in a matter of minutes and hesitated at the entrance, feeling uncomfortable under the dubious gazes of the guards. The thing was, Sunny had only ever entered the keep while accompanying either Nephis or Cassie. He had never been here alone, and wasn't sure if he was even allowed inside. Clearing his throat, he hesitated for a moment, cringed inwardly, and addressed the guards in a commanding tone. "I am Sir Sunless, Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. Move aside." "Gods, I actually said it." The guard stared at him some more. Eventually, one of them sneered. "Oh, yes. We know precisely who you are. Sir Sunless." The derision in his voice was not even hidden, but the guards did move aside. Sunny glowered at them for a moment, then walked into the gate. Halfway across the threshold, however, he halted, backed a few steps, and looked at the rude guard for a moment. Then, a pleasant smile appeared on his face. "Do you, perhaps, want to challenge me to a duel?" The guard paled a little, shivered, and slowly shook his head. No. Knight Sunless, sir." Sunna's smile brightened menacingly. "Thought so." With that, he entered the stronghold without looking back. Nephis was gone from the camp, as well, so people were getting braver as far as showing him their contempt was concerned. Sunny did not really mind, but it was starting to get tiresome. Perhaps it was time to teach them another lesson in humility. But not now. Sighing, Sunny found the nearest person wearing the colors of Clan Valor and inquired if Song of the Fallen was nearby. He had not really expected a positive answer, but to his surprise, the man simply nodded and gave him directions to a certain chamber in the depths of the keep. The chamber was guarded by several knights, which gave him pause. Although nothing showed on his face, Sunny felt his whole body tense up for a moment, and his heart started to race. Were these ascended guards sent to protect Cassie as a sign of how highly she was valued by Clan Valor, or were they here to make sure that she couldn't escape? Was there a sorceress cage inside the chamber that cut off her powers, similar to the one in which the two of them had spent an unforgettable time in the Night Temple? This was the burden of being a double agent for a regicidal insurgency. Sunny never knew if he was one heartbeat away from having his treasonous ways revealed. He lingered for a moment, then asked with decorum, "Is St. Cassio inside?" One of the knights looked down at him sternly, then nodded and turned around to knock on the door politely. "You have a visitor, my lady." Hearing Cass's response, he opened the door and let Sunny inside. The chamber was sparsely furnished, but quite comfortable. There was a soft sofa, several armchairs, a wooden table with succulent fruit and refreshments, and even a memory keeping the air cool, not to mention a few bottles of beverages from the waking world. Vermilion curtains moved slightly in the wind, and sunlight was pouring through a narrow window. Cassie was half sitting, half laying on the sofa, her beautiful face showing signs of extreme fatigue. One of the hands was lowered powerlessly, while the other was holding a silver goblet. Sunny was worried for a moment, then determined that there were no wounds on her body and let out a sigh of relief. The blind seer, meanwhile, turned her head in his direction. "Who is it?" He frowned. Shouldn't she know already? Then again, their mental link seemed to be inactive, which meant that Cass's ascended ability was suppressed, for some reason. If the same was true for her awakened ability, which allowed her to sense what would happen a few seconds in the future, then she would be truly and utterly blind. Sunnis' frown deepened. "It's me, St. Cassir. Master Sunless." He threw a glance at her ascended guards and unceremoniously closed the door. That would not prevent them from eavesdropping on their conversation, but it was better than nothing. A pale smile illuminated Cass's face. "Sunny, it's good that you're here. I was just thinking about asking someone to escort me back to the Ivory Island." Sunny took a deep breath, considered his thoughts for a moment, and then asked bluntly, "What happened to you?" He thought that he already knew the answer. In hindsight, it was quite obvious. Cassie sighed, then dropped her head on the soft armrest of the sofa. Her voice was a little tired. Essence exhaustion. Chapter 1926. Enhanced Interrogation. Sunny offered her his arm, and she took it tentatively. Their physical closeness earned him a few scornful looks from the passerby, who seemed ready to beat him up as if he was some kind of despicable philanderer, with a healthy dose of envy mixed into the anger, perhaps. He was momentarily happy that Cassie could not see these reactions. Ignoring the idiots, Sunny led her toward the Ivory Island. Essence exhaustion? Of course, it was the most obvious answer. He just failed to consider it seriously because Cassie, unlike Nephis and Sunny himself, had very rarely driven herself to that state before, if ever. Which posed the question: what exactly had made her burn so much essence? The answer would have to wait until they were in a more private setting, though. As they walked, Cassie asked quietly, "Did something happen?" "I've been told that the king has left for the waking world." Considering how difficult it seems for him to do so, I assume that Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows had conquered the citadel. Sunny lingered with the answer. Eventually, he said neutrally. They did. However, there were complications. Cass's grip tightened. What kind of complications? He grimaced. It was not impossible for Master Sunless to know, but it was definitely a bit strange. Sadly, Cassie seemed to have been too agitated and left him no choice but to answer. Sunny looked ahead somberly. There was an ambush. Quite a devious one, so much so that it almost ended in disaster. Well, technically, it did. Several saints of the Sword Army are dead. He paused for a moment, and added. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows are fine, though. Cassie let out a shaky breath, then asked somberly. How? He sighed. For daughters of the Queen, each a transcendent of divine lineage. And 6 reflections. They also. Sunny hesitated for a bit before finishing the sentence. They also knew too much, while we knew too little. There seems to be a powerful diviner among them, as well as a few talented spies hiding among us. His tone was neutral, but it must have sounded like an accusation to Cassie. After all, she was the premier diviner of their small faction, no, of the entire Sword Army. This failure was, in no small part, the result of her personal failure to outperform the Oracle of Clan Song. Deathsinger, most likely. It could be easily misjudged as an indictment of her inadequacy. The delicate young woman grew quiet and did not speak again until they reached the ivory tower. Sunny guided her to her personal quarters. As they were ascending the stairs, Cassie seemed to finally regain a little of her essence. She gently let go of his hand and walked the rest of the way on her own, tracing her fingers across the cold stone of the great pagoda's wall. Hidden safely in her office and protected from any potential eavesdroppers by a few special memories, they could finally talk. Luckily, Anvil himself was currently away, as well. Cassie sat down in her chair and let out a heavy sigh. What exactly happened? Sunny leaned on the wall and crossed his arms, then said somberly. They went after 2 citadels at the same time. The army marched where we expected it to march, but a small team of powerful saints went directly to our destination instead. They got there faster than us, as well, of course. We don't know if they lost anyone in the process, and how many. However, they killed the Great Terror defending the citadel and claimed it. Needless to say, once we entered, we found ourselves inside Ki Song's domain. With each word he spoke, Cass's expression darkened. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then continued. Worse than that, they were prepared to face me and Nephis in particular. Dark Dancer, Revel and Moonveil managed to counter our aspects almost perfectly. They might not have managed such a feat alone, but with Mordred's reflections mirroring their powers, it worked. It was a tough fight. I have not felt that pressured in a long, long while. He slowly shook his head. We managed to drive them away in the end, but not without heavy losses. I even gained quite a valuable boon in the process. Still, it might have gone much better if you had not suffered essence exhaustion at the same time. Finally, it was his turn to ask the questions. What did you do? How did you end up like that in the middle of the war camp? Cassie did not answer immediately, troubled by what he had said. After a while, she sighed and leaned back in the chair, touching her blindfold briefly. You mentioned that there are spies hidden among us. Sunny nodded. I did. Cass's expression turned dark. I was interrogating those spies. That was how I spent all my essence. Who? He considered her words for a few moments. Since when have you become Veilous Interrogator? A bitter smile twisted her lips. Cassie took a deep breath, then shrugged. Since Anvil decided to use me as one, I guess. The situation was difficult. I don't know how Vela managed to sniff out and capture those spies, but they proved too seasoned and zealous to betray the secrets of their queen. None of the memories Vela usually uses to get the truth out of people worked, and their interrogators failed as well. Torturing these people would have been of no use, and so. I guess the king remembered that I can read people's memories. So, I was summoned. Sunny scowled. Cass's aspect did, indeed, make her a terrifying entity to those who wanted to keep secrets. However, violating the memories of captive people seemed like quite a vile affair, and one ill-suited for the beautiful Song of the Fallen. The fact that Anvil had forced her to do something so dirty irked Sunny to no end. Not that he thought that Cassie was above doing such vile things, he was pretty sure that she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, no matter how brutal or distasteful. It was just that the King of Swords did not know that, so what right did he have to make such a demand of Cassie? That bastard. I'll kill him slowly one day. Or swiftly, from the shadows, and stabbing him in the back. Either worked. Cassie, meanwhile, rubbed the bridge of her nose. Reading someone's deep memories against their will can be an intense process, for me. Especially if their mental resilience is high. That was why I had to expend a lot of essence to get the answers Anvil wanted. She lingered for a few moments, and then suddenly smiled darkly. But that was not the reason why I exhausted it completely. Sunny walked over and sat on the chair across from her. Oh. Cassie nodded. No. The real reason is that I used that chance to get the answers I myself wanted. Answers about Song and Valor, which might lead us to learn more about the Sovereigns, perhaps even their weakness. Her smile faltered, then disappeared. And I did. Although, it is only a thread. We will need to keep pulling it to find the truth. Sunny leaned forward a little. And what exactly is that thread? Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then raised a hand and pulled her blindfold off. It will be easier if I simply show you. He frowned, considering the implication of her words. You mean? She nodded. Yes. Before, I took a look at your memories. Now, I will share mine with you, instead. If you'll accept them. Sunny blinked a couple of times, suddenly reluctant to look in her beautiful eyes. But then, he forced himself to gaze into them deeply. His lips twisted into a dark smile. Sure. Why not? In the next moment, Cass's eyes changed. But Sunny once again failed to perceive the nature of that change, because he was suddenly pulled into a strange and stunningly vivid memory. Chapter 1927. Blind Seer. He knew that it had not always been like this. Cass's ability to remember everything with perfect clarity had slowly developed as she climbed the path of ascension, most likely reaching its current state as a result of transcendence. It was bitterly ironic, therefore, that her memory felt fragmented and shrouded in fog. Being drawn into Cass's recollection did not mean that Sunny could read her mind, the only thoughts he could sense and hear were those that she remembered thinking, after all. However, he could still feel how burdened she was by the shattered nature of her past. Great swathes of her life were missing, and that fractured emptiness seeped into the very foundation of herself, making the whole world feel like treacherous quicksand. Nevertheless, Cassie was undeterred, confidently walking forward despite being unable to look back. Sunny, though, was far less poised. As soon as the unfamiliar recollection blossomed in his mind, a strong sense of vertigo overcame him, and he swayed. If he wasn't sitting on a chair, he would have probably lost balance entirely. Cass's world was far too overwhelming. He suspected that she must have been dazed when reliving his own memories. After all, the way Sunny perceived the world was unique and extraordinary. Not only was his mind split between several incarnations, but he also possessed a sense that humans did not, navigating the world full of shadows. So, Sunny was not a stranger to complex points of view. But the way Cassie perceived the world was simply overwhelming in its staggering complexity. To start with, all her senses were incredibly sharp, many times sharper than that of other saints, which were already far, far superior to that of mundane humans. All senses except for her sight, of course. Cass's world was a world of darkness, and being blind was a mild shock to Sunny in and of itself. He had experienced being blinded before, but never as a permanent and inseparable part of his existence. And then, there was more. Cass's own point of view was already disorienting enough, but it was not the only one she was living. As she was walking down a stone corridor, she was also perceiving the world through several other people. There was Nephis, leaving the expedition force of the Sword Army behind to descend into the hollows. The sweltering heat of Godgrave was pouring from the radiant sky, and drops of sweat were rolling down her lean, powerful body. Then, a wave of harrowing agony washed over her, burning her alive, and two beautiful white wings spread open behind her. There was Sunny himself and his world of shadows, as well. The impression of his original incarnation was sharp and clear, the other two less so. There was Jet, standing on a crumbled wall and looking up at the shattered moon, mesmerized by its broken beauty. There were Effie and Kai, and many others, as well. There was a man in the depths of the government headquarters, watching in numb terror at the wall full of monitors. There was an ascended woman fighting for her life in the depths of the Scarlet Jungle, supported from both sides by her fellow song soldiers. There was an old man standing over an incandescent crucible, pouring a torrent of essence into the molten steel. The overwhelming avalanche of sensations flooded Sunnis' mind, making all the other perspectives a blur. If not for his experience of casting shadow sense across vast areas, he would have suffered a seizure there and then. As it was, he was only dazed, struggling to find his way in this kaleidoscope of varied lives. But that was not all, either. The worst was yet to come. That was because Cass's own point of view was split between 2 points in time, as if she was experiencing the present and the near future simultaneously. And that included the feedback she would receive from her marks in her future, doubling the terrifying flood of knowledge pouring into her mind. That weight of it was so heavy as to almost be unbearable. Her ability to sustain it was monstrous. It took Sunny some time to learn how to not drown in the blind seer's view of the world. Even then, he was barely staying afloat, feeling like a drunk. He limited what he paid attention to and concentrated only on Cass's own perspective while pushing everything else into the dark corner of his mind. Cassie was walking down a long stone corridor. She was blind, and although someone's measured steps were resounding beside her, weighty and metallic, far apart, betraying the person as a tall man wearing armor, his point of view was not among those she shared. Therefore, Cassie was navigating the corridor with the help of her awakened ability, which was a disorienting and bizarre experience. Feeling a shift in the draft blowing through the corridor and knowing that a turn was drawing near, she habitually lowered a hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. Suddenly, Sunny was enlightened why Cassie often wore her echo in a scabbard on her waist, where the habit of resting her hand on its hilt had come from, and why she was still using the temperamental rapier despite how relatively weak it was in comparison to the enemies they usually faced these days. I see. Of course. Awakened shared a sort of connection with their echoes, allowing them to give the sorceress constructs mental commands. Quiet Dancer, however, turned out to be a bit of a unique echo. Of course it was, considering its unusual nature. When Cassie held its hilt, their connection deepened, and she was able to vaguely sense what the flying rapier was sensing. Of course, Quiet Dancer did not perceive the world as a being of flesh and blood would. It had no sight, no hearing, no sense of smell, and no concept of what these notions were. However, it did perceive something, which made sense, really. After all, the echo did navigate its surroundings with fine precision when flying at great speed and fighting enemies. Sunny was not sure how, but it had a way of sensing shapes and, especially, motion. So, when Cassie held the Quiet Dancer, she could very vaguely discern shapes and movement, too. As the man walking by her side turned the corner, she seamlessly followed, managing not to bump into anything and maintain her graceful bearing. It was when the man said something that Sunny was pulled away from his fascination. Therefore, Lady Cassie, you must succeed. Sunny froze at the sound of the cold, commanding voice. A voice that tolerated no disobedience. He knew that voice. And he knew by whose side Cassie was walking, as well. She lowered her head in a bow and answered respectfully. I understand, Your Highness. It will be done. It was Anvil, the King of Swords. Pushing a heavy door open, Anvil walked into a cold, damp room and waited for Cassie to follow. Inside the room, there was the smell of blood, and the sound of rattling chains as someone moved. She could feel the prisoner's stare, but there were no words. Only silence. Cassie marked one of the guards stationed inside the cell and was finally able to see her surroundings. In front of her, an old man who had once been dignified was chained to the wall, his clothes soaked with blood. His gaze was calm and heavy. It took her a moment to recognize him as an elder from one of the legacy clans who had pledged their loyalty to Vela. Nevertheless, the old man had turned out to be a spy of the Song domain. Chapter 1928. Dawn of a New Era. The fact that he had lived to his respectable age was proof enough of just how much willpower he possessed. However, today, the old man encountered an ordeal that he would not be able to overcome. It was Cassie. Kneeling near the blooded prisoner, she pulled off her blindfold and looked him into the eyes. Of course, Cassie had marked him already, so what she actually saw was herself. The old man smiled darkly, and finally spoke. "Song of the Fallen. I've heard about you." She responded quietly. "And are you, Master Orum?" She knew that he might attempt to commit suicide if given enough time. In fact, he would have done so already if the nature of her aspect had not been a closely guarded secret. So, there was little time to waste, especially considering that there were several other captured spies she would have to interrogate later. But this one was more valuable to Cassie because he had lived a long life and would know many secrets that had nothing to do with the clandestine side of the domain war. Looking into the man's eyes, Cassie activated her transcendent ability. Master Orum's formidable mental defenses crumbled easily under her tyrannical attack. After that, Sunny experienced something very strange. He was reliving Cassie's memory, who in turn was reliving the memories of the old man. If anything, it was a relief, since Master Orum was very much human. His point of view was infinitely less crushing than her own. The recent memories were the easiest to access. The fear, the pain, the despair of being caught, but below it all, an eerie sense of calm and cold determination, as if he had been prepared to meet such an end all along. Deeper than these fresh experiences were the memories of the war. The span of time was too great, and Master Orum's memory was not much different from a mundane human. Many details of his recent past already erased by the passage of time, Cassie somehow sifted through the vast volume of random recollections, zeroing in on only the most important ones. She completed the royal order with relative ease, finding the details of Orum's clandestine activity. How long he had been relaying information to Song, what methods he used, which secrets he had shared, who were his contacts in the Sword Army, and so on. It was eerie and frightening, how easily she had learned his most precious secrets, and how helpless the stalwart old man was in front of her. However, even after learning everything the King of Swords wanted to know, Cassie showed no sign of having achieved her goal. Instead, she kept looking into Orum's eyes, diving deeper into his memories, deeper, deeper, and deeper still, until his whole life was laid open in front of her like a book. There were too many pages in that book to read them all, but some were more solid and important than others. They were his core memories, as well as those memories that had just got stuck in his mind for one reason or another, sometimes for no reason at all. Even these were too numerous for her to fathom in a short span of time, without revealing her secret actions to the onlookers. So, Cassie focused even more, her mind spinning on all cylinders to find the pieces of precious information she desperately wanted to know. And there, finally, she discovered something. In the next moment, Sunny was transported into an old memory. Despite its age, however, it was incredibly sharp and vivid, hinting at how important these events were to Master Orum. And only a few seconds later, Sunny understood why. Asterisk. The city was on fire, an acrid smoke shrouded the streets. Military vehicles lay on the melting asphalt like corpses of metallic beasts, their armor bent and torn to shreds. Here and there, human corpses were sprawled on the ground, as well, gruesomely mutilated and surrounded by pools of blood. Screams of terror were echoing in the smoke, drowning in the inhuman cacophony of bestial roars. Ori! Orum, a slender young man on the cusp of adulthood, had been running for his life, overcome by pain and despair. At the sound of a childish voice calling out to him, however, he stopped and turned around. His little sister, whom he had been dragging along, was sprawled on the ground a dozen meters away, having fallen a few moments ago. For a moment, cold fear flooded his mind. He had not even noticed when her hand slipped out of his. Limping back in a hurry, he picked her up from the ground and wiped tears out of her eyes. "It's all right. It's all right. Come on, we have to." At that moment, a hideous figure lunged at them from the smoke, frenzied madness burning in its terrifying eyes. It was one of the infected, or whatever these demons were. Orum froze. Luckily, his body moved even if his mind was paralyzed. It pushed his sister back and whipped an arm forward, a senseless gesture, considering how powerful and unstoppable the infected were. However, Orum had been one of these infected not too long ago. He had not turned into a monster, though. Instead, he had dreamed of a terrible place, fighting for his life in a dreadful land where gods and demons were real and humans possessed unbelievable powers. When he awoke, he brought parts of that dream with him. As the infected was about to tear into his flesh, the asphalt beneath it suddenly parted, and then closed like stone jaws, crushing the creature's bones and trapping it. Orum fell back, trembling, and pulled a military handgun, the one he had picked up from a soldier's corpse a few minutes before, from the pocket of his torn jacket. Aiming it at the infected, he disengaged the safety and repeatedly pulled the trigger. His aim was so bad that only 7 rounds out of 12 actually hit the monster despite the close distance. Out of those, 3 had ricocheted off the creature's adamantine skull, but the remaining 4 were mercifully enough to kill it. The infected slumped, and Orum shuddered when a ghostly voice resounded in his head. "You have slain a dormant beast, carrion beast. You have received a memory." Lowering the empty gun, Orum belatedly realized that he had forgotten to search for spare magazines on the soldier's corpse. He had no bullets left. How were they going to survive? How was anyone going to survive? All around young Orum and his sister? The world was coming to an end. Chapter 1929. First Generation. Monsters had no place in the real world. But killers had. After all, the real world was not that different from a nightmare. Wiping his sweat, he turned away, pulled his sister close, and shielded her from the gruesome sight. "We can't stay still. We need to get away from this district before the fire spreads." "Ori." He looked at his sister and forced out a smile. "It's fine. I'm not hurt. It's all going to be fine." He remembered hearing the ghostly voice say that he had received something, some kind of memory. That was not the first time he had heard these words, but their meaning escaped him. He was certain that he would not forget these terrible days for as long as he was alive, but wasn't it natural to retain the memories of what happened to you? Why had the voice felt the need to announce such a strange thing? Gritting his teeth, Orum stood up, gasped at the pain in his wounded leg, then picked up his sister and started to limp away. The rag he had used to bandage the wound was already soaked in blood, which was now pooling in his shoe. Ignoring the repulsive sensation, he hurried his steps. Then, hearing another howl, he ignored the pain and ran. Orum ran as fast as he could, which was incredibly fast, compared to what he had been capable of just a few days ago. His body had grown unbelievably strong after the strange dream, reaching a pinnacle of what humans should be capable of. It was all very magical. And yet, it wasn't enough. Pretty soon, Orum stopped, looking around in desperation. They were on a wide intersection, surrounded by burning tanks. There was nowhere to run anymore. That was because several infected had been feasting on the corpses of the soldiers that littered the ground here, and were now staring at him with bestial eyes. Several more were rushing from behind, only a few seconds away from catching up. Orum held his sister tighter, not knowing what to do. No, he knew what he had to do. He had to fight. It was just that fighting these monsters was suicide, even if he still had the gun. Or, he could try to escape. Alone. If he lost the pack of supplies weighing him down, as well as his sister. He shuddered, revolted and loathing himself for the momentary thought. He would not leave his sister behind, ever, and that meant that both of them were going to die here. Orum slowly lowered the little girl to the ground, then picked up a length of iron pipe that lay nearby, slightly bent and heavy in his grip. If he was going to die, then he would die fighting. He would die taking as many of these monsters with him as he could. However, Orum did not die. Just when the infected were prepared to lunge at him, something whistled in the air, and the head of one of the infected exploded. A split second later, another fell to the ground, and then one more. Each was hit directly in the eye. He shook off his shock and raised the ground in front of them akin to a wall, the cracked asphalt scattering into the air. The wall shuddered when two monstrous creatures crashed into it, producing an appalling sound of breaking bones. Orum toppled the wall of earth onto them and raised his pipe, bringing it down on the cracked skull of the first creature to emerge from beneath the debris. The ghostly voice whispered into his ear again. "You have slain." He killed the second infected, as well, although that one took several blows. By then, their pursuers were already upon them, or rather, they were sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from jagged holes in their heads. Orum tiredly lowered his pipe, took his sister's hand, and looked around in confusion. A few moments later, he froze. Someone had walked out of the smoke. It was a beautiful young woman in dark military clothes, visibly 1 or 2 sizes too large for her frame. She had gorgeous raven-black hair and a confident gaze, using a high-powered magnetic rifle as a walking stick to help her walk. And she needed the help, because she seemed to be late into her pregnancy. Her belly protruded forward like a ripe fruit, and she was using her other hand to support it. Orum recognized her as his savior and bowed hurriedly. Thank you." The young woman glanced at him, then hung the rifle over her shoulder and outstretched a hand. His eyes widened when a scary-looking hunting knife appeared in it, seemingly out of thin air. She studied him for a moment, then smiled lightly. "What's your name, boy?" Orum gulped. It's Ori." She nodded, then smiled wider and offered him the strange knife. "Well, what are you waiting for? We need to get the shards before more of them appear. And it's a bit hard for me to bend down at the moment, so." He stared at her in incomprehension. All the shards? What shards? Wait, where did this knife come from? How did you? The young woman blinked a couple of times. Right. I guess not everyone has figured these things out inside the trial. Well, worry not, Ori. I'll explain to you what a soul shard is, what a memory is, and how to survive the end of the world. She lingered for a moment, and then added with a smile. Oh, I'm Jiwan, by the way. Song Jiwan. She patted her belly. And this little bean is my future daughter. She'll be a real princess, no doubt. Chapter 1930. Bright Future. As Sunny thought that, surprised, the memory dissolved into the stream of Cass's consciousness, and another one surfaced. Orum, now unawakened, was standing at the edges of a crowded square in NQSC. His figure was more muscular, and his posture was upright and confident, a far cry from the skinny refugee youth he had been once. He had survived the end of the world, mostly thanks to Song Jiwan, who had taught him how to harvest soul shards, absorb them to grow stronger, summon the runes to learn about his aspect and attributes, manifest memories, and much more. On that day many years ago, they had fought their way out of the flood of the infected, the nightmare creatures, as they were called now, and then joined a caravan of other survivors, escaping across the desolate wasteland toward the Northern Quadrant siege capital. Song Jiwan, now known as Ravenheart, was also responsible for the fact that he had survived the winter solstice a few months later. They parted ways after that, thrown into different corners of the dream realm by the nightmare spell, but Orum often thought about his savior and wondered how she was doing now. And her daughter, who had been born soon after the two of them awakened. That was why he had been glad to have stumbled into her today, out of the blue. Ravenheart had not changed much. She was still easygoing and confident, quick to smile, and a little mysterious. It was only that there seemed to be a hint of heaviness hidden deep in her beautiful eyes now, and she seemed more mature. Take this. She handed him a snack from a street vendor, the same synth-paste cake everyone was having, powdered by an excessive amount of artificial spices, and looked at the huge projection towering above the crowd in the middle of the square. On it, a solemn ceremony was taking place. Orum received the snack with gratitude and looked at the screen as well. Ravenheart took a bite, grimaced, and then pointed at the projection. Oh, I recognize some of those guys. Let's see, the one who looks like he only has one expression should be good old Warden of Valor. He's not that bad, actually, just terribly stiff. The handsome devil next to him is Immortal Flame. Then, goodness gracious, is that who I think it is? That must be him. Nightwalker, so the rumors are true. He does exist. Let me see, who else? There were more renowned warriors beside them. The people whose image was projected above the crowd were the best and the brightest humanity had to offer, the militant heroes of the new era. Everyone had fought relentlessly to make sure that the world did not fall apart, of course, but these remarkable individuals had carved their names into history. And now, they were about to do it again. Orum glanced at Ravenheart and asked, feeling a little self-conscious. You know them? She shook her head. No, not really. Small people like us rarely get the chance to brush sides with the big guys, don't we? He smiled. Ravenheart was being falsely modest. Sure, her fame was nowhere near someone like the Warden or Immortal Flame, but she was far from ordinary. After all, she was one of the rare individuals who had earned a true name from the spell, as well. One of the people in the projection, meanwhile, was finishing a speech. But we endured. We survived. We thrived. The nightmare creatures are now fully eradicated across countless cities, and we have reclaimed our planet. However, it is still too early to celebrate. There are still many more cities that must be liberated, and many more people that need to be saved. And so, to achieve this glorious goal and protect humanity from the perils of the uncertain future. The speaker took a dramatic pause, and then finished with a bright smile. I am proud to announce the formation of the United Human Government. The crowd exploded with applause and cheers. The old countries were gone, and in the chaos of the new era, the survivors had been united around local powerhouses, mostly awakened champions. There was a lot of cooperation between various stronghold cities, especially recently, in no small part because those same powerhouses were often fighting side by side in the dream realm when they slept. So, this was welcome news. People felt as if a semblance of stability was returning to the world. Ravenheart clapped her hands together, as well. Good. Things were getting crazy in some parts of the world lately, both worlds, I mean. There are all kinds of lunatics out there, some holding significant power. This new united government will probably push them out, slowly but surely. Orum nodded. Yeah. I'm just glad that some kind of universal order will be established. Honestly, I felt like we'd devolved back to feudalism for a while. He was actually powerful enough to become a feudal lord himself, a small-time lord, perhaps, but a lord nonetheless. Still, that was not the world he wanted his sister to grow up in. Ravenheart gave him a curious look. I mean, we probably still will. But at least this new feudalism will have a nice veneer and a sleek PR department. With that, she finished her snack and headed away from the square. Come on, Ori. The whole city will be celebrating today, we should have some fun while we can, shouldn't we? Orum chuckled, threw one last glance at the projection, and followed. Sure. Just the two of us. Ravenheart flashed him a smile. Actually, I had one more person in mind. Half an hour later, Orum found himself looking at a shy, incredibly sweet little girl hiding behind her mother and throwing cautious glances at him. He blinked. Is that you, little Key? Gods, when did you get so big? The last time he saw her, she was a tiny, wrinkled infant swaddled in a bundle of cloth. So many people had died during the first months of the nightmare spell that simply surviving was seen as a great accomplishment. Surviving while being pregnant, like Ravenheart did, was nothing short of a miracle, as well as a testament to how exceptional she was. So, this little girl's life was a miracle. She had been born and survived against all odds. But it was only looking at her now, grown up and resembling an actual human, that Orum finally felt it. How far they had come. And that the world was not ending anymore. That they had saved it. Looking at the shy little girl, he smiled. What, don't you remember your Uncle Ori? Ah, I'm hurt. I was there when you were a tiny little baby, you know." He couldn't help but wonder what future awaited this sweet child. Surely, she would live a long life. Her future will be warm, bright, and full of happiness. Chapter 1931. Torchbearer. Today was another day of celebration, but Orum remembered too much, and felt too much, to share in the excitement that had seemingly taken the entire world by storm. He was dressed in his best clothes, standing in the grand assembly hall of the UHG headquarters. The somber space had been transformed into a lavishly decorated venue for the occasion, and there was a lively crowd enjoying the generous banquet, those who wielded power over humanity and the members of their families, all dressed to the nines and glowing with joy. Orum should have probably felt pride in being one of them, but he was not in the right mood. He was not young anymore. He was also not an inexperienced greenhorn who barely knew how to kill a nightmare creature. Instead, he was one of the most renowned awakened in the waking world, ruling a citadel of his own in the dream realm. His status was not as high as that of the brilliant heroes who had become the idols of humanity, perhaps, but not far below them. That was why Orum felt frozen and somber in the middle of the joyful celebration. There were others like him, as well, mostly those who had endured the horrors of the nightmare spell from the very first day of its descent. That was because they understood better than anyone what today's ceremony meant and how many lives had been lost to pave the road for it. Today, they were celebrating Immortal Flame, the fiery champion of humanity, who had done something they all considered impossible. Who had conquered the second nightmare. Orum raised a crystal glass to his lips and took a sip of the liquid inside, not feeling its taste. Immortal Flame was not the first awakened who had responded to the call and led a cohort into a seed of nightmare. In fact, many had tried before, some burning with ambition, some simply unable to resist the call anymore. It was just that none of them had returned alive. Orum had lost plenty of friends that way, their absence leaving deep scars on his heart. Some people still held hope, but most had long given up on ascendance. Immortal Flame had changed everything. His impossible feat shook the very foundation of the established world order, and would inevitably and completely change the future. Orum was sure of it. The news had been announced only a few days ago, and everywhere he went, he could already hear cautious whispers of trying to challenge the nightmares again. He was even tempted to consider it himself, but no, he couldn't. He had a family to take care of. Maybe later, when his niece passed the age of becoming a dreamer. But still. Ascendance. Immortal Flame himself was not in the assembly hall, whisked away by other powerhouses to hold a closed-door meeting, but Orum had met him briefly when entering the venue. Of course, he could not tell how much more powerful the man had become, exactly, but it was impossible to mistake him for an awakened. Just like a fallen abomination was incomparable to an awakened one, an ascended human should be an invincible existence to people like Orum. Which was both disquieting and reassuring. Steeling his widely beating heart, he gulped down his drink and let out a shaky breath. We all owe Immortal Flame. What he did proves that conquering the nightmares is possible. Which was an invaluable blessing, considering its necessity. Most people did not know, but Orum was high enough in the hierarchy of humanity to have a good rapport with the UHG. Having access to its information network, as well as one of his own, he knew that the rumors about a greater gate opening in the eastern quadrant were not rumors at all. In fact, several of these terrifying rifts had opened across the world in the last couple of years, far more devastating than any before, and countless lives had been lost. After the nightmare spell descended, people had thought that the world was saved for a few years. He still remembered the elation and optimism of those precious days, however, they had not lasted long. Soon, the nightmare gate started opening, and their lives had turned to fear and bloodshed once more. And now, the gates were growing more potent. There was already a classification system proposed, designating these new rifts as those of the third category. Although nothing had been proven yet, 3 more categories were theorized, up to a Category 6 gate. Or maybe even Category 7. What would such horror look like? Orum did not know, and could not imagine. He did know one thing, though. It was that there would be nothing but chilling escalation in the future, with more terrifying beings entering the waking world each year. If humans wanted to survive, they would have to keep up with the tyranny of the nightmare spell, as well. That was why what Immortal Flame had achieved was so important. Not even because he was the first human to become ascended, but because he had proven that conquering a nightmare was possible. That ascension was just another step on a long and winding path to salvation, the path of ascension. Immortal Flame had given them hope. Orum placed his glass on a nearby table and went to the far side of the hall, planning to hide his heavy thoughts behind a plate of snacks. He was still pondering the dire future when his concentration was broken by infectious laughter. Looking down, he saw a group of children doing what children usually did during the gatherings of adults, being bored and finding their own fun wherever they could. Among them, one girl especially attracted attention. She was maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing a frilly gown that made her look like a little princess and a smile so bright and radiant that even Orum's own lips curved upward slightly. At the moment, the girl was dragging a serious boy of the same age by the hand, saying something boisterously. "Come on, Vale. I really saw an echo. It's just outside." The boy pursed his lips, unhappy. "But Maddox said that I must stay here." The girl scoffed. "What does he know? Why is he ordering you around, anyway? He's only a year older than us." Orum recognized the cute pair. The boy was the younger son of the warden. The girl would probably be the daughter of Immortal Flame himself. He sighed and looked away with a smile. Little monsters. Orum had never become a father himself, but he was helping raise his niece. There had been a time when he thought that the children of the new era would grow up knowing nothing but peace and warmth, but fate was cruel. Instead, they grew up surrounded by terror, blood, monsters, loss, and death. They had been raised in the world of the nightmare spell, and as a result, they were far more fierce and feral than the children of his own era. Thinking about that, he looked up and froze. There, separated from the group of boisterous kids, stood another girl, this one a couple years older and a little gloomy. No one seemed very interested in speaking with her, so she was all alone, holding to the dull fabric of her far less opulent dress awkwardly. Orum paid no attention to her clothes, however. He only looked at her face, which was painfully familiar. It took him a few moments to remember whom she reminded him of. The girl was the spitting image of her mother. Forgetting everything, Orum couldn't help but walk closer and ask, his voice hiding suppressed emotion. "Little Key." Chapter 1932. Second Generation. They were living in turbulent and tumultuous times, and he had had family matters to deal with back then. Later, his focus shifted to the dream realm. He pursued his ambitions and eventually conquered a citadel of his own, wishing to build a livelihood for himself and his family. Awakened were naturally grouped together by the region of the dream realm they traveled to at night. Ravenheart was simply too far away, in a place where few others had been sent by the nightmare spell. She was not very sociable, either, so the two of them had grown distant, eventually losing contact altogether. He used to hear about her from time to time, feeling happy to know that she was doing fine. Ravenheart's life seemed quite tough, considering how remote and dangerous her corner of the dream realm was. There were not many awakened there, and even less citadels, unlike the region where Orum himself was anchored. People there had rallied around the impressive citadel of the Warden of Valor, which was now a bastion of humanity in the dangerous alien world. It almost seemed like it was the center of the dream realm, with everything else existing on the periphery. Well, there were the elusive Nightwalker and other unfortunate souls who had found themselves in a nebulous sea, of course, as well as isolated citadels scattered here and there across the vast expanse of the dream realm. Considering its nature, it was hard to even establish where they were located in relation to more populated areas, let alone carve a path to them. The last Orum heard about Ravenheart, she had conquered a citadel somewhere far north, near a colossal mountain chain that stretched from east to west as far as humans explored. Preoccupied with other things, he had not thought of her for many years. But now, seeing her daughter, the memories of all the time they had spent together flooded his mind. Orum felt nostalgia, tenderness, bittersweet wistfulness, and shame. Ravenheart had done so much for him, but he never paid her back. Instead, he had simply forgotten about her, too busy with his own affairs and the complexities of life. Little Key, who had grown up a lot, looked up at him and frowned in confusion. It seemed that she once again did not remember who he was. Still dazed a little, Orum offered her a smile. "I'm awakened Orum. Uncle Ori. I'm a friend of your mom." There was no hint of recognition in her eyes. The girl shifted awkwardly, her gloomy face untouched by a smile. "Oh, it is nice to meet you, awakened Orum." He hesitated, not knowing what to say, then suddenly looked around. "Is your mother here?" Little Key, although he would probably have to stop calling her that soon, shook her head. "No, Mom's citadel is situated in a dangerous region of the Dream Realm, and many people use it as shelter. Since they need her protection, she spends most of her time sleeping." She lingered for a few moments, then added stiffly, "Mom told me to spend more time with children of other awakened families, though, so I accepted the invitation on her behalf. To represent our family." There was a hint of pride in her last words, which prompted Orum to look at her closely. "You don't seem to be spending time with other children, though." Little Key's eyes widened. "Well, that. I will approach them in due time. I'm just gathering my thoughts." Orum smiled, having a suspicion about why Ravenheart had told her daughter to socialize with other kids more. "Are you having a hard time?" Little Key gave him a long look, then sighed. "A little." Then, she added bitterly, "They all know each other, already. Plus, the families of other named awakened are all better off than we are. When I introduced myself, they just said hi and lost interest immediately." Orum suppressed a wince. The families of people like Immortal Flame and the Warden were indeed a bit of an exclusive club. They had to be, considering how many sycophants sought out their favor, often with little or no sincerity. He regretted that his niece wasn't here, although she was much younger than this shunned girl. Little Key would probably not be interested in spending time with a baby, either. He remained silent for a few moments, then smiled again. "I was on my way to get some snacks, do you want to come with me? After all, it is far easier to endure these events on a full stomach. Plus, I want to know more about how your mom is doing. We are from the same hometown, you know? In fact, I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for her. My sister, too. Come to think about it, I absolutely must tell you all about how she rescued us. After all, it would be a crime if you didn't know how amazing your mother is." Finally, the familiar shy smile appeared on the gloomy girl's face. "Oh, all right. But I already know how amazing she is." Orum spent some time with Little Key, talking about Ravenheart and the early days of the nightmare spell. She was still the same sweet child underneath the veneer of gloominess, which made him happy. In the process, he introduced her to a few people and helped her mix in with the crowd. Her awkwardness receded, and she eventually left his side to talk to a few kids from the less influential families. He was quite glad at the chance to help his benefactor's daughter, even if it was in such a small way. There was a small smile on his lips. "I hope my sister's little troublemaker gets to know her one day." After that day, though, life became turbulent once again. Immortal Flame's achievement had made an enormous splash, and a tidal wave of change rattled the entire world. Those changes were especially poignant for awakened like him. Soon, more ascended, called Masters now, emerged. The existence of the Category 3 gates was revealed, plunging humanity into chaos for a while. Eventually, Orum started to make tentative preparations, planning on challenging the second nightmare himself. In all that turmoil, he had not thought about Little Kisong a lot. Until the day came when he regretted it bitterly. That was because, by then, the first generation of children born after the descent of the nightmare spell reached the age that allowed them to become infected by it. An awakened like him quickly discovered that the children of those who had passed the trial of the spell were much more likely to become its victims. Chapter 1933. Legacy. So, the value of this plot of land was astronomical. It could be measured in human lives, after all. The construction was nearing the end. The wall was mostly complete, the moat in front of it had been dug. Fearsome turrets were already installed atop the rampart, although none had been brought online yet. It looked like a fortress ready to repel an attack by a titan. As he watched, a large group of Awakened used their inhuman strength to hoist an immense alloy gate up. Painted red, it stood out starkly against the dull metallic surface of the wall. A swarm of construction workers rappelled down a few moments later, ready to guide the enormous slab of red alloy into a complicated locking mechanism. When gods close a door, the nightmare spell opens a window. Hearing someone speak beside him, Orum turned his head in surprise. He had not felt anyone's presence there before. Considering how sharp his instincts were, sneaking up on him was a difficult task, and yet, someone seemed to have managed to do just that. Disconcerting. Orum noted the slurred words and the drunken giggle that followed the sudden proclamation, then smelled alcohol in the air. He frowned. There, just a step away from him, a disheveled man in expensive clothes was leaning on a wall, holding a mostly empty bottle of liquor in his hand. There was a snide smile on his lips, and a strange expression in his cold eyes. Orum looked away and smiled. I didn't know that it was possible for a master to get drunk. Are you pulling a prank on me? Ascended jest. The man turned to him and grinned. Yo, Awakened Orum. Funny to run into you here. Orum pursed his lips. He knew Jest rather well, and although the two of them were on friendly terms, the man always made him feel uncomfortable. Everyone was aware what role that Jest played in Warden's cohort, and how many people had died by his hand. Plenty of fringe factions had been quietly eliminated to restore the order in the world, after all. Despite his carefree attitude and humorous appearance, the man had quite a twisted and sinister side. Jest turned to the towering alloy wall and asked, his voice curious. Have you come to take a look too, Orum? Awakened Academy, what a grand name. Ah, but these lazy bastards, the opening is in a few days, and they haven't even finished setting up the defense systems. He sighed. Well, on the other hand, some might say that they're right on time. The Awakened Academy was a project that had been forced on the government by the factions of several renowned masters. Or rather, the government was forced to make it a priority. There had always been plans of creating a centralized education facility to newly infected carriers of the nightmare spell and the younger Awakened, but considering how difficult and complicated the logistics of such an endeavor were, it always ended up on the back burner. Until now. That was because almost 18 years had passed since the descent of the spell, and the children of many original Awakened were swiftly approaching the age that would allow them to be infected. In fact, some already had been. Much worse, the rate of infection among the relatives of Awakened had been proven to be much higher than among the general population. The grim news had shaken the Awakened a great deal. So, those in power had finally taken off the gloves and showed the government in no uncertain terms what its place was. Jess looked at the alloy wall somberly, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. You must have heard, right? Old Valus' youngest boy is infected. Immortal Flame's girl, too, and so many others. They'll be the first class of the Awakened Academy. Orum remained silent for a few moments. What about your kids? Jess smiled. Nope, my kids aren't infected. My youngest is not of age yet. My oldest, he's dead. He didn't pass the first trial, so he's technically not infected anymore. There. This academy has nothing to do with me. As Orum looked away with a sigh, Jess took another sip of liquor and laughed. Ain't it a joke, Orum? The nightmare, it never ends. All the dirty things we've done, and it's only getting worse. Worse, and worse, and worse. It's hilarious. He looked down, his gaze turning cold once again. Your sister's children are what, around 10? You must be thinking about a lot of things right now, too. Who? Orum. Orum nodded slowly. Yeah. I am thinking. I really hope that they won't become infected. Of course, I'll need to prepare them well, in case they do. Everyone would probably be thinking the same, at the moment. The Awakened Academy was one thing, but the entire education system would have to be reworked. There were more and more infection cases every year, so it was not enough to teach children literature, sciences, and basic self-defense anymore. They needed to be taught how to survive, how to fight, and how to kill. which, in turn, would make them even sharper and more cruel than they already were. Jest smiled again. That is why I like you, Orum. Thank the gods you're still normal, at least. His expression changed again, growing cold and resentful. At this point, it was unclear if he was really drunk or just pretending. In any case, Jest uttered through gritted teeth, his voice full of contempt. Do you know what the others are thinking, though? Orum silently shook his head. Jest smiled darkly. They are praying for their children to be infected and carry on their legacy. There's talk about dynasties, control over citadels, and consolidating power everywhere. Well, I get it, fools like us have grown used to our lofty status, and that status only exists because of strength. If our children remain mundane, it will disappear like dew after we die. There'll be no legacy. Orum looked at him, unamused. I'd rather not leave a legacy, then. Jest simply laughed. As if you have a choice. Orum, my friend, listen to this fool, abandon hope. In this era, the only thing worth believing in is the nightmare spell, and the spell is a cruel bitch. Just teach your kids well. Teach them really well, bastard. With that, he finished his liquor, waved a hand weakly, and headed away. See you at the opening ceremony, Orum. Old Vaylor is giving a speech. I love the scumbag, but he is so dreadfully boring. And yet, he refuses to accept the jokes I wrote for him. Honestly, I'd skip the entire thing if I were you. Orum watched him go in silence, his gaze heavy. Despite the piece of friendly advice, he did attend the opening ceremony of the Awakened Academy a few days later. It was there that he met Kisong once again. Chapter 1934. First Class. Some had come from here in NQSC, some had arrived from other cities in the northern quadrant. Many had even been brought across the oceans on heavily armored naval convoys, not only from Africa, Antarctica, and Australia, but also from the Americas. It was a clear sign of how seriously the government was taking the establishment of the academy. There were many distinguished guests, as well. Orum was one of them, observing the ceremony silently. Jest had not shown up, which was probably for the best, but he saw a lot of familiar faces. Warden of Vaylor did indeed give a speech, and it was indeed a little boring. Filtering out the man's stern voice, Orum looked at the young dreamers. They had already done well to survive the first nightmare. In fact, there were much more survivors this year than ever before. It was most likely because the kids infected by the spell this year had all been born after its descent and grew up in its ruthless claws. They were a different breed. Honestly, Orum sometimes felt scared of the new generation. In any case, there was another trial waiting for them now. The winter solstice was not that far, and soon they would be sent to the dream realm. How many would be left alive? He hoped that all of them would, but of course, his wish was not meant to come true. At least the impressive roster of instructors employed by the academy would be able to prepare them for the journey better. Naturally, those instructors were not awakened of the highest caliber, but they were competent enough to earn his trust. He recognized a few of the sleepers, as well. The tall youth with a cold expression was Anvil, Old Vaylor's son. He gave off an unapproachable impression and was easily noticeable because of his flawless poise and composure. His dark hair was cut neatly, and his gaze was sharp, unlike most of the sleepers, who seemed traumatized by their nightmares and frightened of the solstice. He was calm and collected. As if he was born to carry the nightmare spell. The youngest son of Vaylor was not the center of attention, though. Instead, it was a beautiful young woman standing next to him, wearing an easy smile on her lips. She was like a ray of sunshine in the somber atmosphere of the underground hall, attracting many furtive gazes from other youths. She was Smile of Heaven, Immortal Flame's daughter, and already a trailblazer, just like her father. After all, she was the first human to have earned a true name in the first nightmare. Her future was undoubtedly bright. Orum vaguely remembered seeing these two a few years ago, when they were still little kids. Now, both were 16, and already tempered by the cruelty of the nightmare spell. To his surprise, though, there was someone else who drew his attention. He did not know this youth, and couldn't place him. The young man did not look like a child from any of the powerful families that had emerged since the descent of the spell. Unlike Anvil and Smile of Heaven, the youth was wearing cheap clothes that were most of the way to becoming rags. He had black hair and piercing grey eyes, his gaze strangely heated. There was a quality of sharpness about him that only those who had witnessed a lot possessed, but also a hint of gentleness that was both endearing and out of place. Orum's instincts told him that the youth was special in some way, but he couldn't quite put a finger on it. Ah. I see. He finally understood why the young man stood out among his peers, and smiled slightly. It was because everyone else was trying to hide their glances, but the youth was staring at Smile of Heaven brazenly. What a brave fellow! Shaking his head, Orum looked away and threw another look at the sea of youthful faces. Then, he froze for a moment. There was another familiar face in the crowd, quite far from the center of attention. One that he knew far better than that of Valor's son or Immortal Flame's daughter. Little Key. A dull pain pierced Orum's heart. She was a couple of years older than the other two, at the edge of the age susceptible to the plunder of the nightmare spell. She had almost been safe. Her youthful awkwardness was gone, replaced by quiet confidence. The hint of gloominess remained, though. Orum gritted his teeth and looked away. Of course. Her mother was such an outstanding awakened, after all. If even his niece and nephews were at risk, then Little Key would be too. He sighed heavily. It's all right. She was Ravenheart's daughter. An apple did not fall far from the tree, and her mother would have prepared her well. Little Key had already survived her first nightmare, proving that she was strong enough to endure the cruelty of the nightmare spell. Yes, her future would be one of bloodshed and peril, like that of all awakened, but Orum had been living this life for a while, and he was fine. Surely, she would be fine, too. Her mother ruled a citadel in the dream realm. Although the Song family was not very renowned, it was still one of the most distinguished families of the modern era. Little Key had plenty of advantages to help her survive both in the waking world and in the dream realm. And he had his own problems to deal with. Too many of them to waste time on the child of an old acquaintance. Soon, the ceremony was over. The sleepers were taken to their dormitories by the attendants, and the distinguished guests were guided to a banquet hall. Orum found himself in the middle of a celebration once again. He did not attempt to socialize with his peers, though, standing in the corner with a somber expression. Eventually, he found his way to the center of the hall, where a small crowd was gathered around an exalted figure. Congratulations, sir. Your son has definitely inherited his father's valiance. How goes the struggle against the Dark Forest? I haven't visited Bastion in a while. Orum patiently made his way through the circle of sycophants and bowed slightly. Ascended Warden. The man, Warden of Valor, looked at him in confusion for a moment, then smiled slightly. Awakened Orum. It is nice to see you again. How is your citadel doing? If that fallen demon is still causing trouble in your territory, I can send some of my knights to assist you. Orum smiled politely. Thank you, but I have dealt with it already. Rather, I wanted to talk to you regarding something else. Warden's smile brightened a little, and he patted Orum on the shoulder. You took down a fallen demon, Orum? As expected, great. That is what an awakened should strive to be. He threw a derisive glance at the other people around them, then looked back to Orum. What did you want to talk about? Orum lingered for a moment, then said in a neutral tone. Actually, I was quite touched by your speech. Everything you said is true, these children are indeed our future. So, I was wondering if there is an instructor's position left open at the academy. I'm quite busy handling my territory and the citadel, of course, but I think I can stay at the academy for a few months. Learning from a seasoned veteran like me should benefit the kids, don't you think? Chapter 1935. For Prodigies. Orum looked at the youths crowding the dojo, hiding his confusion behind a cold expression. How the hell did he end up becoming a teacher? Doing something like that had never been a part of his plans. In fact, he was supposed to be preparing to challenge the second nightmare right now. His soul core had long been saturated, and he had carefully assembled a potent arsenal of suitable memories. He was even in negotiations to purchase a powerful echo. He was also in contact with several seasoned awakened, searching for reliable companions to enter the seed. Each of them had endured the horrors of the nightmare spell shoulder to shoulder with Orum at some point in the past, so he trusted both their skill and their character. However, assembling a strong cohort was about more than mere power. There was also the question of complementing each other's powers and covering for each other's weaknesses, not to mention that most people were unwilling to even entertain the thought of gambling away their lives by challenging the second nightmare. In short, the process was slow. So why was he at the Awakened Academy, preparing to teach a combat class? Orum's gaze briefly fell on a young woman with raven hair and gloomy eyes. There was his reason. Of course, he did not let it show. It would not do Little Key any good if everyone knew that she was favored by one of the instructors, and more than that, he was not here to be her friend. He was here to teach her how to survive, and the lessons she needed to learn were all harsh and unforgiving. So, he had to maintain a stern facade. Plus, Orum was ashamed to admit that he had not been a good elder to Little Key. So, it was questionable if he even had the right to act friendly around her. Looking at the crowd of sleepers, he lingered for a few moments, and then asked in a cold voice. I will be teaching you combat. All of you here have already faced the first nightmare, so you are not children anymore. You'll be treated as adults. Don't expect any pity from me, the world is a ruthless place, after all, and the spell will not show you any mercy. Orum smiled darkly. What do you think the essence of combat is? Most youths remained silent, afraid to speak in front of the stern instructor. Only a few of them remained calm. Anvil, the tall young man with a cold and unapproachable expression, raised his chin slightly and answered in a calm, clear voice. The essence of combat is a confrontation between warriors. The warrior who wields a better weapon and knows how to use it with greater skill wins. Combat is the purest expression of one's valor and will, and therefore, its essence is glory. Orum stared at him silently. So many words, so little sense. This poor kid must have spent too much time with his father. Warden of Valor was a great man, sure, but his solemn adherence to knightly values often went too far. It was more than enough to indoctrinate an impressionable child into having strange ideas, no doubt. Granted, young Anvil seemed better than he could have been. At least Orum saw a hint of cold practicality in him. His words might have been lofty, but he still remained grounded. Now, how do I disabuse him of these nonsensical notions without sounding too harsh? Before Orum could say anything, however, another voice resounded in the dojo. It was the youth with black hair and grey eyes he had noticed during the ceremony, speaking in a confident tone. The essence of combat is murder. His simple answer caused a few chuckles from the crowd of sleepers. Orum, however, looked at him with interest. Elaborate. The youth looked at him in confusion. What is there to elaborate? The enemy wants to murder you, and you want to murder the bastard first. That's all there is to it, everything else is just nonsense. Orum suppressed a smile. What a feral child. The youth had been delivered to the northern quadrant by ship, so he had no friends and no family here, or anywhere, most likely, considering his habits and attitude. Orum shook his head lightly. Not every battle is fought with the intent of killing the enemy. The youth suddenly smiled. Well, that just means that you're fighting it wrong. There was another wave of chuckles, and Orum blinked. That rascal. Something was telling him that he would have his hands full with this one. Smile of Heaven glanced at the cynical youth and hurriedly covered her mouth with a hand, trying to suppress laughter. Anvil, meanwhile, looked unamused. He even lost his flawless composure for a moment, shaking his head and uttering in a disapproving tone. Ridiculous. Well, at least Warden's son was still a human. Orum shifted his gaze to Little Key, who was standing in the back row, and asked neutrally. What do you think? The sleepers turned around, not sure whom he was asking. Kisong did not seem to have made an impression, so many looked confused. Put on the spot, she frowned slightly. Her answer, however, was calm. The essence of combat is failure. If you are forced to fight, you have already lost. Orum raised an eyebrow, surprised by her answer. It had some merit, sure, more than that, he was somewhat inclined to agree. The second best way to resolve a conflict was to never give the enemy a chance to fight you, in the first place, by killing them before the battle could even begin. The best way to resolve a conflict was to prevent it from happening entirely. However, very few would have given such an answer in this era of strife and bloodshed. Awakened prided themselves on being skilled warriors above all else. Smile of Heaven looked at the older girl with a hint of mirth in her eyes. You've just insulted every Awakened in the world, ah? Ki? Including our venerable parents and instructor Orum. Little Ki threw a gloomy glance at her, then turned her gaze to Orum and looked him right in the eyes. It's not my problem if they feel insulted by the truth. Smile of Heaven finally couldn't hold herself back and laughed. Orum sighed quietly. I'm going to have my hands full with this one too, aren't I? He couldn't have known, of course. But Sunny, who was experiencing his memories, did. He knew that this was the first conversation between four people who would go on to shake the very foundation of the world. Chapter 1936. Adulthood. The sleepers were trained and educated according to a grueling schedule. The system was not very sophisticated yet, but they were already seeing good results. The youths were learning how to use their new powers, absorbing knowledge about the dream realm, and getting to know each other, which would help them fight side by side with fellow Awakened in the future. Of course, teaching them was not a simple affair. Each sleeper possessed a unique aspect, after all, and had received a varied level of prior training. Evaluating their potential was similarly not easy. Nevertheless, 4 of them emerged as undisputed standouts early on. The first one, quite unsurprisingly, was Smile of Heaven, the girl who had received a true name in her first nightmare. She was bright and beautiful, and there was something subtle about her that made people feel warm and at ease in her company. More importantly than that, however, was the fact that she was strong, shockingly strong, in fact. Her aspect remained a mystery to Orum, since she had never said anything about it, but her extraordinary talent was apparent even without it. Her physical prowess, martial technique, combat intelligence, and willpower were all incredible, making Smile of Heaven a natural leader among the sleepers. It was just that her personality was not exactly serious enough to settle in that position, and she didn't seem interested in authority and status, either. So, she was more of everyone's favorite person than the leader of the pack. Instead, 2 boys were competing for the title. One of them was, naturally, Anvil. The serious young man was excellent in all regards, his conduct was flawless, and his battle prowess was exemplary. Added to the immense fame of his family, it was no surprise that other sleepers looked up to him. Interestingly enough, he seemed more interested in knowing weapons than he was in wielding them, although his combat technique was still stellar. His aspect granted him a high affinity to metal, which he used to skillfully control a flying sword or enhance his swordsmanship in a number of ingenious, and quite insidious, ways. Both Smile of Heaven and Anvil showed a level of physical strength and endurance that Orum couldn't quite explain, and honestly found a little monstrous. However, he was happy to see the new generation thrive in the perilous world they had been born into. The second candidate for the title of the very best among the crop of sleepers, however, was a complete surprise. It was the brazen youth with grey eyes whose amusing remarks had made the entire class chuckle during the first combat class. The young man had come out of nowhere and had no background to speak of. Nevertheless, he was truly a genius at all things having to do with swordsmanship and combat, easily holding his own against the scions of the most prestigious families and defeating them one after another. His talent stood out starkly even when compared to the most excellent sleepers in his class, perhaps of any sleeper ever, really. His technique was rough, sure, but it was improving by leaps and bounds every day. It was to the point that Orum almost felt exasperated and insecure, unsure if he would have anything left to teach the rascal in a few more months. The boy's aspect was an unusual one, too. It had nothing to do with combat, but was instead connected to perception. The young man had an uncanny ability to perceive the underlying elements of various concepts and deduce the connections between them, granting him an unparalleled level of insight into all kinds of things, from how a battle style flowed to how communicators were built. And lastly, there was Ki-song. While not as bright and eye-catching as the other three, she soon quietly emerged as one of the strongest members of her generation. Everything about her was balanced and without glaring flaws. She could wield a wide variety of melee weapons with deadly skill, never missed a shot when handling a bow, and could bring most opponents down in hand-to-hand combat. Above all else, she possessed a deep well of knowledge and skills in the area where many other sleepers only knew the bare minimum: wilderness survival. Just like her mother, who was an experienced hunter, Ki-song excelled at adapting to any environment, subterfuge, tracking, and eliminating enemies in the most efficient way. She couldn't really use her aspect in the training, though, because it was quite an eerie one. Her dormant ability was pretty much the opposite of healing, allowing her to exacerbate any wound in a slow, but exponential process. Even though she could not very well use it against fellow sleepers, it would be quite a potent ability to wield in actual battles. Orum made a point of paying special attention to preparing her for the Dream Realm, as much as he could without making it seem as though this one student was more important to him than all the rest. He did his best. But the passage of time was ruthless. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, several months passed, and the day of the winter solstice approached. On the last day, the instructors led the sleepers to their designated sleeping pods in the newly built medical complex of the academy. Orum finally gave up on his pretense and guided Little Key to her pod personally. Eventually, it was just the two of them in a small underground chamber. The young woman already looked sleepy and fatigued, so he knew that he would have to leave soon to allow her to get ready and enter the sleeping pod. Orum lingered, not knowing what to say. After a while, he sighed. "You did well, Little Key. Very well. I should say that I am less worried about you than about any other sleeper who is going to enter the Dream Realm today, but that would be a lie. In fact, I am quite worried, against all sense." She looked at him with her usual somber expression, then smiled slightly from the corner of her mouth. "It's all right, Uncle Ori. I won't let you down." A little smile touched Orum's lips in response. "Oh. So she does remember, after all." He hesitated for a few moments, feeling glad, then finally asked the question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. "How is your mother doing, by the way?" Ki-song turned away and faced the sleeping pod, her slender figure silhouetted by its pale glow in the darkness of the chamber. Her voice sounded even when she answered. "She is dead." Her words struck Orum like a hammer. He froze, paralyzed by the immensity of she had said, and afraid to comprehend it. A sharp pain pierced his heart, making him shudder. The young woman sighed, and then said quietly, "She died not long before my first nightmare. The being that lived in the volcano emerged and attacked the citadel, so she decided to fight it instead of running away, to protect the gateway and the people anchored to it. The people she was trying to protect, though, all decided to hide and leave her alone. The cowards." Ki-song pressed a button, and the lid of the sleeping pod opened. Turning to Orum, she looked at him calmly. Her face was not the face of a teenager. Instead, it was already the face of an adult. "The next time we meet, I will be an awakened. See you soon, Uncle Ori." A few weeks later, she returned to the waking world and fulfilled her promise. Chapter 1937. Her last trace. So, he returned home, spending time with his sister and her children during the day and concentrating on taking care of his citadel at night. But even when Orum was with other people, he remained quiet and detached, his expression subdued. His mind was far away. He was thinking about Ravenheart, his heart full of anguish and regret. Death was an old friend to the original awakened like himself, and he had lost many friends and comrades to its clutches. And yet, her death wounded him much deeper than anything had in the past. It was bitterly ironic, in hindsight. Orum had lived a long life, and the time the two of them had spent together was not that long. The last time he had seen her was more than a decade ago. And yet, now that Ravenheart was gone, he realized that the great volume of space she inhabited in his heart was incomparable to the fleeting brevity of the few short months they had spent as companions. But there was nothing he could do anymore. He could never see her again, and he would never be able to repay his debt to her. It was too late. Ravenheart had died alone, far away, with no one standing by her side. Now, her presence in his heart was replaced with a hollow absence, and all he was left with was regret. The only trace of her that remained was her daughter. "Ori, are you all right?" He glanced at his sister, hearing concern in her voice, and smiled gently. "Sure. Don't worry." Orum hesitated for a few moments, then asked suddenly, "Do you remember Ravenheart?" Seeing confusion in her eyes, he corrected himself. "Jiwan. Do you remember her?" His sister frowned, started to shake her head, but then brightened. "Ah. Auntie Jiwan? She was with us when we arrived at NQSC, right?" "Sure, I remember. She was very kind." "Why are you asking?" Orum looked away. "It's nothing. I met her daughter at the academy recently, so I was just thinking about the past." His sister smiled. "Her daughter? Then you have to take good care of her. Oh, and protect her well from the male students. If she's as pretty as her mother, then they'll be making trouble." Orum forced out another smile and nodded. "Sure. I will." Soon enough, he found himself back at the academy. By then, many of the sleepers had undergone the awakening and returned from the dream realm. A particular grey-eyed, brazen youth had even managed to earn himself a true name on his first visit to the dream realm, and was now known as Broken Sword? Orum would have to check the records again to be sure. Kisong was the last of the 4 front-runners to come back. He found her in the dormitory cafeteria, eating a light meal in solitude. The awakening had made the young woman even more beautiful, earning her quite a few stares, but he couldn't see her as anything but a child. Even though he knew that she was not anymore, and not by a long shot. "Uncle Ori." He sat down across from her and looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. Was he supposed to offer her condolences? Beg her for forgiveness? Promise her that everything will be fine? All these words sounded hypocritical and hollow in his mind. Eventually, Orum said, "I heard that you ended up south of Bastion." Kisong nodded slowly. "Yes. I was sent to the shores of the stormed sea. It took me some time to make it all the way to Rivergate." He considered the known geography of the dream realm for a few moments, then smiled. "It's not that far from my own citadel. If you want, I can reach Rivergate in a few weeks and take you back with me. You'll be welcome among my people. I'll take care of you." The young woman looked at him silently, her gaze calm and strangely dark. He couldn't read what she was thinking at all. Eventually, she asked, "Why would you go to all the trouble on my behalf?" Orum met her gaze, then leaned back with a sigh. Indeed, they were passing acquaintances at best. Little Ki was an orphan now, with no valuable connections to speak of. While talented, she had not proven herself yet, so there would be no factions clamoring to recruit her at all costs. Considering all that, his offer to brave the dangers of the dream realm for her sake could hardly be explained, unless one considered less savory motives. Orum shook his head and answered simply, "Because I owe your mother a debt." He had wanted to say that he was Ravenheart's friend, but realized that he did not even deserve to make that claim. Kisong sighed deeply and looked away. After a while, she suddenly asked, "How great a debt?" Orum hesitated, unsure how to answer. Eventually, he simply shrugged and said in a neutral tone, "Great enough." The young woman nodded slowly and faced him once again. "Then I have a favor to ask you, Uncle Ori. A big one." She paused for a moment, then said in a determined tone, "Please help me reach my mother's citadel." Orum frowned. Ravenheart Citadel. From what he remembered, it was called Jade Palace, and very little was known about it. After all, it was so remote, infinitely far from most populous human enclaves in the Dream Realm. Many regions of the Dream Realm had already been explored, but few were under human control. The area around Bastion was relatively known, stretching all the way to the inhospitable mountain chain in the north. Beyond the mountains lay a vast and largely untamed wilderness, and beyond even that, a titanic mountain range known as the Hollow Mountains rose toward the sky. A few daredevils had crossed the first mountain chain in the past, but no one had ever returned alive from the Hollow Mountains. They were a death zone, which was a name given to those regions of the dream realm where no human could ever survive. The Jade Palace was said to be situated near the Hollow Mountains, but far, far to the west. The problem was that if one traveled west of Bastion, they would hit an impenetrable barrier of death zones, as well. So, the only way to do what Little Key wanted to do was to travel south of Rivergate, reach the Storm Sea, sail west along its shore, make landfall beyond the wall of death zones, and then brave the perils of the dream realm all the way to the northern boundary of its known area. It was a journey spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, full of unknown dangers and deadly threats. Even if they were to travel most of the distance by boat, it would still take them many months to reach the destination, if they weren't eaten by some dreadful nightmare creature on the way, of course. The other option was to somehow find a nightmare gate connected to a seed in the vicinity of the Jade Palace and follow the call there. The favor Little Key was asking of him was indeed a big one. Orum remained silent for a few moments, studying her youthful face somberly. Eventually, he asked, "Why do you want to go there?" The young woman met his heavy gaze with dark determination, then raised her chin slightly and answered in an even tone. "Because it's mine." Orum stared at her before looking away with a sigh. There were a lot of things he had to consider before making the decision. His own citadel, the preparations to challenge the second nightmare, potential risks, whether it was worth it to put himself in danger to help this young woman, who was practically a stranger, to begin with. But really, deep down, he already knew what he was going to do. Orum nodded. "All right, Little Key. Awakened song. I will help you reach the Jade Palace." And he would make sure that she got there alive and well. Chapter 1938. Dispossessed. That said, Orum was not planning on dying in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm on the way to the Jade Palace. He was not arrogant, but he was confident in himself. Seasoned awakened like him were few and far between. In the whole world, there were maybe only a few dozen. He had not only survived, but also thrived during the darkest days of humanity. So, the nightmare spell would have to work really hard to bring him down. Leaving his body in a sleeping pod and walking through the gates of his citadel, Orum traveled south. Traversing the wilderness reminded him of his younger days, but he did not allow nostalgia to make him complacent. A couple of weeks later, he arrived at the edges of an ancient forest. His armor had a few scratches, and there was a scattering of soul shards in his pack. A trail of dead abominations was left in his wake. The forest was an entirely different kind of beast. Entering it alone was simply asking to be swallowed by it. So, Orum made camp and waited for a while. The sea of leaves rustled in the distance, and the nearby river murmured as it flowed south, disappearing between the tall trees. He spent a restless night on its bank. On the next day, a battered ship appeared from somewhere upstream, and Orum used his chance to brave the strong current and climb aboard. The crew was surprised to see him, but glad to have another awakened blade with them for the last and most dangerous leg of the journey. The river was teeming with nightmare creatures, but it was still safer than the dark expanse of the forest. So, unless someone had a cohort of Warden's knights escorting them, they preferred to travel by water. Orum reached the Mirror Lake, changed ships at Bastion, and continued on his way to Rivergate. By the time he met Little Key there, he was carrying quite a few soul shards with him. "Here. Take them. The more saturated your core is, the easier it will be for us to travel." The young woman took the shards silently and crushed them one by one in her fist. They were currently in the dining hall of Rivergate. There was a small crowd of awakened having a meal there, some of them warriors serving jest, some simply people anchored at the ancient fortress. The master of the citadel himself, luckily, was nowhere to be seen. Now that Anvil had awakened, his father's old comrades, those of them who were still alive, were probably busy guiding the young man in hunting down nightmare creatures in the wilderness, both to saturate his core and to help him gain experience. Warden had big hopes for his youngest son. Orum looked at Little Key quietly. She was wearing an enchanted black leather armor, trying to look calm and confident. However, he knew that she was most likely disoriented and afraid. It took time to get used to the dream realm, and most people never did. Those like him who were at home here were the minority. He hesitated for a few moments. Why do you really want to go to the Jade Palace? Are you planning to take revenge on the nightmare creature that killed your mother? If so, sure, let's do it. But we'll have to be careful. Ravenheart was strong, so if that thing managed to kill her, we have our work cut out for us. She paused for a moment, then shook her head. No. The nightmare creature, it's already dead. Mom killed it before succumbing to her wounds. Orum raised an eyebrow. Why, then? Little Key gave him her usual gloomy look and remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said. She arranged for the citadel to become mine, in case anything happened to her. The uncles and aunties who live there, they were supposed to take care of me and carry out her will. Orum frowned, already suspecting what had happened. But they haven't. She smiled darkly. No. They took the shards and memories she set aside for me, and they've taken the citadel, too. They told me that they'll gladly surrender it to me if I awaken and come to claim ownership of the Jade Palace, though. Orum sighed. Of course, they had said that, knowing perfectly well that the dream realm was vast, and her chances of making it to that remote place alive were very slim. A young girl with no connections would not dare to travel far across the wilderness in the first place. Ruling a citadel was both prestigious and lucrative, so the newly ownerless Jade Palace would ignite people's greed. They had underestimated Little Key's determination, though, as well as her connections. He shook his head and asked in a businesslike tone, "What is your awakened ability?" She hesitated for a few moments. "I can animate inanimate objects and control them like puppets." Orum considered that ability for a while. It sounded useful, almost as if Little Key could create surrogate echoes without actually receiving them from the spell. Of course, he would have to see just how powerful her puppets were, and how well she could control them in a fight. A puppeteer was quite a frightening existence, though. Orum had battled a few abominations with similar powers in the past, and each time was a real nightmare. He nodded. "What about your flaw?" The young woman stared at him silently. "I'm not telling." Orum laughed. "Good. I would have stopped you if you tried. Never reveal your flaw to anyone, girl. Not even your family." She continued to stare at him with the same expression. "I don't have a family." He hid his pain and discomfort behind a smile. "Well, you will. Hopefully, one day soon." At that, her expression subtly changed, turning even more gloomy. They left Rivergate the next day, traveling by boat to the shores of the Stormsea. There, a large ship was already waiting for them. Orum had pulled some strings and arranged passage west for himself and Little Key. Despite the fact that he knew the captain, hiring her had cost him a fortune. Soon, the ship set sail and dove into the perilous mists of the nebulous ocean. Chapter 1939. Life and Death. The nebulous ocean was boundless and unfathomably deep, with untold horrors dwelling beneath its restless waves. It was shrouded in impenetrable fog sometimes, and at other times, surged and boiled in the throes of devastating storms. Night and day never followed a set pattern, sometimes coming and going in an instant, sometimes lingering for far too long. Most of the time, though, there was twilight, with countless pale stars shining on the velvet background of the distant sky. All of it felt as if the world was fragmented and disconnected here, and that made Orum feel lost. The fact that he was away from land, which was the foundation of his aspect, did not help one bit. The wooden ship they sailed upon was constantly assaulted, either by the towering waves and hurricane winds or by dreadful abominations that dwelled beneath the waves. And that was even after their experienced captain had set a course that took them past the dwellings of the truly deadly nightmare creatures, sticking close to the shore, where the danger was less severe. Both Orum and Little Key were forced to participate in many battles, barely surviving a few of them. And I thought that Warden and his people, who had chosen to settle in the middle of an actual titan, were insane. Nightwalker and his ilk were far more crazy. The captain, a beautiful ascended woman with strange indigo eyes, seemed perfectly at ease in these terrifying waters, though, never losing her cheerful mood. The only time she looked wistful was then talking about her newborn baby, an infant boy named Neve, whom she had left in the waking world to make this journey. Orum felt a bit guilty for cashing in the favor she owed him. In any case, he was having trouble maintaining his composure at sea. Considering that Little Key had just awakened and did not have a lot of experience, he would have expected her to struggle much more, but to his surprise, she took the horrors of the storm sea in stride, never showing any signs of fear or agitation. It took him some time to understand that it was because she had never expected anything else from the world, to begin with. Orum and the other awakened of his generation had a frame of reference and were able to compare reality to how it used to be before the nightmare spell. Little Key and her peers, however, had been born into the dread of the spell and grew up surrounded by nightmare gates, murderous abominations, and chilling stories of the dream realm. They had never known anything else, and so, the terrors of the modern era were simply mundane reality to them. Orum understood that rationally, but the young woman's callous indifference still seemed eerie to him. It was more than a little inhuman. Nevertheless, it was quite helpful on this dangerous journey. The storm sea was harrowing, but it did not claim their lives. Eventually, the ship made landfall on a desolate shore far west of Bastion and Rivergate, past the impenetrable barrier of death zones. Orum and Little Key said their goodbyes to the ship's crew and captain and headed deeper inland alone. It took them a few weeks to reach the River of Tears, which would serve as their guide on the way north. The estuary of the Great River was ruled by a particularly terrifying nightmare creature, so ships couldn't enter it from the storm sea. That was why Orum and the young woman he was escorting had to travel by land. Looking at the vast river, Little Key sighed. It's a shame. If someone managed to slay that thing and conquer the estuary, human territories in the west would have become connected to the storm sea, and therefore to the eastern enclaves. They would have started to develop much faster. Orum smiled. Well, maybe someone will one day in the future. For now, however, a corrupted terror is too dire of an enemy for us humans. It's not impossible to kill one if enough ascended joined forces, but many of them would probably perish. His smile dimmed a little, and he sighed. For now, all we humans can do in the dream realm is survive, and even then just barely. I don't think we'll be able to concern ourselves with things like progress and development anytime soon. Little Key remained motionless for a while, looking over the vast expanse of flowing water with a thoughtful expression. Eventually, she turned away and aimed her gaze north. Let's go, Uncle Ori. And so, they did. There was a citadel on the shore of the River of Tears a few weeks of travel north. From there, they would be able to hire a rowboat and sail upstream either all the way to the edges of the Moon River Plains, or until the boat was destroyed by the abominations populating the river. Orum and Little Key had plenty of opportunities to fight side by side on the way to the citadel. Of course, he was the main force of the small cohort, both due to his power and his experience. However, these skirmishes helped Orum understand just how precious the young woman's aspect truly was. It was not even her awakened ability, which allowed Little Key to bring inanimate puppets to life. Those were strong and convenient to have around, sure, but heavily limited by her ability to construct them. After all, animating a log would not be very helpful, considering that a log was relatively fragile and, most importantly, had no articulated limbs. The young woman had made a few crude dolls out of clay that Orum had summoned, hardened to resemble granite, and shaped. They were quite handy, drawing the attention of the nightmare creatures away, stalling the enemies, and giving him a chance to slay the abominations without risking his own body. If one was destroyed, another one could be built. Sadly, these dolls were still too weak, no stronger than mundane humans would be and far more clumsy. Perhaps if Little Key had spent a fortune to commission one or two from an awakened craftsman, things could have been different, but it was not something they could do now. It was her dormant ability, however, that made Orum re-evaluate the young woman's aspect. Little Key's insidious power was reasonably strong on its own, but it was when she fought side by side with someone else that it truly shone. Especially someone like Orum, who possessed an aspect capable of dealing direct damage to the enemy. With the young woman by his side, his own effectiveness increased exponentially. That was because Orum did not have to deal fatal wounds to nightmare creatures anymore, which was quite difficult to do. Instead, any wound sufficed, from relatively severe ones to insignificant and shallow. If he managed to as much as scratch an abomination by controlling the earth, Little Key's power would infect the little wound, slowly making it more and more dire. The cut would continuously widen and grow deeper, more and more blood would flow from it, and the flesh surrounding it would start to rot. If enough time passed, the scratch would become a deadly wound, draining the nightmare creature of all life. And the more deep the initial wound was, the less time had to pass. Watching the abominations die in agony was quite chilling, but also quite satisfying. More than that, Orum felt at peace, knowing that with such power, Little Key would be welcomed by any cohort. Even the best warriors would benefit greatly from having her by their side, and that was not even considering her excellent martial talent and keen mind. So, her future was all but set. If she survived that journey, of course. Ensuring that was his job. Chapter 1940. Ugly Side. The journey had been dreadful and permeated by the stench of blood, but he and Little Key had not had to endure it without respite. They traveled from one citadel to another, slowly moving north, and took breaks when arriving at a new human stronghold. Sometimes, they simply remained at the citadel, enjoying the hospitality of the locals, patching up their wounds, and recuperating. Sometimes, they used the gateways to return to the waking world, climb out of the sleeping pods, and let their tired minds and souls rest by enjoying the lavish offerings of the modern era. In the process, Orum had to re-evaluate his opinion of the Western human territory in the Dream Realm. Yes, it was far less lively and populated than the Eastern enclaves, but there were still far more people using the isolated citadels as shelter than he had expected. It made sense, in hindsight. The number of awakened in the world was increasing with every year, and it was already incomparable to the early days of the nightmare spell that he remembered. Back then, the Dream Realm was alien and frightening, and meeting a single human here felt like a blessing. But now, there were whole communities with hundreds or even thousands awakened living here. Many of those awakened did not even have to fight for their lives every day, providing valuable services to the warriors or working to maintaining and improve the citadels, even in the West. Some of the citadels here were small and constantly besieged by abominations, but others were like small towns, with strong garrisons and powerful lords leading the people to if not prosperity, then at least stability. The only thing that was missing was a figure like Warden, someone strong enough and influential enough to unite the disparate groups of struggling awakened and build connections between their strongholds, allowing humans to cooperate and support each other. Little Key was absorbing the reality of this wild land like a sponge, observing the lives of the local awakened with her serious, gloomy eyes. She didn't speak much, but the further north they went, the more her gaze seemed full of determination. Eventually, they scaled the Moon River Plains and came in view of the mountains where her mother's citadel stood. On that day, Orum looked at the sky and saw dark flakes of ash fall from it like snow. He lingered for a while, then sighed and then looked at the silent young woman by his side. In these months they had spent together, Little Key had grown from a newly awakened novice to an experienced warrior. The excellent foundation of martial techniques taught to her by Ravenheart bloomed, becoming actual skill. That skill had been sharpened by countless battles with nightmare creatures, and her character had undergone a subtle change, giving her more confidence. Her soul core was also much more potent now, reinforced by hundreds of soul shards. She had also earned quite a few memories, and was not at all the destitute awakened she had been after her inheritance was stolen by unscrupulous people. However, Orum had not taught her the most important lesson. One that he was reluctant to teach the daughter of his dead friend and benefactor, but nevertheless had to. There was no place for naivete and innocence in the Dream Realm. He sighed. Little Key, we will reach the Jade Palace soon. She nodded, then smiled a little. Her smile looked a little dark with ash swirling around her pale face. Finally. Orum hesitated for a moment. What do you think will happen when we do? When those people promised to surrender their claim to your mother's citadel, they weren't necessarily being sincere, you know that, right? The young woman just stared at him silently, as if not understanding the question. He pursed his lips. You've grown quite good as battling nightmare creatures, Little Key. You've done well to survive so far. But you need to realize something important. Out here in the dream realm, abominations are not the only danger. Humans can be just as dangerous as abominations, and just as monstrous. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Orum had matured in the chaos caused by the descent of the nightmare spell, so he knew all too well how hideous and vile humans could be. Little Key, however, was raised in the world where relative stability had already been established. She did not have an opportunity to witness the ugly side of humanity yet. Which was a mercy, as far as he was concerned. The young woman considered his question for a while, then tilted her head a little, confusion still apparent in her eyes. Of course, I understand. She lingered for a moment, and then added matter-of-factly. I'm a human too. Orum sighed, then nodded and headed west. Good. Let's be done with this dreadful journey, then. They traversed the Moon River Plain and scaled the mountains, eventually coming in view of a colossal stone bridge. On its other side, a beautiful palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian stood, shrouded in a billowing cloud of ash. This was where Ravenheart had lived, fought, and died. The stark landscape was lonesome and beautiful, just like she was in Orum's mind. He shivered in the cold and took a step forward. We should cross the bridge as fast as we can. Little Key followed. As they stepped on the bridge and walked across it, struggling against the powerful winds, she said suddenly, Uncle Ori? He spared her a glance. The young woman remained silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, No matter what happens once we reach the citadel, don't interfere. I have to handle it myself. Promise me. Orum hesitated, but eventually nodded. All right. I won't do anything. Unless you're in danger. She looked at the distant edifice of the dark palace, cold determination burning in her eyes. Suddenly, Orum felt a chilling premonition grasp his heart. He couldn't quite explain it, but grew tense nonetheless. Chapter 1941. Children of a New Era. There were very few awakened anchored here, no more than 30. Some of them looked surprised, some were tense. The latter were probably those who recognized Little Key and knew that they had sinned against this young woman. The two battered clay dolls following her attracted quite a few stares, as well. Orum stayed back, giving Little Key space. She walked forward with confident steps, keeping her hand on the hilt of a memory sword that rested in a makeshift scabbard on her belt. One of the awakened took a few steps forward, as well, facing her with a smile. He was a man a few years younger than Orum, with handsome features and long blonde hair. There was insincere warmth in his friendly voice. Little Key. Or should I say awakened song? Welcome to Jade Palace. We were all happy to hear that you have survived the winter solstice unscathed. Warms my heart, really, to know that you are doing well. Granted, I am surprised to see you all the way here. Didn't the spell send you to Rivergate? How come you are not there? The young woman remained silent for a while, studying him, and the other awakened gathered in the dark hall. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were once again full of somber glum. No, not even glum. They were simply full of darkness, devoid of any human warmth. Little Key looked at the blonde man and said calmly, Where else would I be? This is my citadel. I have come to claim what is mine. The man hesitated, his smile growing a little cold. Come on, girl. Surely you didn't take what I said the last time we met seriously? I was just being polite because of how thankful we all were to your mother. You are an adult now, so you should know better. You and your friend are most welcome here, in our citadel. But someone as young and inexperienced as you is not fit to rule it. Don't you think? Little Key stared at him silently and ignored his question. Instead, she suddenly asked one of her own. Where were you when my mother died? The man blinked. What? She looked around the hall, piercing every awakened with a cold gaze, and repeated her question. Where were you when my mother died? All of you. She had welcomed you here. She had fed and protected you. And yet, when she was fighting against that thing, bleeding, dying, where were you? Some of the awakened looked away, some met her gaze with anger. The young woman snarled. All of you are complicit. All of you are her murderers. And yet you have the audacity to claim that this is your citadel. That I am too weak to rule it. You cowards are calling me weak." The blond man's smile disappeared, replaced by a dark expression. His eyes were suddenly full of malice, making Orum tense up. "Listen, little girl. I will forgive your rudeness this once. I am quite a magnanimous person, after all, and so are my people. Considering what we owe your mother, we are willing to let this entire misunderstanding go. She was a benevolent and generous person, too, so you should show the same grace and forgive us as well, like she would have. Carrying resentment in your heart won't be good for you." There was a subtle threat in that last sentence. Little Key looked at him for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "Gods might forgive. But I won't." He frowned. "What?" Little Key closed her eyes for a moment. "Then again, gods are dead. And my kind mother is dead, too." The man's frown deepened. But before he could say anything, the young woman's hand moved, and her sword pierced his neck. His eyes widened, and a torrent of blood flowed from his mouth. Standing near the gate of the palace, Orum flinched, shocked. Little Key, meanwhile, shook the corpse of the blond man off her sword and took a step forward. Her expression did not change at all, as if she had not just killed a human being. The rest of the awakened were a few seconds too late to react. Some reeled back, some reached for their weapons or began to summon memories. The young woman wielding a blooded sword did not say anything more, dashing forward in eerie silence. Her two puppets moved, too. Orum stood frozen near the wall, watching the battle in horror. He had already known how skilled Little Key was, and how eerie her aspect was, but he had never seen her ability used against fellow humans. Only when he saw Awakened scream and try to stem the flow of blood from wounds that had seemed shallow, falling to the ground in agony, did he realize how terrifying and morbid the young woman's power truly was. And how chillingly ruthless she was. Taking lives, gifting death. There were almost 30 Awakened in the Jade Palace, but they were no match for one of the most talented students of the Academy. If they were strong, they would not have run away or hidden themselves when Ravenheart faced her last enemy. Still, they could have easily overwhelmed Little Key with sheer numbers. If they were brave enough, and decisive enough. But they were not, and she gave them no time to get their fear under control. No, in fact, she purposefully terrified and intimidated them, killing the first few in the most gruesome and cruel way. After that, it was a slaughter. The clay puppets eventually fell, their bodies broken and shattered, but the young woman was relentless. As Orum stood, motionless, she methodically killed most of the Awakened in the hall. Some tried to escape, but she hunted them down one after another. No one was spared. Her retribution was cruel, thorough, and merciless. Some time later, the dark hall of the Jade Palace was the scene of a morbid massacre. Dozens of mutilated bodies littered the floor, and a lake of blood gathered on the floor, glistening coldly in the light of crude torches. Little Key was standing in the center of that crimson lake, breathing heavily. She was soaked in the blood herself from head to toe, and much of this blood was her own, but most was not. And yet, her expression was still calm and indifferent, as if what she had done was nothing special. As if what she had done was only natural. It was not the slaughter, but that lack of shock, trauma, and remorse that made Orum feel as if his heart was constricted and full of terror. This was what they were like. The children of the new era. Those born into the world of the nightmare spell. Frowning deeply, Orum finally moved and walked slowly toward Little Key, toward Kisong. As he approached, she looked at him and smiled. "Uncle Ori? I am done here. We can take the gateway next." She did not even seem to notice how disturbed he was, and had not assumed that he would be. Orum studied the bleeding corpses silently. Eventually, he faced her and asked, his voice trembling a little. Do you think that this is what your mother would have wanted?" The young woman looked at him strangely. She frowned a little, as if confused by his question once again. Then, she shook her head. "No, of course not. My mother was a very kind person. Before he could say anything, Ki-song sighed and added, her voice an odd mix of sorrow, longing, and resentment. That is why she is dead. She looked at the people she had killed, gave one of the corpses a kick, and looked at Orum with calm indifference. It is just how you have taught us, Uncle Ori. The world is a ruthless place, and the spell will not show us any mercy. There is no place for kindness in this world. He shivered slightly, hearing his own words come out of her blooded mouth, spoken so easily and with such confidence. As if it was a trivial truth. That is not what I meant. But instead of saying that, Orum winced and covered his face with a palm for a moment. Eventually, he sighed. You still made a mistake, Ki-song. Whether they deserved to die or not, you still needed them. One person can't defend a citadel, you should have executed the leaders and brought others to heal. You need warriors to serve you. Otherwise, the first swarm of nightmare creatures will make the Jade Palace their nest. The young woman looked around, then smiled brightly. About that. I've been thinking about my aspect lately, Uncle Ori. These clay puppets we've made, I think they were the wrong solution all along. Orum frowned, not understanding what she meant. He remained confused up until the moment the first of the corpses suddenly moved, and then slowly rose from the ground. Ki-song rubbed her chin, and then nodded in satisfaction. Yes. This works much better. Chapter 1942. Master Orum. Ki-song herself had become a renowned awakened, her fame second only to that of those three brilliant stars of her generation, Smile of Heaven, Broken Sword, and Anvil of Valor. Her influence and authority spread all the way to the estuary of the River of Tears, where a corrupted terror still dwelled, blocking convenient access to the storm sea. The prominent families of the first generation were already being called the legacy clans. Valor, Immortal Flame, and the newly established House of Night were at the height of their power, known as the best among equals. No one called them the great clans, yet, but the idea of some distinguished families being a cut above the rest was already apparent. Clan Song was relatively small and unassuming when compared to these titans. Orum's relationship with Ki-song, however, had grown distant over the years. After helping her settle in the newly retaken Jade Palace, he made the long journey back home, where his own citadel was waiting for him. They still saw each other in the waking world from time to time, but not too often. It was partially because both were terribly busy with their own affairs, and partially because Orum did not feel completely comfortable around little Ki anymore. That strange discomfort made him feel both ashamed and conflicted, but he could not do anything about how he felt. That young woman frightened him, a little. Many things happened since the day she massacred the people whom her mother had died to protect. New regions of the dream realm were explored and conquered. The number of awakened continued to grow exponentially. Orum himself finally challenged the second nightmare and became a master, receiving his legacy relic as a reward. His niece turned 16 and became a carrier of the nightmare spell. Which was why he was now back at the Awakened Academy, preparing to continue educating her in an official capacity. The first batch of sleepers had yet to arrive, so there was nothing much for him to do. Orum checked the equipment in the dojo, then visited the medical complex, and finally made his way to the cafeteria to have an early lunch. His steps slowed down as soon as he entered, though. That was because there was someone familiar sitting behind one of the tables in the mostly empty dining hall. Little Ki looked quite different now. She was still young, but the teenage girl he remembered was gone, replaced by a mature young woman. She had to be Ki 24, 25 by now. Her gloomy awkwardness was replaced by confident grace, and her ravishing beauty was impossible to ignore. Orum hesitated for a moment, then put on a smile and headed in her direction. Awakened Song. It is so nice to see you, young lady, how have you been? Her own charming smile seemed quite sincere. Master Orum. I didn't expect to run into you here. I am doing well, thank you, what about you? He sighed. My niece has just conquered her first nightmare, so I am back at the academy to help prepare her for the winter solstice. But what brings you here? Are you planning to teach a class or consult one of the specialists? Ki-song leaned back a little, glanced at the empty chairs surrounding her table, and echoed his sigh. No. I am meeting a few colleagues to discuss an important matter. We chose the academy to reminisce a little. Sadly, they seem to be running a little late. Well, their time can be said to be more valuable than mine. There was a gentle hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Orum remained silent for a moment, then smiled. Well, I'll scold them if you want. For now, though, I'll leave you and go get something to eat. We should catch up after your meeting is over, though. I really want to hear all about how your citadel is doing. The shallow politeness of their conversation pained him deeply. But at the same time, he felt a little relieved to have a way out. Orum excused himself and went to take a seat a few tables away. By the time his food arrived, a few new faces appeared in the cafeteria. It was a very august reunion. Smile of Heaven and Broken Sword, his former students, arrived first. The two had been attached at the hip ever since their days at the academy, but were officially married now. They were a beautiful couple, indeed. Broken Sword spoke first, his calm voice too strong and confident to be ignored. Awakened Song. Please forgive us for being late. Smile of Heaven grinned and landed on a chair next to Song, grasping her shoulder in a friendly manner. Song. I haven't seen you in ages, since the wedding, I think? What, did you not like the cake? Impossible, Mom personally made that cake. Not long after, two more people arrived. One was Anvil of Valor, as composed and serious as ever, while the other was an unfamiliar youth with a pleasant smile on his lips. Orum would have mistaken him for one of the sleepers who were supposed to arrive at the academy in the next few days, if not for the fact that the teenager was obviously already an awakened. The two of them took their places across from Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, Anvil greeting everyone with a few short words. The five awakened remained silent for a few moments, but then Broken Sword suddenly slapped Anvil on the shoulder and smiled brightly. Congratulations! I hear you're a father now. Gods, you didn't waste any time, did you, Vale? I can't believe you have a son. Anvil glanced coldly at his shoulder, then cleared his throat. Well. Yes. In any case, we should discuss the preparations, shouldn't we? You know that I have invited Awakened Song to join us. Naturally, she needs no introduction, we all know how excellent he is. This young man, however? He looked at the smiling youth, lingered for a moment, and then added calmly. This is Astaion. We met in Bastion, and I believe that he will be of great help when we challenge the second nightmare. Asterisk. Orum's memory ended there. He moved further away to avoid eavesdropping on the conversation, not knowing that what he was witnessing was the inception of the legendary cohort that would shake the foundations of the world. After that, Sonny found himself back in the damp cell, looking into Cass's beautiful blue eyes through Orum's own. The ironclad figure of the King of Swords towered behind her, both familiar and unrecognizably changed. The features of the young man Orum had once taught could still be recognized on the somber face of the sovereign, but just barely. Anvil's gaze was infinitely heavier than it had been once, and there was no hint of human emotions in it anymore. Only the cold indifference of sharpened steel. Cassie lingered for a moment, feeling tired and drained of essence. There were other spies she would have to interrogate, too. She sighed, and then rose from her knees. Taking a step back, she faced Anvil. I have learned what you asked for, Your Majesty. Cassie lingered for a moment before adding. For what it's worth, Master Orum's family does not seem to be aware of his actions. Saint Heli, her loyalty was not compromised. Anvil gave her a curt nod and stepped closer to Orum, looking down at him with a cold expression. When he spoke, however, a hint of emotion finally found its way into his usually even voice. Was it worth it, teacher? To betray your own for that woman? I wonder what she had offered you to change sides. Orum looked up at him and smiled darkly, no sign of fear or regret written on his weathered face. After a few moments of silence, he said slowly. Worth it? Sure. I guess it was. I finally managed to repay my debt, at least. Anvil took a deep breath and looked away. You are a fool. She is a monster, don't you know? To her, people's lives have little value. She'll gladly rule the living, but if that's not an option, she'll rule the dead, as well. Did you really wish to leave your family in a world she would create? Orum looked at him for a while, then snarled, his eyes turning cold with contempt. A monster? All of you are monsters. But she sees us as people, at least. To you, we're all just tools to be studied, used, and reforged. We're merely your swords. Say what you will about that girl, but little Key, she has never treated people as objects. Look at her daughters. She has done right by them. He looked at Anvil with pity and smiled. His smile was pale and sad, but there was also a hint of defiant pride in his tired eyes. What have you done? What kind of heartless world are you going to create? Anvil stared down at the old man from above, not saying anything. The silence stretched for a few moments, but then something moved. Cassie felt piercing pain and flinched, her hand jerking up to grasp her neck. At the same time, her vision spun. For a moment, she saw the stone roof of the chamber, then its damp wall, then the floor. And finally, a body falling over, surrounded by the rattling of chains. Then, Cassie was blind once again. She was standing motionlessly near the King of Swords, while Master Orum's beheaded body lay at her feet. He was dead. The nauseating stench of blood assaulted Cassie's nostrils, and she held her breath. Then she raised her hands and hid her eyes behind her blue blindfold. Somewhere near, Anvil let out a heavy sigh. He remained silent for a dozen seconds, then turned to her, regaining his emotionless composure. His voice sounded calm. Lady Cassia, there are more prisoners waiting to be interrogated. If you will. She allowed herself to linger for a moment, and then bowed her head respectfully. Yes, my king. Chapter 1943. Raven Queen. He exhaled slowly and looked away, staring into the distance with an absent expression. Witnessing human memories was not at all like reading a book or watching a recording. They were often vague and disjointed, sometimes withered and shallow, sometimes fresh and intensely vivid. It was hard to make sense of them, and it was even harder to fathom their every nuance. Sunny was still reeling from receiving such a great amount of information in such a short amount of time. What was more, he was still reeling from witnessing the life of Master Orum. It was such a strange thing. The old man was a complete stranger to him, and yet, Sunny felt so close to him. How could he not, after experiencing what Cassie had gleaned? It was because of this unearned closeness that Sunny felt shaken by Orum's death at the hands of the King of Swords. As if he had lost an old friend. He sighed and looked down, considering Master Orum's long life and bitter death. It felt wrong, for a member of the first generation to die so ingloriously, hidden from everyone's sight in a small stone cell, by another human's hand. The old man had witnessed so much, had fought so hard, and had survived so many dreadful ordeals. He had lived through the darkest days of humanity and saw a new world being built on the ruins of the old one. And yet, his storied life had come to such a grievous end. Ah! At least he had been at peace, in those last moments. He had perished loyal to his principles, finally at ease for having repaid the debt to his long-lost friend. That did not really do anything to assuage the bitterness Sunny felt, but it was at least something. Orum had cared deeply about Ravenheart and her daughter, after all. Kisong. Sunny wondered if the Queen of Worms cared about the old man, in turn. Would his death sadden her, like it had saddened him? Or was the shy little girl Orum had met once, a long time ago, completely gone? Replaced by a supreme being whose heart and mind were closer to those of a deity than those of a human, and therefore devoid of humanity? Sunny did not know. His thoughts drifted to Kisong herself. Cassie had not been wrong, they learned a lot about the sovereigns, and Kisong in particular, from Master Orum's memories. Her roots, her scars, the details of her aspect, the formative experiences that had made her who she was today. Of course, there was plenty Sunny did not know about the Queen of Song, since there were vast swathes of her life that Orum had not been privy to. But he knew enough to infer many things. In fact, there was almost too much for him to mull over. He did not even know where to start. First, her character. Queen Song was without a doubt an entirely different being from the person Little Key had been. Time changed people, and so did impactful events, and she had experienced plenty of those. More than most people ever would. If even the world itself had been fundamentally altered by the things Ki Song had lived through and made happen, how could she have remained the same? And that was not even accounting for the inevitable changes that walking the path of ascension caused. Both Sunny and Cassie were examples of how deeply people transformed as a result of attaining higher ranks. The way they lived, thought, and perceived the world was quite different from mundane humans. Ki Song, meanwhile, had walked down the path of ascension much further than any human of the waking world had, except for the other two sovereigns. And yet, some things about a person never changed. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Was that not what Nephis had told him once, in the depths of the third nightmare? Sunny would not go as far as to say that he knew Ki Song now, but he knew her a fair bit. She had been born in the year of the nightmare spell's descent. Her mother had been a benevolent, but solitary awakened warrior. Ravenheart spent most of her time in the dream realm, so Ki Song must have felt lonely, growing up near her quietly humming sleeping pod. And yet, she had loved her mother fiercely. She had also felt proud of her, because her mother was one of the most powerful awakened in the world, but not the most powerful. It did not escape Sunnis' attention how neglected young Ki Song had felt in the company of the true aristocrats like Anvil and Smile of Heaven. It must have been an awkward position for a child to be in, to come from a family that was prominent enough to be included in the gatherings of the nascent legacy clans, but not prominent enough to garner much respect or attention from them. Especially considering her talent, which was in no way inferior to those who were seen as her betters. And then, there was Ravenheart's tragic death, and the ruthless retribution young Ki Song had delivered to those who had stood by and done nothing while her mother was dying. It was funny. Orum had been terrified by her callous disregard for the sanctity of human life and her cruel ruthlessness, but Sunny did not see anything wrong with it. Sure, Ki Song did not only kill those directly responsible for stealing her inheritance, but also every bystander who had failed to help Ravenheart. However, Sunny was not at all certain that he would have been any more merciful if someone's cowardice contributed to Rain's death. In fact, he would have probably been much more ruthless. That just went to show that the new generations were indeed different from those born before the nightmare spell, for better or for worse. In any case, although Orum's memories did not show what had happened after the massacre in the Jade Palace, Sunny already knew a lot, and could deduce the rest. In the span of several years, Ki Song had elevated the status of her citadel to one of the most populous human strongholds in the West. She slowly expanded her sphere of influence, clearing routes through the dream realm to connect various citadels to each other, and became the cornerstone of human forces there, just like Warden of Valor and Bastion were in the East. At some point, she joined Broken Sword's cohort and challenged the Second Nightmare, becoming a master and earning wide renown. Following that, Ki Song defeated the corrupted terror ruling the estuary of the River of Tears, opening the path to the Storm Sea and strengthening the ties between the West and the East, thus helping all awaken deepen their roots in the inhospitable soil of the Dream Realm. While Anvil was waging war against the Dark Forest and leading human conquest of new territories in the north, she was busy working on developing the basin of the River of Tears and strengthening human position there. That helped Clan Song soar to the pinnacle of prominence. And at some point during those years, she had also found and claimed the divine lineage of Beast God. Chapter 1944. Footsteps of War. That was because by then, Immortal Flame had already claimed the lineage memory of Sun God, while Warden of Valor had already found the lineage memory of War God. Nightwalker, meanwhile, had most likely already gained the lineage memory of Storm God. Sunny did not know how Ki Song earned the lineage memory of her own or where, but she definitely had not inherited a divine bloodline like Smile of Heaven and Anvil did. Instead, she found it at some point after awakening, just like their parents had. Then, she followed Broken Sword into the Third Nightmare and attained sainthood. By then, Clan Song would have already been considered one of the great clans. And then, finally, after both Smile of Heaven and Broken Sword were gone, the Raven Queen would be born in the crucible of the Fourth Nightmare, cementing her power over the world. It was admirable, really. Sunny could not help but feel awe at what that woman had achieved. He would have applauded Kisong if he wasn't planning to kill her, and was therefore at great risk of being killed by her first. If anything, Sunny would have dearly preferred if his adversary was less outstanding. He rubbed his face and sighed. Sunny felt a little conflicted now that the enemy he had been thinking about so much had a face in his mind. Both Kisong and Anvil, despite how valuable it was to have seen where they had come from, it was harder to hate them after witnessing them as children and inexperienced youths. But at the same time, it only made him resent them more. Because he had seen the world of their youth, with all its countless possibilities, and knew what they had turned it into, in the end. Regardless, knowing what he now knew about Kisong, he felt that he could understand her actions in the war a little better, and maybe even predict what she would do next, to some degree. Sunny looked at Cassie. Her flaw. Although Little Key had never confessed it to Orum, there were a few hints. Witnessing the old man's memories and knowing how her life would turn out in the future, he could make a cautious guess. Cassie leaned back in her chair. It has to be connected to family, right? Sunny nodded. Right. Back then, Kisong had just lost her mother and faced her first nightmare almost immediately after. There, she earned her aspect, and her flaw. Her expression had changed subtly when she told Orum that she did not have a family anymore, as if she wanted to say that she would never have one again, either. Had Kisong adopted Sishan and other orphan girls because she was unable to have children of her own? That would be a bitter flaw to bear for someone that lonely, indeed. Of course, Sunny could not be sure. He frowned. That is, not exactly what I was hoping for. If that is indeed her flaw, it won't be easy to exploit. Cassie sighed. But not impossible. Her expression turned somber. You did not miss it, did you? Sunny slowly shook his head, knowing what she was talking about. Perhaps the most important detail of Orum's memories did not have anything to do with Kisong, actually. Instead, it had to do with Anvil. Due to the fact that Kisong had been a lonesome child and slaughtered everyone who could have known her well, there weren't any people Sunny and Cassie could seek out to learn more about her most important secrets. Even her daughters might not know much about their regal mother. But it was different for Anvil. Orum remembered that the youngest son of the founder of Clan Valor had been entrusted to his father's comrades soon after awakening, to be trained by them and gain experience in the dream realm. Those people would know more about him than anyone else. So, if Sunny and Cassie wanted to learn the weakness of the King of Sword, they were the ones that had to be found. Sunny stared at Cassie with a heavy expression. How many members of the Warden's cohort are still alive? She let out a heavy sigh. Many prominent awakened of the first generation perished while trying to conquer the third nightmare, as you know, including Warden of Valor himself. That is why there are so few of them around. As for his cohort, as far as I know, there's only one person left. We must get to him. Sunny lingered for a moment. You're not suggesting that we should kidnap St. Jest, are you? Cassie raised an eyebrow. Why? Has the old man's amiable act fooled you? Sunny slowly shook his head. Not really. She leaned forward a little. Good. Because he is more sinister than you can imagine, and probably the most prolific killer of this era. Worst of all, there are people loyal to Valor, and then there's Jest of Dagonet. His devotion to the king is absolute. So, whether we like it or not, he'll turn his malice toward us sooner or later. Sunny looked at her with a grim expression. That might be true, but he is a saint and one of Anvil's most trusted people. I doubt that he'll share what he knows voluntarily, so how do you expect us to take him without Anvil noticing? Cassie grimaced, then shrugged. The war is chaotic. There will be an opportunity, I'm sure. Her voice sounded determined, but tired. She had been exhausted even before showing Sunny Orum's memories, and her fatigue must have only grown worse as a result. He closed his eyes for a moment. There was a lot to think about. He would have to go over everything he had learned, examining each event and every detail for hints he had missed. He would have to contemplate all of it deeply, as well. Of course. Nephis would have to be brought up to speed, too. Sunny suddenly looked at Cassie. These memories, will you show them to Nephis? She nodded silently. A sigh escaped from Sunless' lips. Good. These scenes were merely a source of information for them. But for Nephis, they would be something more. She had lost her father as a young child, after all. As for her mother, Nephis had never met her at all. The only image of smile of heaven she had was that of a hollow shell. Seeing them like Sunny and Cassie had seen them in Orum's memories, young and happy, would mean a lot for Changing Star, the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan. Sunny sighed, feeling a little happy for Nephis. But also a little envious of her. After all, there was no one in the world who remembered his own parents. The only image of them that remained was hidden in his own memory, growing more blurry with each year. Rising from his chair, Sunny threw one last look at Cassie and turned away. Rest well, Cass. And, good job. We indeed learned a lot today. Leaving her chambers, he descended the stairs and exited the ivory tower. Outside, the war camp of the Sword Army was boiling with activity. The war raged on. In fact, now that both domains had descended into Godgrave, it was about to grow much fiercer. Chapter 1945. Spreading Domains. The authority of the King of Swords now stretched from east to west, covering vast areas of the Collarbone Plain and the Breastbone Reach. Anvil had waged a terrifying battle against the inhabitants of the Hollows after arriving at the smouldering ruins of the citadel, eventually clearing a safe area around the lake. The lake itself grew shallow and drained in a few days, though, turning into a nearly impassable marsh. The Sword Army established a secondary camp above the closest fissure and stationed a formidable garrison to guard the gateway in the Hollows. From there, they started a tentative exploration of pathways to the remaining two citadels, one situated far below, in the spine of the dead deity, the other at the very edges of the Sea of Ash, on one of the titanic skeleton's femurs. Neither were easy to reach, let alone conquer. The path to the Spine Ocean was perilous and hard to navigate, while the dark waters below were home to untold horrors. The Femur Citadel in the south was relatively easier to reach, especially considering that the Nameless Temple, the stronghold of the Lord of Shadows, was located on the southernmost point of the Breastbone Reach. However, the territory of the Cursed Tyrant, Condemnation, lay between the lands conquered by the Sword Army and the Nameless Temple. There were other cursed ones dwelling in the Hollows, as well. Even the sovereigns did not dare to provoke those beings lightly. So, the conquest of the King of Swords was temporarily stalled. On the other side of Godgrave, the influence of the Song Army was similarly growing. Seishan and Deathsinger had conquered the citadel in the western part of the Collarbone Plain, finally allowing the Song domain to descend upon Godgrave, and for the Queen of Worms to appear personally, as well. The battered soldiers of Song were saved from the depths of despair by the arrival of their queen. Immediately after appearing, she slew a great demon and eradicated the stampede of nightmare creatures threatening to swallow the trapped expedition force, rescuing both the exhausted warriors and her two daughters. And Rain, who had been fighting on the front line with the 7th Legion. The dire pressure on the entire Song army drastically reduced now that they were supported by Kisong and her domain. Their precarious position in the west of the Collarbone Plain had become nearly unassailable, and the territories conquered by them were slowly encroaching on the northern boundary of the Breastbone Reach. Of course, the Song army was also aiming for the two remaining citadels. They had almost no hope of reaching the citadel in the south before the forces of Valor due to sheer distance, but the one in the spine of the dead deity was still within their reach. On paper, Song still seemed like the losing side. After all, they only controlled one citadel in Godgrave, cornered on the western part of the Collarbone Plain. The Sword Army, meanwhile, controlled 3, or 2.5, if one considered the lukewarm loyalty of the Lord of Shadows, its vast sphere of influence dwarfing that of Song and stretching all the way from the eastern edge of the dead deity's collarbone to the southern boundary of the Breastbone Reach. However, if one looked beyond the mere marking on the map, the strength of the two armies would seem more or less equal. While the Song army controlled much less territory, it also possessed many more saints. More than that, Prince Mordred was still besieging his father's domain from the south. his seemingly inevitable march north had been halted by the tall walls of Bastion, for now, but no one knew how long Princess Morgan would be able to contain the terrifying power of her traitorous brother. The outcome of the war was still uncertain, and the future of the world still hung in fragile balance. Which was good news for Sunny and Nephis, who needed the sovereigns to weaken each other. The three leaders of the Sword Army's expedition force had temporarily parted ways. The Lord of Shadows was dispatched back to the Nameless Temple in order to defend it and prepare raids on the supply lines of the Song Army, just like he had been supposed to do before the fall of the House of Night. Summer Night was left in charge of the lesser camp of the Sword Army in the Breastbone Reach. Nephis was eventually sent back to the main camp in order to mobilize the fresh forces there and helm the expansion of the Sword Domain's territory. It was then that Sunny learned a peculiar fact about the domains, something that he had not known before. In his mind, the territory of a domain had always been strictly dictated by the power of its ruler and the location of loyal citadels. Sunny had usually imagined the influence of a sovereign akin to his own shadow sense, as a formless sphere that spread to a certain distance, centered around its source. Only, in the case of supreme domain supported by the Nightmare spell, their source were the sovereigns themselves, while each citadel that belonged to them served as a powerful relay that increased the reach of their authority. But reality turned out to be more nuanced than that. Not only did the citadels channel the power of the sovereigns, but each of their subjects anchored at those citadels was a vessel of their domains, as well. At least that was what Sunny had surmised after observing the movements of both armies. Perhaps there was a more complicated process involved, but the truth remained the same. The more ground the soldiers gained, burning down the Scarlet Jungle and establishing fortified strongholds on the surface of the ancient bone, the further the reach of the domain spread. The increase was minuscule when compared to the benefit of having a citadel nearby, but still significant. Now, the previous orders of both Anvil and Kisong made more sense to Sunny. Laboriously conquering the territory between the main war camp and the fissure leading to the Garden Castle had not been simply for the sake of helping the army entrench itself in Godgrave and provide reliable support for the frontline fighters, it was also to help the Sword Domain stretch, uninterrupted, all the way from northeast to center of the Breastbone Reach as soon as the citadel was conquered. Now that it did, both armies continued to push the Scarlet Jungle back and claim more and more land. The Song Domain was spreading south, toward the territory of the Sword Domain. The Sword Domain was spreading north, toward the territory of the Song Domain. Which meant that the two armies were going to clash soon. The Scarlet Infestation would not be their only enemy in Godgrave for much longer. There were still a few days left before that happened, though. And Sunny was determined to use these few days well. In particular, he hoped to thoroughly explore the unexpected benefits he had earned in the battle against Revel, pushing his mastery of weaving to a new level. Chapter 1946. Divine Shadow. That timely discovery had helped Sunny defeat the daughter of Kisong, but its repercussions were much wider than a momentary triumph. He felt that the ability to augment his shadows and his memories personally could potentially propel his mastery of shadow dance and weaving to new heights. In fact, Sunny suspected that he had stumbled onto one of the cornerstones of what a divine shadow like him was meant to be. Not that he was obliged to follow someone else's designs, he had done quite well by being his own independent person so far, after all, instead of acting as a loyal minion of the being casting him. Even if his aspect originated directly from Shadow God, it was folly to assume that a long-dead deity had known better what its uses would be in the distant and dire future of the Nightmare spell. Still, the discovery held so much promise that it left Sunny impatient, giddy with anticipation, and almost breathless. He felt something that he had not felt in a while, the pure excitement of an explorer. Even if what he was going to explore were the depths of his own power, it was still uncharted territory. The Lord of Shadows had returned to the Nameless Temple, and Nephis was still on her way back to the main camp of the Sword Army. So, Master Sunless had little to do for now. Locking himself in the basement of the marvelous mimic, Sunny dedicated himself to research and experimentation. There were two avenues he wanted to explore. The first one was his newly discovered ability to augment his shadows, which allowed him to gain a profoundly deep understanding of their physical nature. It also allowed him a glimpse into the nature of their powers and mindset, albeit to a more shallow degree, for now, at least. Needless to say, such a source of profound knowledge about how the bodies of his shadows were built and functioned could potentially do wonders for his ability to construct faithful shadow shells, as well as push the intricacy of his control over shadow manifestation to a new level. Sunny suspected that the path to the next step of shadow dance lay in that direction. Right now, his shells were a crude fusion of emulation and improvisation. His most natural shell, for example, was the giant version of himself. Sunny knew his own body the best, after all, so reconstructing it was relatively easy. Which was not to say that it was simple. Many things went into building this powerful shell, from deep knowledge of human anatomy, material science, and basic physics to more esoteric subjects like souls, essence, and will. Much of that complexity was miraculously solved by shadow dance, but the process still required a lot of conscious effort from Sunny. A shadow shell was not a perfect replica of the original, but it was close enough. For example, Sunny did not need to recreate things like the heart, the blood, and the digestive system when turning into the Shadow Colossus. However, he did need to create a semblance of things like bone structure, musculature, tendons, and so on. That was how the Shadow Colossus was able to move and fight effectively. The foundation was rebuilt, while all the parts that Sunny neglected to shape were substituted by the intricate use of shadow control, and the whole shell was empowered by his essence. Of course, building such a complicated shell required him to get inventive with using shadow manifestation, as well. Sunny had gotten quite adept at manifesting shadows in various ways, manipulating not only their shape, but also their physical attributes. He could easily control such traits of the manifested shadows as rigidity, elasticity, viscosity, density, and so on. He could make them rough or slippery, solid or fluid, dense or porous, and of course, there were limits to how sophisticated these manipulations were. Sunny could manifest a shadow as a liquid, but he could not make it resemble water in all regards. He could make the surface of a manifested shadow slippery, but he could not turn it into actual ice. While sufficient for his purposes, his ability to finely control the physical attributes of shadows was relatively crude. This was going to change now. While augmenting Saint, Sunny had sensed the structure and composition of her stone-like body with stunning clarity, as if it was his own. Even greater than that, really, considering the mystical nature and legendary origin of his taciturn shadow. Those turbulent moments alone had given him some insight into how to improve his shadow manifestation and potentially build a shell of a stone saint, one superior in quality and faithfulness than any other shell he had created before. The benefit did not end there, though, on the contrary, that spark of inspiration was merely the appetizer. Sunny could also augment Fiend, Nightmare, and Marvelous Mimic, learning more about how their bodies were constructed. The more comprehensive examples he had to compare, the more he would be able to understand and infer, and the better his skill would eventually become. And there lay the source of his excitement. Because he had Serpent. And Serpent could assume the forms of thousands of creatures whose silent shadows dwelled in Sunny's soul, waiting to become fuel for his development. I've struck a jackpot. What Sunny now possessed was basically a vast library of all kinds of beings, all ready to be studied and fathomed by him. From the Mountain King to the abominations of Godgrave, he could potentially learn from them all. And by attaining all that knowledge, who knew what Sunny would be able to achieve? He couldn't even imagine. Or rather, maybe he could. Standing in the basement of the brilliant Emporium, Sunny suddenly shivered. His eyes widened a little, full of shock and fear, glistening with ambition and greed. Shadow dance. He had often wondered, of course, what the final form of shadow dance was supposed to be. He had already mastered 4 of its steps, but 3 still remained, both alluring and elusive. The first 4 steps of Shadow Slave were about sensing the essence of a being to shadow their mind, skill, and overall form. The 4th step in particular had allowed Sunny to delve into the physical structure of creatures both deeper and faster, which allowed him to shadow them more perfectly by assuming the same shape as them through the use of Shadow Shell. But there was a glaring difference between the forms Sunny assumed and the beings he endeavored to shadow. It was that he could not replicate their attributes, aspects, and mystical powers. He could become a 5-meter-tall adamantine troll to resemble Fiend, but he could not breathe out jets of infernal flame. But what if he could? If he was supposed to be a divine shadow, Then what was the shadow of a god supposed to look like? Was it supposed to only replicate the general shape of the being casting it, or was it supposed to replicate more? All of it, perhaps? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Sunny made a tentative guess about what the final form of shadow dance was meant to be. It was the ability to become a true shadow of a being, all of them, including their mystical powers and authorities, not just their shape. The fifth step of shadow dance, then, would have to encompass the ability to shadow a being's attributes. Some of them, at least. Chapter 1947. Formlessness. Sure, his intuition was telling him he was right, but sadly, his intuition was not what it used to be now that Sunny was cut off from fate. However, there was also something that corroborated his theory. A piece of information that Sunny had noted a long time ago, but never managed to explain before now. It was the scope of powers that the Mad Prince had seemed to possess. The Mad Prince, Sunny's own past self, had been a corrupted titan. He had attained transcendence, or rather, descended into the abyss of corruption, all on his own. He had also formed the Titan core in the depths of the tomb of Ariel, somehow, despite the dire number of shadow fragments that would have required. Sunny himself was currently facing the problem of how slow the process of building a new shadow core was, so he knew very well what the easiest way to absorb a vast amount of shadow fragments would be. It was to slay other shadow creatures. So, he had a strong suspicion that the Mad Prince had slain his own shadows to become a titan. Considering that none of the shadows had been heard of by the people of the Great River, that suspicion was all but confirmed. So, then, how had the Mad Prince been able to visit Ananke in her dreams and instruct her where to meet Sunny and Nephis? If Nightmare had been killed, then he wouldn't have been able to use the Black Steed's Dreamwalker attribute. Unless the Mad Prince had learned how to shadow that attribute. It made sense, in hindsight. The vile madman had spent hundreds of years in the tomb of Ariel, and while many paths to advancing his power were not available there, one path remained wide open, because it depended on nothing and no one except Sunny himself. It was to deepen his mastery of his own powers. Sunny did not know how many years exactly the Mad Prince, the last version of the Mad Prince, to be precise, had spent on the Great River. But if his mastery of weaving had grown sufficient to create the mind-boggling estuary key, then it must have been a long, long time. So, he could have mastered more steps of shadow dance, as well. Ananke must have called him a sword saint for a reason. Crazy bastard. While Sunny did not really want to follow in the footsteps of his past demented self, the Mad Prince was proof of what the future held. Thinking about him made Sunny feel hopeful about the potential of shadow dance, but also reminded him to be careful. Slow and steady. Taking a deep breath, he remained motionless for a few moments, and then summoned Saint, Fiend, and Serpent. In the next several hours, Sunny conducted a lot of different experiments. He told himself not to hurry, but his excitement and drive were too powerful. In the end, he spent more essence than he had planned to, and brought himself to greater mental exhaustion than what was wise. His eyes were still full of excitement, though, despite the fact that these early results were incremental at best. The first thing Sunny confirmed was that augmenting his shadows was indeed an excellent method to improve the intricacy of his shadow manifestation. The stone-like flesh of Saint, the steel body of Fiend, and the countless shapes Serpent could assume were like a practical guide for making the shadows he manifested more sophisticated. Of course, it was not an instantaneous success, but rather gradual progress. Sunny would have to practice much more to elevate shadow manifestation to an entirely new level. In fact, the sheer amount of practice he would have to undertake was a little daunting. But that was irrelevant. The only important fact was that he had discovered a reliable and effective method of improvement. With that, the hardest part was already behind him, the hardest part of this one relatively minor challenge, that was. What came next was actually implementing this new skill to create a more faithful versions of shadow shells. For now, Sunny concentrated on two new prototypes, one shell emulating the Onyx Saint, and another one emulating Fiend. The goal was not simply to copy their outward appearance and body structure, but to bring everything about these shells closer to the originals. So, for the Stone Saint shell, Sunny tried to replicate the stone-like properties of Saint's body. For the scavenger shell, Sunny tried to make the manifested shadows comprising it as similar to blessed steel as possible. It was an entirely new experience for him. He had freely manipulated the properties of his manifested shadows before, making them as hard as tempered steel or as soft as feather down, but he had never tried to emulate a material flawlessly. Augmenting the shadows with an actively controlled incarnation was certainly of great help, but still, the process was immensely difficult and elusive. Nevertheless, Sunny was making good progress. He was especially attuned to the traits of Saint's stone-like body, most likely because he was somewhat familiar with them due to his own onyx shell. After a while, Sunny was able to make something that might not have been exactly like what he wanted to achieve, but at least resembled it closely. It was a good result for the first day of experimentation. Trying to replicate Fiend steel carapace was somewhat harder, but Sunny had a lot of experience in emulating metals, as well. After all, one of the most persistent uses of shadow manifestation in his arsenal was the creation of weapons for him to wield, so he possessed relevant experience in that field too, just on a more shallow level. Considering that Fiend had inherited some of his most fundamental traits by munching on Sunny's own flesh all the way back in Antarctica, there were similarities between his towering four-armed body and the shadow spawn shell. So, Sunny experimented both with replicating the gluttonous shadow's form and with modifying his very first shell to resemble it in a few ways. In the process, he also spent several minutes standing motionlessly, basking in the feeling of sharing a supreme creature's ferocious power. Sunny had a little hope that augmenting a supreme devil would instantly reveal the secrets of supremacy to him, but sadly, that was not the case. Although it was indeed a new and startling experience, Fiend was not a sovereign. Creatures like him were different from humans, and followed a different path, and even though Fiend did possess a nascent will capable of influencing the world, he was too young and inexperienced to truly be in command of it. In fact, Sunny felt that his own will was infinitely more robust and domineering than that of his shadow, even if it lost in terms of potency. There was also something about the very fact of being a shadow that made Fiend different from the great nightmare creatures Sunny had faced before, something that he could not quite explain, but nevertheless felt like a limitation. Sunny did not dwell on that vague feeling for long, adding it to the pile of unanswered and barely formed questions he would hopefully get to explore later. Instead, he returned to his current experiments. Next in line was Serpent. Sunny turned to the serpentine shadow and smiled widely, his eyes gleaming so dangerously that it hissed in alarm. A few hours later, however, Sunny furiously rubbed his temples and let out a frustrated sigh. Damn it! Damn! Chapter 1948. Familiar Barrier. As long as Sunny was using an incarnation to augment Serpent, he could experience complete unity with countless beings, from dormant beasts to corrupted terrors. In fact, now that Sunny considered it, wasn't Serpent's, Formless, ability more or less identical to what he was trying to accomplish? What he wanted to achieve was to learn how to mimic not only the outward shape of a being, but also their attributes and mystical powers. And that was what Serpent had been able to do all along. The final goal had been in front of Sunny all that time. The problem, however, was that the same obstacle that had prevented him from slowly learning the essence of Serpent's forms with the help of Shadow Dance in the past was preventing him from truly delving into the state of unity with these beings now, the threat of losing himself in the formlessness, forgetting who he was and what separated him from the beings he shadowed. If anything, the risk was even more dire now, because he was not simply peering into the essence of the alien beings. Instead, he was fusing with them entirely, becoming one with their bestial forms. Sunny had managed to maintain a strong hold of his sense of self while experiencing the state of unity with Saint and Fiend, perhaps because they had been born of his aspect and dwelled within his soul, to begin with. Augmenting Serpent was not a problem, either. It was just when Serpent used Formless that he was suddenly overwhelmed by the feeling of otherness. Sunny persisted for quite some time, then uttered a few curses and called his incarnation back. He stared at Serpent for a while with a grim expression, then clicked his tongue and looked away. I am still crippled. Being banished from the nightmare spell and losing his true name was still making life hard for him, even after all these years. Sunny thought that he had finally managed to adapt to his fateless existence well enough, but now that an alluring opportunity was right in front of him, his deficiency was showing its ugly head once again. He remained motionless for a while, then let out another resentful sigh. Whatever. I'll find a way to break through this barrier eventually. There are plenty of other things for me to explore right now, anyway. In fact, with everything else he had to do, diving into the endless well of knowledge contained within the formless ability of his serpentine shadow might have been too much for him at the moment. Even with 7 bodies, Sunny was in no position to explore it thoroughly just yet. He continued to experiment with building the Stone Saint shell and the Scavenger shell for a while, eventually losing track of time. Sunny even chose to augment the Marvelous Mimic, becoming a transdimensional house for a short while. That was quite a bizarre experience, to say the least. If Nightmare had not been busy lulling Accursed One to sleep, Sunny would have summoned him here as well. Eventually, something thundered in the basement, and the entire brilliant emporium shook a little. Aiko, who had been sleeping on an opulent wooden chair, flinched and floated into the air. Wiping drool off her face, she looked around in a daze. What? No way! I wasn't sitting in your precious chair. Noticing that there was no one around, she calmed down a little, only to notice that the door to the basement was open, revealing a dark entrance. An insidious voice resounded from the darkness, making her skin crawl. Hey, Aiko, can you come down for a moment? The petite woman hesitated a bit, suddenly uneasy. Boss. Actually, I have to leave, urgently. My great dog is terribly sick and my family aunt has been run over by a PTV. Wait, no, the other way around. The darkness spoke again. It won't take long. Come down. Aiko let out a heavy sigh and glided into the basement with a resigned expression. Her boss was sitting on the floor with a mad look on his face and a frightening glint on his eyes. She landed softly on the floor and scratched the back of her head. Hey there, boss. I must warn you, if you finally lost it and decided that you want to eat me or some such, I'll be expecting a huge bonus come payday. Sunny stared at Aiko with a dumbfounded expression. Who wants to eat you? TSK, don't flatter yourself. He shook his head. Honestly, sometimes, I have no idea what is happening in that head of yours. You are such a weirdo. Anyway, don't move. I'll be quick. Aiko just stared at him in disbelief, as if she had never expected to hear such an accusation coming from him. Sunny, meanwhile, allowed his incarnation to separate itself from Fiend. Then, he controlled it to glide across the floor and wrap itself around Aiko. The petite girl let out a yelp. What the hell? She subconsciously floated up, this time shooting almost all the way to the ceiling. Sunny let out a whistle. So, this works, too. Aiko regained her composure, landed, and looked at her small hands. After making them into small fists a few times, she blinked. What the hell, why am I suddenly so strong? Sunny took a deep breath. His aspect could be used to augment himself, his memories, his echoes, and his shadows. He could also augment inanimate objects, to a degree. But he had never been able to augment other living beings, with the sole exception of Nephis, whom he had been connected to by Shadow Bond before. Shadow Bond was no more, and although Sunny did not have a master now, he did have a connection to 2 other people. They were Rain and Aiko, both bearing the mark of shadows. So, Sunny had decided to see if he could augment his followers, as well. Amazingly, it worked. Which was a great thing, because keeping Rain alive in the middle of Godgrave was getting harder and harder, and would get harder still once the 2 armies clashed in earnest. She did not even have an aspect, so Sunny was quite happy to find a way to boost her strength. Looking at Aiko, and staring at himself through her eyes, Sunny grinned. Don't worry. That's just a little benefit of being a member of the Shadow Clan. Basically, I used one of my incarnations to fuse with you, thus doubling your strength. No need to stare at me with admiration. The petite girl was indeed staring at him. However, the emotion in her eyes was very far from admiration. Fuse with me? Who, bastard, you have some nerve, going around fusing with unsuspecting women without permission. Thanks, but no thanks, I did not assent to fusing of any kind. Defuse me right this second. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then recalled his incarnation and coughed awkwardly. Right. In hindsight, he could have just sent his shadow to augment Aiko without controlling it directly. He just forgot about it in all the excitement. Well, that's embarrassing. Sunny cleared his throat. Whatever. Anyway, you can go. I'll think about giving you a bonus. A small bonus, mind you. Aiko opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but he added sternly. And, by the way, were you sitting in my chair? The petite girl turned around and hurried upstairs. I'll be going, boss. My great-uncle and my family cat. I mean, my auntie and my dog. Anyway, see you later. Sunny scoffed and looked at his shadows. After a while, he dismissed them, deciding that it was time to switch gears. Next, the memories. It was time to delve into the second avenue he wanted to explore. The first one had to do with augmenting shadows to advance his mastery of shadow dance, while the second one was inspired by the experience of fusing with Serpent in the soul weapon form and had to do with memories. Sunny hoped to advance his mastery of weaving by augmenting them. Chapter 1949. Sonorous Silver Sunless. There were many saints in the world, and even a couple other people who possessed divine aspects. However, he was the only weaver left in existence. There were some who could enchant weapons and craft memories, but their ability was no more than a pale imitation of his own. Therefore, what Sunny was going to do now thrilled him even more than the possible advancement of shadow dance. It was just that he was a bit tired, so his excitement was calm and focused. He was going to fuse with his memories, which would hopefully allow him to learn more about their weaves. Let's see. He summoned the runes to study his soul arsenal. Memories, Silver Bell, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle, Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl, definitely not me. He possessed far fewer memories now, after being banished from the nightmare spell. Still, it was enough for a good start. The memories he did possess could be divided into 3 categories: the ones he had created himself, the ones he had altered, and the 2 divine memories he had received by chance. Sunny suspected that he would be able to learn the least from the first category, and the most from the last, if he even had the capacity to fathom the infinite sophistication of Weaver's Mask and Shadow Lantern, which was unlikely. In any case, it made sense. He knew everything there was to know about the weave of those memories he had personally created, after all. Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, and Weaver's Needle could be barely called memories, they were simply objects he had outfitted with the rudimentary enchantments every memory possessed. Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl, and Definitely Not Me were far more complex, each created after he already became a transcendent. Studying them would be of more use, but probably not as much as studying the memories initially forged by the spell. They were Silver Bell, Extraordinary Rock, and Endless Spring. Each had accompanied him for a long time. Then, there was the Nebulous Mantle, which had a somewhat special origin. Neither Sunny nor the nightmare spell had created it, instead, it had been woven by the sorcerers who worshipped Weaver, passed down to Ananke, and eventually ended up being turned into a memory by Sunny. And finally, there were Shadow Lantern and Weaver's Mask. Sunny actually did not know how Shadow Lantern had come to be. Was it a true relic of Shadow God, or simply a replica of one? He had received it as a legacy relic, and since aspect legacies seemed to come from the spell, it would be reasonable to assume that the spell had created it. However, another legacy relic Sunny had received was the Fragment of Shadow Realm, and even the spell did not seem to know how to deal with it, to the point that it did not know how to describe the fragment with runes, and where to place them. Sunny knew the origin of Weaver's Mask, though. It was indeed a mere replica of the mask the Demon of Fate had personally worn, one of the 2 granted to the high priests of the nightmare spell in the distant past. However, it had been created by Weaver's own hand. So, it was indeed a true relic left behind by the nebulous demon, just like the nightmare spell itself. Sunny stared at the runes describing Weaver's Mask for a few moments, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the overpriced saddle. A sad sigh escaped from his lips. Chasing away the sudden feeling of crippling inferiority, Sunny raised a hand and summoned the silver bell. A beautiful bell wove itself from sparks of light, its familiar weight making him feel a hint of bittersweet nostalgia. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. A small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. He rang the bell quietly and listened to its sonorous ringing, then smiled, a hint of sadness finding its way into his eyes. When the melodious sound of the bell dissolved into silence, Sunny took a deep breath and controlled his incarnation to glide onto the small memory. Immediately, his consciousness was split into two states of being. Sunny was the person who sat on the floor, holding the silver bell in his hand. But he was also the bell being held by the person. Overwhelmed by the strangeness of this alien feeling, Sunny shuddered. Because the hand holding him trembled, Sunny swayed and produced a beautiful ringing sound. Ah, it's too strange. Becoming one with the silver bell was even more odd than fusing with the soul weapon form of serpent or with the marvelous mimic masquerading as a quaint cottage, much more odd by far. His shadows were living beings assuming the shapes of inanimate objects, at least. The silver bell was simply the silver bell. It was a thing cast of silver, with no awareness of the world, of itself, or of anything at all. It had no senses, no feelings, no fears, no thoughts, no desires. It just was. Sunny's eyes widened, and his expression froze. He remained motionless for a while, his mind torn between two incongruous and irreconcilable states. Somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows stumbled mid-motion, and a hidden shadow shuddered in the darkness of Rain's tent. Is this what it feels like to be truly insane? Who else would be in the state of mind to consider themselves a little bell, if not for a complete lunatic? Slowly, laboriously, he called upon his many experiences acting as a shadow of alien beings and managed to get a grip on his incapacitated mind. Sunny built a wall around the part of his mind that had become one with the silver bell, separating it from himself, and finally exhaled with relief. Damn it, wow. Sunny had known that he would experience something exceedingly bizarre by personally augmenting a memory, but nothing could have prepared him for the strangeness of this foreign state of being. Still, it was illuminating. Even though the silver bell had no senses, no concept of self, and no way to perceive anything, it still had something. A subtle awareness of movement, vibration, and sound. And underneath it all, something far more conclusive. The silver bell might have been inanimate and simple on the material plane, but beyond that, it was a marvel of radiant light and flowing energy that existed in the vast emptiness of a lightless abyss. After all, it was woven out of soul essence and contained intricate enchantments designed by the nightmare spell itself. Even the Sonorous enchantment added to it had not been invented by Sunny, but simply copied from another memory into the weave of the silver bell. Within it, soul essence flowed according to an elegant, complex, and infinitely ingenious pattern, its movement and pathways dictated by the intricate tapestry of ethereal strings embedded into the nature of the silver bell beyond the material plane. That was its spellweave and the resulting mechanism of its enchantments, shining brightly in the darkness. And, therefore, that was Sunny's spellweave and the mechanism of his enchantments. He inhaled slowly, staring into the distance. Sunny had seen plenty of weaves before. But he had never experienced being a weave before. He had never felt every detail and nuance of his sorcery so deeply, vividly, and in such a profound way. His eyes, which were opened wide, suddenly glistened with sharp light. And deep within them, golden thread shone for a moment, then disappeared into lightless depths. Chapter 1950. High Sorcerer. He had been right. Using an incarnation to augment a memory was, indeed, a game-changer. The act of fusing with a memory gave him an entirely new level of understanding of how its enchantments functioned, and how its spellweave caused those enchantments to exist. It was one thing to see the tapestry of ethereal strings, but experiencing it as a part of himself was completely different. Before, Sunny could study a weave and make logical conclusions about how its elements functioned, as well as what role each string played in the tapestry. By observing the structure and guiding principles of countless weaves and comparing them to each other, he could deduce the purpose of some of the patterns and weave memories by recreating them. That was how his career as a sorcerer had started. And he had made great strides since then. Sunny had steadily increased the repertoire of patterns he could weave. Eventually, he was even able to understand the principles behind the structure of these patterns, which gave him the ability to change and modify them. Finally, he reached a point where he could weave new patterns, and thus create somewhat original enchantments, all by himself. However, Sunny had always remained blind to the true essence of weaving. He had discerned how many weaves worked, but he never understood why. In other words, he had only observed the guiding principles of weaving without ever knowing the underlying reasons for why they were that way. His experience as a sorcerer had been purely empirical, lacking the theoretical understanding of the inner workings and causality of the sorcery he practiced. He was an alchemist at best, not a chemist. Now, all of it could change. Of course, Sunny had not fathomed the elaborate underlying laws of weaving yet. But he had obtained a tool to observe them now, to personify them now, which meant that, given time, he would be able to comprehend and learn them. When he did, a soft chuckle escaped Sunny's lips. If he did manage to grasp the why of weaving instead of only just how, then he would not need to rely on imitation to create enchantments. He would not need a repertoire of weaves and patterns anymore, because he would be able to solve any problem by simply knowing the rules of solving it. Of course, that would not make Sunny an omnipotent sorcerer in an instant. After all, having the tools necessary to solve a problem was not the same as mastering them. Otherwise, people would have been able to resolve, well, something terribly complicated in mathematics immediately after formulating the rules of arithmetic. To his shame, Sunny did not know enough about mathematics to come up with an example. Why am I even thinking about that? Right, he was thinking about it because he had decided to rest a little after his brain almost melted as a result of experiencing the fusion with Silver Bell. Still, he had rested enough, already. Hadn't he? Sitting up, Sunny shook his head energetically, and summoned the extraordinary rock. Let's see what mysteries you're hiding. Sunny did not say that. The extraordinary rock said that. But in the next moment, Sunny had become the extraordinary rock. Immediately, he shuddered. Somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows slammed into a pillar while walking out of the nameless temple. Elsewhere, a hidden shadow let out a frustrated sigh, making Rain stir a little in her sleep. Let's continue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sometime later, Aiko returned to the basement, carrying a tray of food. Her boss was sprawled on the floor in a disheveled state, staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes. She cautiously nudged him with the edge of her shoe. Hey, boss. You're alive. Sunny turned his head and looked at her with a frown. Which me are you asking? Also, define the meaning of alive. Also, define the meaning of you. He blinked a couple of times, then shook his head. Never mind. Yes, I'm alive. But what are you doing here? Aiko let out a sigh and put the tray on the floor near him. Here, have some food. I thought you'd be hungry. Sunny tilted his head a little. Ooh? Why would I be hungry? The petite girl shrugged. I mean, you've been locked in the basement for 3 days without ever stepping out. He stared at her for a few moments, then looked down at the food. It did smell very appetizing. It's been 3 days already? Wow. That's crazy. Pulling the tray closer, Sunny grabbed the nearest plate and shoved a spoonful of fragrant soup into his mouth. Has Nephis returned to the camp, by any chance? Aiko watched him eat with a dubious expression, then shook her head. Not yet. She's still en route, inspecting the extermination outposts or some such, from what I hear. She'll probably be here in a couple more days. Sunny nodded. All right. Let me know when that happens. I'll just stay here in the basement until then. Then, thinking about it, he suddenly pierced her with an intense gaze. Wait. How's our war profiteering business coming along? The petite girl flinched. What? What war profiteering? There's no war profiteering whatsoever happening here. Just a completely benign, officially sanctioned memory redistribution program, for the glory and benefit of the Great Sword Army. Sunny waved a hand. Yes, yes. Whatever. You should already have at least a small stockpile of memories in inventory, right? Waiting to be redistributed. Lend them to me for a few days. Oh, also. Tell the firekeepers that since I have free time, I can modify some memories for them, free of charge. There should be at least a few of them still in the camp, right? Aiko blinked. I refuse. Sunny froze for a moment. What? Why? She crossed her arms and scowled sternly. Free of charge? What's that? Our services are both exclusive and top-notch, so why should we provide them for free? Dream on. Sunny stared at the petite girl for a few moments, then waved a hand. Fine, whatever. Just get me some memories, the more, the better. Grinning in satisfaction, Aiko told Sunny to enjoy his meal and flew out of the basement, literally. He smiled. Good. Being banished from the spell, he couldn't directly transfer or receive memories. Each had to be modified slightly before he could give them away or claim ownership, if the other party was willing, of course. So, it would actually take some effort on Sunny's part to get the memories from Aiko. It was worth it, however, because if he did, he would be able to augment and study them freely, instantly gaining more fuel for his current research. Aiko's uncompromising avarice aside, Sunny should have been paying the firekeepers for free access to their soul arsenals, instead. But, no matter. He hungrily attacked the tray of food, grinning from ear to ear. I've made good progress, already. In a day or two more, he would probably be ready to put his new knowledge into practice and test the first results of his recent breakthrough. Therefore, it would be time to weave some memories.